for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ明治Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit
for ultimate glory starts now.
모바일 레전드 M6 スイスウォッチ明治
Hello
fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。明治
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might. For we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. Battle, battle, taking the right, make it, break it, hate it, I shine. You won't get me down, no, I'll never back down. Can't take me You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around, always come back around. Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, ultimate prize when hope seems so far. I'll reach for the stars in the heart of the storm. I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits till we fall. I'll always come back around. Battle, battle, taking the ride. Make it, break it, hate it, I've tried. You won't get me down, no, I'll never back down. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits till we fall. I'll always come back around. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits till we fall. I'll always come back around, always come back around. Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. I'm forced to be whole and it waits till we fall. I'll always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might. For we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars in the heart of the storm. I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and
If you're just joining us today for our 6th World Championship, then welcome. We're happy you're here. But you did miss out on a surprising day number 1. Southeast Asian powerhouses knelt the champions of overlooked non-Seo regions. Fan favorites were felled, but some of the favorite teams, they were too stubborn to follow the narrative. It's day 2 of our Swiss stage, and to help me unpack all the stories and the details of today's matches are 2 international broadcast legends and M-Series mainstays. Nothing ever overpowers the man to my left, except for pineapples of the dry desert heat. Leo, how do you feel about yesterday's matches?
I watched it from the comfort of my hotel room, and by the way, Moonton always takes care of us. I am feeling great. Today, I am flush with excitement. Day 2 of the Swiss could not have treated me better, just the way you did, brother.
I'm very happy that you're joining us here
I'm
today.
flattered.
And yes, nothing ever overpowers Gideon Q as well, except for Malahat Pots and phone scammers. Gideon Q, as a Malaysian, how are you feeling going to day number 2?
Woo, digging deep on this one. I'm feeling really, really good. I expected day number 1 not exactly to go the way that it did, but at least it's a wake-up call for all teams across the globe that honestly, there is no weak region anymore.
Yeah, the world has stepped up to the plate as we aim to be greater than ever. By the way, Renmar Santa Cruz, just call me Renmar, and I like getting overpowered sometimes. So, experience the thrill of gaming in real life. At Kidia's Gaming and Esports District, every detail is a celebration of play and entertainment at Kidia Gaming. We've heard a lot about Kidia ever since the M5 World Championship. More details about that are available online. So, yes, we've touched on it a little bit. Yesterday was, as the kids would say, kind of nuts. With all of the results that we've had for our very first Swiss stage ever, it was just a whirlwind of surprises. At the tippy top of your memory right now, Leo, what's the most surprising thing that happened for you?
No cap. I think the opener wherein we discovered exactly how strong S2G is.
Ooh.
I think that alone set the tempo and our expectations for the days to come. Because if I'm not mistaken, after that victory by S2G, which was close, by the way, I think you'll agree with me, Gideon, when I say it was a back and forth, every other upset became more and more a reality.
Well, more and more of reality is a bit of an understatement. I think everybody was a little shocked to see. Some of the kids, they call it a little skibbity these days as well. Because, again, most times, on paper, the stronger team should win.
On God.
On God.
On God.
But that just wasn't the case yesterday. And I have to agree with Leo that S2G really showed off their guns this time around against SRG of all teams. I really wish that SRG wasn't on the other side anymore, but that just makes today even more exciting.
Yeah, it wasn't just S2G that brought the Riz to the very first day of the Swiss stages. Other teams as well popped up and showed up to the plate. BTK taking down Ulfidnar, Falcon taking down Rora, so many more happened yesterday. With all those faces, who are the ones that really stuck with you there, Gideon?
For me personally, obviously I have to say SRG, but I also have to bring up CFU. These guys, again, really interesting, right? Because again, I was expecting NIP Flash to really put up a good fight this time around, but it looks like CFU has not only grown, but are showing, hey, we're not just an aggressive team anymore. We've got some smarts alongside with it.
I'm glad that you mentioned CFU, not quite featured there. Oh, wait, no, yeah, we got one CFU member in there.
Smack dab in the middle.
Smack dab in the middle. What about you, Leo?
Oh, of course, I have to step it up for my client. I am the advocate of the beast, King Kong, breaking records. As perfect as it is in their debut match in M6. What was that? 1,000 plus in the jungle.
Yeah.
And the first to hit level 15 the fastest.
Yeah, at around 9 minutes, that's how fast King Kong hit level 15. So that was the insanity that happened yesterday on the left portion. That was the first 8 BO1 set we saw. The aforementioned performance of King Kong happened in the Clash of Titans against TLID. The mentioned match by Gideon, CFU versus NIP Flash, wherein at one point, the Granger of NIP Flash had like what, around 12 plus, 15 plus kills, yet somehow they lost. Bro, it was Shinji Sing on that Bruno to pop off. But here we are at the top and at the bottom, the 1-0, the 0-1 brackets. Maybe outside of the Malaysian matches, Gideon, which one there are you looking forward to the most?
All right, obviously I'm going to be really excited for S2G's again performance against BTK. Obviously, I got to see how far this team is truly going to go. But the second one that really excites me in the top of that bracket, RRQ versus Team Spirit.
Oh.
Again, drafting is going to be one thing, but even more so, How brawly is it gonna get?
That's what a lot of people are going to be watching out for. The brawly meta that we find ourselves in. S2G BTK, well, after the comments of BTK, and we're going to touch on that a little bit later, is our very first match and a very poetic start. We're going to be seeing Falcon versus Twisted Minds, a clash between Coach Lyric and Coach RC, both Filipinos who found success abroad. Makeup Evolve versus Vamos, NIP Flash versus Aurora. In the second set of matches that we're looking to see later today, any standouts for you there, Leo?
Oh, for sure. You can't mention day 2 of Swiss without talking about Ulfidnar versus SRG. This is a grudge match, a year and change in the making. We almost saw Ulfidnar, then known as Fireflux Esports, make it to the grand finals of MSC earlier this year. Is that not a match you want to see?
Yeah, I remember the reactions behind the scenes when we saw SRG get drawn alongside Ulfidnar. A lot of groans, honestly, because yeah, they were the team. That roster, though they at that point they were called Fireflux, they almost eliminated SRG in the mid-season cup early this year in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. But now we find ourselves in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and it's time for the hot first game of the day. Yeah, hopefully you were there when we got to hear the comments of Hoon. But before we get into that, I think it'll be great to touch on S2G. What for you, Leo, was a standout thing with S2G's performance?
I am happy to say that I was right about S2G. A lot of people, when you talk about Turkey, you always just think about, oh, Ulfidnar, Fireflux. I'm here, advocates of the Crows. I think S2G are bringing something to the table that even Turkey's finest, even Ulfidnar haven't done so before. So I'm happy to see that yesterday I was right about S2G, and more so than that, the performance of the Turkish trigger man, Sigiboom.
He was on point. If S2G, though, dropped to BTK this very first match, BTK could be known as Turkey Slayers. They took down Ulfidnar yesterday, and well, I know they're going to be hellbent on trying to take down S2G, you know, because NA feels like sometimes they don't have enough rivals in the international stage, even though there's already a good amount.
I would say they were more closer and more attuned to maybe Turkey hunters at this point, right? I mean, if S2G is able to put up a good fight, and I expect them to put up a really good fight, then at the very least, BTK has something that's going to challenge them. Because so far, their previous game, based on what we've seen so far, it looks good. Yes, it looks a lot cleaner, but at the same time, can they push it even further than that?
Revenge or another feast for NA. Happy Thanksgiving to all our North American brethren out there.
But today is also Black Friday.
Ooh, wait, it's the day of sales, right? Like,
Yes.
there's a lot of things being sold. Like,
Yeah. So what if, let me just paint this picture, S2G takes it, and I'm thinking like an hour later, right?
Yeah.
And they get that post-match interview with Rose. One of the S2G players go, Happy Thanksgiving.
I think it's also going to boil down to like who just gets the better deal at the end of the day too. I feel like there's a lot of things that Ulfidnar can, or excuse me, S2G can mention at the end of the interview if ever they get to win against BTK. But yeah, I think a lot of people were shocked by the performance of BTK, not mainly because of one thing. They brought back the Fredrin, Gideon, the Fredrin.
Honestly, that's not too surprising, right? I think, you know, especially with the meta that we have now, we're seeing people at the very least being a little afraid to whip out the assassins. Now it's no more, oh, we have such a big priority pick that we have to worry about. Jushin obviously is still in that position, but Ling, Hayabusa, even Suyo dropping down in priority.
Yeah, and I wonder if BTK are going to return to that playstyle as we look into some words from a member of S2G. Begin says here, when they won MTC, he didn't tear up, but after beating the MSC champions, he teared up due to his unsatisfying performance and the mistakes he made in the early game. It was a roller coaster of emotions of that game number 1, and I think it's well warranted that S2G were emotional afterwards.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm pretty sure that win yesterday was the culmination of all their hard work, because for the longest time, S2G has been standing in the shadow of Fireflux, in the shadow of Ulfidnar, and now that the spotlight is on them and they were able to get that big upset win, I understand why the young man Begin actually teared up.
It's actually pretty funny to think about it, right? Because being in that shadow, for the first time, they get to say, sit down, big brother.
Yeah. And, well, for S2G now, I feel like it's the best chance for them to revengeance? No.
Avenge?
There, thank you. To avenge the loss of their brother team. And, of course, in case you forgot, Sigiboom is the actual brother.
The younger brother.
Apex 47.
Yes.
Out of how many siblings again? It's like 10 plus?
You know,
like 11? There are 11 siblings. Someone mentioned this to me, like 11 of them in one
Close to a
family.
dozen.
Close to a dozen. Yeah, but well, that is 11. But yeah, it's a big family, and 2 of them are esports pros in the global scene. So now, if you are BTK, Gideon, are you gonna go into this and say we're gonna be aggressive, we're gonna get up in their face, or are you gonna play their more Mayweather-esque defensive playstyle that they went for?
That's actually a great question. Personally, for me, I think that playing the Mayweather defense probably is going to be a little bit better this time around. We're seeing that a lot of teams, we're seeing 2 polarizing sides, right? Either you're hyper-aggressive, or you are going to slow the game down until you can play towards that end game scenario where there's a lot more free flow and adaptation on the fly. I think we've seen S2G kind of play a little bit of both, but generally, when we are looking at the fundamentals, purely from a fundamental standpoint, I think that BTK might just have this in the bag.
Yeah, I double down. To be more specific, I want BTK to hit it like Tyson. I want them to be aggressive. Because of all the teams that we've seen, I think I picked this up from a content creator on YouTube, one of the more informative ones, Yunji, if I'm not mistaken. It's mastery over meta. Yeah. Despite what's happening in the greater landscape of MLBB, if you know your heroes well and you know the limits of how you can push it, you can perform better. That's what we saw yesterday in their debut match.
Yeah, so maybe BTK go for the ear, you know. They have an ear fixation, if ever. So, gentlemen, we kind of practiced this beforehand, so time to whip out your PPs. It's the prediction popsicles. So, what's it gonna be? S2G or BTK? I will start off the festivities. For me, my prediction, it's BTK. I'm in on the I'm in on the hype wagon, man.
Really?
I'm in on the hype wagon, and it's not because they may or may not have promised me a jersey, but I am in on the hype wagon. I've seen enough from BTK. They're ready for this, and they're ready to, I feel like, be a team to get in the heads of another team that will look to be the aggressors, as you mentioned.
I don't know about that one. I want to say yes to BTK. Yes, I did mention that their fundamentals have been looking extremely good. More importantly, so their form has been looking great. Personally, for me, I gotta go with the boys of S2G this time round. They put a strong game against SRG, and I think if they just play it a little, you know, add a little polish, bit of varnish, rub it over a little bit, get that nice little glossy shine, S2G will take this.
All right,
stay.
This may be a double-edged sword, but I'm gonna predict for the Crows. Number one is because I really want to see them hit that momentum stride. I want to see them go further and prove themselves, but also, I think this will be good for BTK because BTK they're proven to perform well under pressure. So if somebody doubts them, somebody as close to them as I am, they're gonna go, Leo, we're gonna prove you wrong. Zia's gonna look at me in the eyes, Manong, I got you. I'm gonna beat him.
Did you call me Manong?
Oh yeah, no, it's like older brother in Ilocano. We're both Ilocano.
Oh, I didn't know that. I know Manong was like old man, but I didn't know that was older brother. That's very cool. All right, so it's time to get to know our 2 teams. Let's start off first with the slay to stay Turkey Kings of S2G. Here they are. I'm pretty sure Sigaboom's going to be in there, right? Oh, yeah, the Turkish Trigger Man is 100% there.
Yes, of course. One more player I think we have to note is Kazue. Yes, he did bag the MVP performance last night, yesterday, morning, afternoon for some of y'all watching from around the world. But you see how he did not die on that Suyo? And even sometimes how deep he would be, like underneath tier 3, trying to find Kill, trying to find Stormy, trying to find Innocent. This young man does not pick fights. He picks spots.
And they got to pick their spots perfectly up against a team with a simple goal to make America bang again. It's BTK up on your screens. Gideon?
Look, I gotta mention, Zia, Shark, Hoon, as well as Mobazane are doing really, really well as a unit. But the big standout for me yesterday, and especially the transition from early, mid, and as well as late, I think I gotta point out Fly Chicken. Because again, the composition that they played yesterday with the Fredrin, most of the time people are gonna be like, it doesn't have enough damage. Where did that damage come from, especially early to mid? And it came from that Arlet. How many triggers did he get? How many plays did he make in that game itself? I think that Fly is something you gotta keep your eyes on, or maybe even target in the draft, limit that pool.
I fully agree with that because it was Trex himself saying that Fly Chicken needs to end up with a hero that is active around the map, that is proactive in setting up plays. And his final slash, he landed 3 very clutch ultimates as an Arlot to set things up or even finish up a fight for BTK.
I think it's the heroes that can make use of his Twitch reactions. This young man, he's got great game IQ, game sense, but I think it's more of just a sudden snap, the clutch that Fly Chicken can take advantage of.
All right, I got to ask, gentlemen, which one of you do a better Mobazane impression?
You want to try?
Oh no! I mean, I'll just talk the way that I talk, right? In the past, I tried to rejoin Hoon and Shrek, but they kept saying no. I had to beat them a few times. I left the previous org because they kept speaking Tagalog, even though they could speak English. It just didn't feel comfortable. And we asked them about what made him reunite with Hoon.
Very valid.
Very valid.
That is a very valid concern. But now I'm pretty sure Mobazane is definitely feeling like he's in cloud 9 with him being here on the world stage.
Oh, yeah,
He's very happy about
He's
it.
at home with his Ohio brothers right now. Like this stage, this is what he's used to. I think Miracle mentioned how this is a very M3 feeling tournament. That's where they kicked a lot of butt.
Yeah, and let's see, if they continue their trend of beating Turkey teams, maybe then they can say, oh yeah, it's back to M3 form for us. By the way, the MLBB Rising Open QR codes are there on your screen. You can also use the redeem code MLBB Spec. It's gone now.
I got it in just
You got
time.
it? I didn't.
I scanned it with my ROG phone.
You already got the 9?
Fast. It's that fast.
It's that fast? Holy. Okay, let's go into the drafting phase. As fast as the ROG Phone 9, it is time. And what are the main picks that you're looking out for here in the very first phase, Gideon?
Oh boy, I think a lot of the main picks, it's really tough to say because based on what we saw yesterday, right, the draft is such an integral part of the Swiss stage. As good as your fundamentals are, you need to create an advantage for yourself. And I think that right now, from S2G, I really want to see how deep their pockets are. We're already seeing first pick Suyo, and you put it, you mentioned it yesterday, if I remember correctly, about having, it's not just about blue side, red side, it's the following picks that matter a lot more.
Yeah, and the follow-up to the Suyo, it's the Bruno from BTK and the Eve. I feel like for a very strong team fighting team, those are great picks. But I love that they prioritize the Batrix on SCG.
Matilda, where's the Matilda?
Kaka?
It's gotta be.
Hopefully.
It's open.
Oh, by the way, Turkish Trigger Man gets it.
See? Back to back. Signature picks. It's gotta be. Come on, Pagu.
I think they have to decide between the Chone as well as Matilda, right? Both providing two different use cases, but at the same time, we've seen how Cho has been devastating games. You got it right on the dot. It's going to be the Matilda this time around. They prefer the mobility.
Yeah, the first 3 picks of S2G Scream. Yeah, we heard what you said, and we're kind of pissed off about it. But hey, my theory is right. I said BDK yesterday. You know what? Go ahead and pick the Fredrin again if you can, and it's a great lineup for a Fred to shine, honestly.
MOBA Fred. Best part about that is just because, you have a Matilda, I'm going to lock you down just enough so you lose out of the guiding wind.
Ooh, okay. So let's see if that Fred will do well here. Wait a minute. Mobazane's actually half Turkish? That's a fun fact for you.
Maybe from his mom's side. I remember him having this conversation with him.
Whoa. So hopefully we get to hear Mobazane speak and drop some Turkish phrases from time to time. I don't know, maybe.
That fist bump is going to be real awkward.
Yeah, it's like S2G is going in there expecting like, we'll speak to him in English. Like, wait, did this man just speak to us in Turkish? Okay, so Glue gets taken out by BTK, and honestly, it makes sense when you have a tight formation around an Eve, around a Fred, and a Bruno. A hero like Glue who can mess up formations. You'd rather not go up against that.
Yeah, Glue in the past 24 hours of Swiss has become a breakout hero alongside the Grangers, alongside the Joys, suddenly becoming more and more in demand.
I don't know. I feel like, again, the fact that Glue is getting banned out in the second half of the phase, there's no pick that warrants it other than the Fredrin, who's going to generally struggle with it, especially around neutral objectives. There is a possibility that they're looking to set up for maybe even a Phoveus. There's already plenty of dashes on top of the Matilda as well. But the fact that they're banning out the Arlet and as well as Cho, really good stuff coming from S2G.
Yeah, now you take away a very proactive EXP laner that could fall into the hands of White Chicken. Honestly, if BTK just want to box, honestly, instead of going for something tankier, they could go for something more duelist. Yeah, somewhat duelist in the Phoveus as an EXP lane.
Easy triggers off of the guiding winds.
Yeah.
Whatever you end up in the XP lane for Lunar should be a 50-50 at best. But the one thing I don't feel and I don't vibe with in the Phoveus is it's not a White Chicken hero. You know what I mean? Like there's no clutch. There's no clutch to it. You know where he's coming from.
Oh, okay, it's true. It's true that you kind of see him coming at you, but I think that he's a very unique hero in the way that you play those clutch moments because it happens so quickly. You have such a small iframe.
And it lasts so long.
Exactly.
He can live right in your face, close up the gap. I see.
This means 100% of the last pick for BTK. I think they're going to go tanky again, especially for their roamer here. You have 3 tanky frontliners because you're not going to make the Fred go frontline. The Phoveus cannot frontline alone. The Phoveus needs someone else with that. So Edith is the pick here for S2G. Great pick. Shark is proficient with that hero. Paired it up with an Eve that could have been a nightmare, so they take it. And they take the Valentine as well, covering their magic damage bases. It's a well-rounded lineup for S2G, but it is the Guinevere of Shark in the roam.
Interesting. This is really interesting because Hylos would have been the perfect pick, but it already got banned out by S2G because of their foresight. With this Guinevere, now you have 3 triggers for the real war manipulation to pop off.
I feel like we're gonna be seeing a lot of brawls, a lot of fights here for this very first one. So, Ingon and Naisu, take it away.
Thank you so much, panelists, breaking down the new version of the We Bear Bros. Now, welcome to the caster desk. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, and joined with one of the newest additions, just like we saw yesterday. We had Brigida. Now it's Ingon. Ingon, how we feeling, man?
Daddy, I feel great. I'm excited to be here. The venue's awesome, and of course, our first match is going to be so hyped up.
It's going to be hyped up, man. You know, day number 1 was quite the interesting opening day. I think good luck to everybody's guest coins this time around because I know mine were in shambles, but to kick off day number 2, I can't wait to see what unfolds for us. Jumping into the Land of Dawn shortly to see how the day gets started. It's S2G and BTK to break things down and get things started. I'm wondering, you know, this is now the second time MobaZane has brought out an old pick of his that actually worked out really well yesterday.
Moba Fred.
Moba Fred. It's the Fredrin again.
And actually, this boils back to Leo's point a while ago, wherein he said that it's all about mastery instead of the meta. If this is MobaZane's mastery, why not? And work up against a Joy, and this time it's up against Suyo. So let's see if BTK alongside MobaZane can actually pull things off once again.
You know, I think at this point too, you have to be able to watch out for this. But also, you guys watching at home, you guys got to watch for the M6 pass because it's now available. You can complete all the active tasks during the event to hit level 75 for free, get amazing rewards, including Claude's battle emote, the M6 Glory Avatar border, Baksha's battle emote, and the new special skin of Baksha Dauntless Shield, all for free. So make sure you guys go ahead and grab that because the action already starting here once again. Early rotations too, you know, Ingon, what we expected here with S2G. I know right away when you look at even the emblem sets being put into place, this lineup from S2G wants to move around fast. They want to be able to rotate quickly. They want to be able to even utilize the Matilda pick. You know, this is... Oh, and it looks like they're going to make a move here.
Okay. Boon flicker up, but Shark goes in with a spatial migration. BTK won't commit to the fight alongside S2G. And looking at the emblem, Zia actually has the Master Assassin, so he's confident going up against Sigiboom down to the laning phase. But the thing that bothers me, or the thing that concerns me rather, is the Guinevere roam. We've seen it. Renege used it up when Aurora played yesterday. The problem is the range of the spatial migration. Even if you paired it up with the flicker, it's going to be hard, especially up against a Matilda. So it's really easy to predict by S2G when spatial migration is going to be casted. But look at this, Bloodthirsty King going on right now. Quiet Chicken with the Infernal Pursuit as S2G works on the turtle.
All right, they're going to start it up. I think they're going to break on a fight.
Oh, beautiful Earthshatter combination! And Kazooie gets the first turtle, but Shark wants to answer right back with a kill onto Lunar. Pago is safe. And that's a trade BTK is willing to take, transitioning right away to getting that orange buff.
Yeah, actually, they're going to take quite a bit from that. So they, you know, the objective going in the hands of S2G, not too bad, but BTK, they won't let it just be, you know, resulting into that. They get a kill on Lunar. They end up taking a buff from that, and they'll go ahead and get back into the rotation. Always that first turtle is kind of up in the air. You know, you don't have to completely secure it because you know you still have that second and third coming up. And with a lineup like this, you know, that's something that we can talk about and break down even further. With BTK's lineup, it's kind of a slow burn. I mean, talk about how successful this Bruno pick has been. I think he's, what, 75% win rate right now? Yeah. Something insane.
6 out of 8.
I'm actually surprised we didn't see it banned out, you know? But in this case, the fact that you just want to go ahead and have that build up on this Bruno, Zia is going to be in a good, you know, situation where then he's able to pop off later on, especially into when Hoon sets up the real world manipulation. Now, if you missed the game yesterday that BTK played, you know, they almost got to a point where the game kind of got a little shaky, almost got a little scary if they were actually going to be able to close out the game. So I hope that they were able to go ahead and kind of adjust themselves for this game, as mistakes can turn things around so quickly. I think that's one of the most deadly things about our current Swiss stage format, you know? This best of one.
Whoa! Shark managed to find a pick-off, but still managed to escape here. No kills whatsoever for both of these teams. And this is what we were saying, as the real-world manipulation will be casted by Big In. Here comes Pagu. So still, no casualties. 4 minutes in, only 1 kill the whole game.
That's a whole lot of just, you know, showing what's available, but no one goes down. A couple ultimates. They might still kind of press this, but even for Lunar, he's got to be careful. Whoa! Solo kill up top from Sigiboom.
Okay, so that's the reason why you pick a Tenacity instead of a Master Assassin, because if you have a Master Assassin and you're going one-on-one laning phase and you lose that fight, it's going to be hard for you to come back. Shark manages to find one again with Spatial Migration, but Begin, quite sneaky, manages to escape as Kazue will get the second turtle.
All right, second turtle. Kazue able to secure that one. And like I said, it looks like, you know, BTK, sometimes it looks like they want to fight, but then they don't just have enough damage just yet. And going back to the point, what I was saying with best of ones, you know, this is where it gets a little spicy. Because if you get kind of knocked down in your lane, especially the gold lane, which we know has been so vital for a lot of team success throughout this new kind of, well, it's not new anymore, but this meta that has formed itself since that patch and the changes, the gold lane is going to be very crucial, right? Yeah. And you don't want to die in those 1v1s. I wish we got a picture of it with Sigiboom, but, you know, what a play. And, wow, did that actually get taken?
Oh, Sigiboom!
Again?
You can almost feel the damage because he picked up his first item, Blade of Despair, compared to Zia with the Haskell. So you know, by the item prioritization, Zia is really behind compared to Sigiboom, the Turkish trigger man.
Zia's not having a good time, man. You know, I guess you don't bring a soccer ball to a gunfight. Look at this.
Oh, and they're bringing Kazua with him to bring down Shark and try to bring him down. But Shark, quite sneaky, will be able to escape. But look at the pressure S2G is putting on BTK. They're actually going to take down a first-tier turret up top.
Almost there.
Forcing a reaction coming in from BTK. So almost there for S2G.
They didn't get the turret. They're nearly there, though. And you're seeing how much pressure can be put up from S2G just based off the fact that, you know, again, even if Biggin has the real-world manipulation himself, it kind of gives them that threat in terms of space. But then they have the mobility factor, too, because they have a Matilda. And it's kind of getting difficult for Bloodthirsty Kings to be like, you know, how do we approach this fight? How do we actually engage here? And that's why I was saying earlier, you know, they need a lot of time to kind of build up, get to a point. Third turtle's coming up here. And I don't know, man, if Bloodthirsty Kings can actually win this fight for the objective, that'd be great for them to set up into that first Lord coming up. But right now, it's just S2G knowing they have this minor advantage, nothing too crazy, about 1,500 gold. It's going to be started up, though, by Zia. Rest of the team's going to make their way, Mobazane as well. And this is where we expect, you know, the Fredrin pick to shine. But look at the angles that are going to be set up here from S2G. Half health from Mobazane, doesn't want to fully commit just yet. They might rely on Shark to jump in with that spatial migration.
Okay, goes in with the Earthshatter onward combination plus the flicker. Here comes Shark with a beautiful spatial migration onto the backline. Bracer trap coming in from Mobazane, but Lunar will get the turtle plus a kill onto Shark, forcing BTK to retreat.
Whew, and just like that, that's 3 for 3 in the turtle department for S2G. They further the game lead a little bit more at this point. BTK, they tried to make something happen, but it was Lunar that went in first. It was Lunar that went the aggressive route, flickered in, got the knockup. And right now, Sigiboom really trying to work on this turret. I don't think it's going to get capped out just yet, as Mobazane will clear it out, but the bottom goes down. So this is that shift in momentum where now you got all the turtles, you're starting to get these turrets down, and BTK will be kind of scrapping to find what they can.
Looking at the lineup, it's going to be hard for BTK. I mean, it's like you're forced to initiate first, but the problem is with the presence of the Matilda, S2G can just re-engage at any given moment.
Yep.
Retreat, re-engage, especially with Lunar's performance, Flicker and Earthshatter onward combination, always connecting. So at this point, BTK, you're just going to have to bite the bullet for the meantime and wait for Zia's power spike to shine through later on towards the late game.
You know, that's the thing when we look at this lineup again, is like, when is that power spike going to happen? You know, when is this going to be, when are they going to come online for BTK? And for Zia specifically, you know, he still needs quite a bit of time to build up, because not only is he gapped a little bit in levels, but he's got to catch up on gold. This tier 2 is actually close to going down. At least Zia was able to push down on the bottom side, but ultimately this is leading to a place where S2G is going to have a good advantage when it comes to the Lord take. Now all it could take is Shark to get a proper setup.
Oh, like that one on to begin, but he's not going to fully commit it because S2G is ready to respawn. Okay, BTK, Zia just picked up his Malefic Gun, so in terms of counterattacking, he's actually quite able to do that. Plus the proper positioning needed to do the free hits onto S2G Esports. But the problem is they have a lot of initiations. I mean, Lunar has been phenomenal with the Edith. Even without the flickers, Earth Shatters keeps on connecting. And look at BTK, they had the initiative to go first with the setup, but with the presence of Padu's Matilda, they're thinking twice. They're not as decisive as with what they want to do.
This is a little bit different this time around for MLBB, you know, struggling to get these objectives. You know, yesterday he was on point with them, but so far, the jungle battle definitely going in favor of S2G right now. This Lord's going to be started up half health right now. They've got the advantage in terms of the space to work with, but it will go for a reset. Still kind of limit testing each other, especially in the mid lane, because those tier 1 turrets are still up. But part of this factor too, S2G can actually whittle down some of the members of BTK, relying on the fact that, again, they have this big power pick in the roam, that Matilda able to really help out. But you can see, you know, there's still going to be respect here from S2G. Even with the lead that they have, that 3K lead, they don't want to overstep. They don't want to get overconfident. Because we've seen this before. With the best of ones, the case it is just literally with a turn of a handle or a wheel that can change.
Oh, look at the Bennett's Rage onto Shark. SCG, this might be the green light to go and burst down the first Lord. As BTK is trying to just survey the scene, they're trying to decide whether to go for the contest, but the problem is Kazue against MLBB. Misui has a major advantage when it comes to those 50-50 retributions. Lunar goes in once again. Real world manipulation will be casted by Hoon. S2G Esports will back away so far, but will still continue for the Lord. But Shark will get a beautiful spatial migration combination to set up MLBB for the Lord's sake, and S2G will have to retreat.
And that's what I was saying, man. BTK, they can take it slow and steady, and at some point, the game is going to build up in their favor. You know, you're under the 11-minute mark, but a great show of patience. Really, that's what it was from BTK. They were patient enough to go ahead and get through it, and then get to a point where, hey, we're able to turn things around. Zia is where he needs to be at this point. He's got the Malefic Gun, he's got the Haas Claws, and he can rely on Shark to jump in. That's the thing. How many times does Shark need to jump in to find that proper spatial migration and get things set up for the team? Now it's flipped in their favor. They're going to walk in with this Lord. It should be cleared out pretty well from S2G, but they are going to lose some of these tier 2 turrets. Little trip around from Pagu. They'll deal with the Lord. It's going to go down shortly, and a good push. Also that tier 1, the next focus from Fried Chicken up top. BTK continues to take things in. One of the first times in this game that the gold is, you know, it's slightly in their favor. It will continue on, but they diminished the 3K gold lead.
And BTK just proving what the panel was saying a while ago. Mastery over meta. Look at the off-meta picks BTK has. They have a Fredrin, they have a Guinevere. But so far, those two are the key heroes that set up that Lord steal up against S2G, despite the fact that there was a 2-level gap between the two junglers. They have good position, and at the same time, they have a Suyu. Paired up with the Sever Retribution combination, it's easy to get neutral objectives. But despite all that, BTK just got a 2K gold lead against S2G.
This is the ever so changing of momentum that we've seen so far in a lot of these games, and right now it's BTK in the favor. And you know, with that, with the way that they kind of played that last Lord, that's great for them. They can continue to do that. So if you're S2G, we got to think, all right, how do they actually approach these fights the next time? The part of that equation is the fact that this is the strength of the Fredrin, man. And I know, you know, Fredrin was what? At one point, he was the pick. He was the guy. He fell off in the meta. He came back. Well, you know, Moba Zane's the guy that brings them back for the most part, Moba Fred. And, you know, he's popped up in the XP lane, but still in the jungle, he's still that hero that's able to go ahead and tank things up, just kind of stay there and watch you and watch the rest of the assassin junglers that are priority right now kind of just take those shots from the Lord. And then next thing you know, they're at half health, and then you get collapsed on. So for S2G, they might want to approach this next Lord in a sense of, you know what, let's just go ahead and see if we can find our angle. And most likely, that's off Lunar. Lunar's been doing that every single time, and now that they're 15 seconds away from this Lord, he's got the flicker available. you know, he could be the one to set things up. But right now, BTK,
Okay, speaking of setup,
Wow.
they're gonna find Shark. That's one member down for BTK at the most crucial time as 5 seconds. The second Lord will respawn. And S2G, they have a decision. Will they go for the Lord push? Will they go for the Lord burst? Or will they take down bodies from BTK? They're trying to poke down Hoon. Here comes the Circling Eagle, but who manages to flick around? But look at Siggy Boom, the Turkish Trigger Man with the Renner. Takes down Hoon. Now Mobazane trying to soak up every single damage. Zia, though, quite alive still. But 5 members of SDG are surrounding this second Lord. Will BTK pull off another miracle and steal away this Lord?
They're gonna go for it. It's the quarter of the health.
Okay, here comes Circling Eagle once again. It's gonna be retribution battle! Sia gets a kill! Zane gets the Lord! And BTK, green light on the attack! Infernal pursuit from Fight Chicken, but he's gonna fall down as well. Moba, Zane, and Zia
Shark!
will get another one as Shark manages to find Siggy Boom! A double kill for Zia!
Off the headshot from Siggy Boom earlier, and they come back with a vengeance. They are bloodthirsty at this point as they march down the mid lane. Lord in tow. Kazooie all alone, ready for the rest of the team. The turret's going to be worked on. Can he do it?
And another pickoff coming in from Shark. Kazooie is going to fall down, and BTK will now become the Turkish Slayers!
And another victory for a BTK. You can see that patience played a part here in their second game throughout the Swiss stage, bringing them to that 2-0. What a victory for them. And yes, you can see the hype. You can see how good he's feeling. Hey, that's the Turkey Slayers, man.
I just told you, first game hyped. What an amazing match. You can feel the emotions coming in from BTK. They want to prove something, and they have proven it. Upping up their standings to 2-0. This is looking good for the whole region of NACT.
You know, you can doubt the Fredrin all you want, but you can't doubt MOBA Fred. But also, fantastic game, even from Shark, man. Just incredible game. Hey, happy Thanksgiving to them and everyone rooting for BTK, of course. We're going to throw it over to the panel to break things down even further. Let's see what they think about this game.
Well, they went ahead and did it. Turkey Slayers for the very first 2 days of Swiss stage. BTK gets the dub over S2G in a very back and forth game. I thought it would be one-sided at one point, but no, they just kept trading blows.
On a lane per lane, hero per hero perspective, a lot of big question marks when it comes to BTK's draft. But again, mastery over meta. They stretched the limits of the utility of each of those heroes and made those team fights their backyard.
Honestly, the way that they were playing, so momentum-based, there was a lot of weight between each one of the blows that they were throwing out against each other. I think, honestly, you know, we can break this down even more. There's so much to actually look into, but it's great to see that both sides very reactive.
Shark really got to show off why that Guinevere is his signature. And of course, the rest of BTK, as Leo said, stretching out the limits. Let's go on over to the stage now to hear from BTK.
2-0 for BTK, and this time around coming in with another Thanksgiving dinner, taking down another team from Turkey. With me here we have Moba Zane. Okay, first of all, Zane, how are you feeling? Just one step away from actually qualifying.
It feels great, yeah. Feels good.
You're feeling pumped?
Yeah.
It's 2-0. Did you expect it such an easy 2-0, or did you actually maybe even consider a 1-1 or a 0-2 when you guys found out about your matchups?
We're looking to beat stronger teams in Turkey in this tournament.
Ooh, okay, I like it. Now that you guys actually just beat another strong team from Turkey, how do you feel like about the other powerhouses? Now, you said you guys are looking forward to it, but what other powerhouses are you guys looking forward to?
Mostly the big Southeast Asia regions, Philippines, Indo, Malaysia, stuff like that.
Now, yesterday, actually, after Team Spirit won, and as well as RRQ, both Kid Bomba and Skylar said that they are looking forward to meet BTK. Why is that so? Why do you think they're looking forward to meet you?
I don't know. You would have to ask.
You don't know?
No.
Do you want to meet them, though? Do you think
I would
they're
like
good?
to meet them. I would like to
Skylar
go
or
first.
Kid Bomba?
Both.
Both. So, are we seeing, do you think that BTK is actually going to prolong your journey in M6 this time around?
Definitely.
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 What are your goals, like, top 4, top 6, champion. What are we looking at so far, Zane?
Top 4 would be a
Top
good goal.
4,
but
okay.
We'll see how much. We'll see if we can go even farther.
Okay, Zane's getting humble here. Okay, now Zane, maybe just the last question. Now that you've been in Malaysia for quite a while, I think around a week, right? What do you think of Malaysia so far?
It's a nice country. It's nice.
What about the MLBB scene right now? Do you think they're improving? You know, what about the community? We see a lot of people coming in every day.
Yeah, the community is really good. I mean, I come from North America. We never see stuff like this, so it's always a nice sight. Thank you guys for showing up.
Yes, that's very nice, Zane. And I'm pretty sure more people will come as long as M6 is still ongoing. And I'm pretty sure people here would also support you guys. So thank you very much, Zane. Congratulations on another amazing win. And with that, let us throw it over back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against S2G.
More tempered down Captain America that we're getting there. I expected the return of some spicy stuff, but well, it looks like they're just very happy that they got the dub here in what was, again, what we mentioned to be a challenging game for BTK. It wasn't an easy one at all. Again, lots of back and forths.
I don't know if it was considered easy. I feel like, you know, it's a heavyweight match, right?
It
if
is.
one big punch connects with the chin, you're going down.
So confirmed, they did play more of it of Mike Tyson kind of gameplay. Yeah.
It was. Wait, what do you mean? I thought it felt a little bit more Mayweather-esque. It was quite defensive at the beginning.
Because they couldn't. It was up to them to say, I can hit my haymakers now.
Yep.
Okay. So it was like you sent Tyson back to the ropes and then, you know, hope that he stays there.
Yep.
And then eventually Tyson got out. And
Went for the ear, instead found a nice rib punch.
Yeah.
And then went from there.
I feel like it was more like Henry Cavill just reloading your fists.
Oh, yeah, the fist reload.
The fist reload real quick. Because
Yeah.
again, that's what it felt like because both compositions were very ultimate based, right? You have to wait for the execution. You have to wait for those cooldowns to come off. And then if you are able to make it connect with the chin, you could see that these fights were devastating.
Which I think was key to BTK's comeback. There were multiple instances where Begin could not find Hoon to try and lock down the RWM. And you'll see here in the highlights that there was this one big fight wherein it was perfect almost for S2G, but they couldn't find the RWM, so BTK found him lacking.
I mean, there's that, but also the fact that this key moment here is where we saw the big steal, right? Because inevitably, oh, you don't have that RWM, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
And Shark was able to turn that around. 3-man knock up with a magic thumb, and most importantly, was able to knock up Kazue to allow them to initially steal the Lord. Because look at Kazue's positioning, right? He knows for a fact, he's played against Fredrin how many years already? So he's looking at Mobazane thinking, all right, if I get locked down, I'm going to lose this retry battle so quickly, and because the RWM came out so early, that gives him confidence. He's still waiting for that very last moments, especially when the Soul Survivors got nerfed. So getting knocked up like that, you can only focus on so many things at a time. This just goes to show that attention is also a valuable resource in the game.
Speaking of resources, though, in the very beginning, going back to the laning phase, it looked tough for BTK because the gold lane was struggling. And as you mentioned, we were talking behind the scenes, BTK just couldn't get the control in the center of the map. S2G was the one roaming around first. So I want to look at the two gold laners with the Malefic Gun priorities. Although the Malefic Gun came in second for Siggy Boom, it was an instant rush for Zia, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to have to double check that. No, it was a second item too, as well. Malefic Gun really does a lot for compositions that will play with an Eve because it adds extra range and extra poke.
I think just basically pound for pound, Malefic Gun is an amazing item. It is for tank fighters, the Brute Force Breastplate. So it's perfect for that second item power slot.
Other than the what we've mentioned here so far in terms of the mid lane, it's all right. But Divine Glaive Rush actually by Begin, I like that because knowing that he's going up against, you know, the Fred in the jungle.
Of course. But the way that we should be looking at it is that if you are going to play compositions of this sort, it's about how much burst and how much range do you need. What is the optimal amount of space of influence you need your opponents to walk into before you actually look for these big executions? I mean, if we're breaking it down role by role, obviously the Malefic Gun is great, but at the same time, notice that they didn't rush it first item, right? Both actually, if we looked at the emblems prior to that, Master Assassin. They both really wanted to win the game. Here, let me just pull up the emblems for you to make it all simple for you guys watching at home here. Because another emblem setup that I wanted to look at specifically was coming in from Shark. So, Two Master Assassins coming in from both goal laners. We know that they want to win the lane, but then Shark comes in with the Concussive Blast. Now, this is interesting for two reasons. Number one, you're going up against a double-ranged mid lane, right? Matilda into the Valentina, and Valentina, as long as you don't get knocked up by that magic thump, and if the spatial migration is used too aggressively, not physical, but melee heroes tend to struggle after two Shadow Strikes. So controlling that mid lane was so very important, but it would always cost a lot of health from Shark specifically.
Yeah, it's the extra wave clear, the poke as well that you can provide, and to really get the control around the center of the map. But again, it was like highlighted about with how BTK decided to go into this, especially it being a little bit more team fight oriented. It's again, they're throwing it back to an older style, to 2-3 metas ago.
But it's a fundamental style.
Yes.
There are many universal truths in the world of MLBB. The fact that Cho will always be meta, and that if you focus on team fighting, everything else can be secondary. And that's why when S2G were up against the ropes, we were looking at their lineup and saying, yeah, if they had to defend, they got to win fights first. And BTK was going to make that impossible for them. That's why BTK, once they had him by the throat, everything just followed. Because look, the final game stat, 5K ahead, BTK was. When you have a lineup that's as easy to execute as BTK's, even Begin will have to wonder, which ult do I take? Which ult can I take?
It's always the RWM. Without a doubt, it is always the RWM because, again, that is the key ultimate from BTK, which enables it in the first place.
And if you can't find Hoon, it's over.
Exactly.
So I'd say S2G were the victims of analysis paralysis. They were wondering, oh no, what's the next decision? Next thing you know, Captain American's in your face, Thunderbelt, slap.
Okay, so did it really just boil down to BTK ended up with a lineup that was easier to pull off?
No, actually, there was one thing that S2G could have done, but then there was an overreaction to it. Now, if you look towards that gold graph at 3.6K, this is a huge lead for S2G, right? The only way that they could actually lose that lead is if that Lord was not stolen. So that was such a pivotal moment. Once that Lord was taken away, it's not like the composition is designed to wave clear in the first place. So that's why we got to give it up to our MVP Shark here. 2 times we've seen this man make insane plays. The first time for the Lord Seal, the second to extend the lead to eventually end the game.
4th straight M series for what many in North America hail to be their greatest tank. And if you ask, few people might even say the actual true GOAT of NA. Over and over again, when he pops up in the international scene, a lot of eyes go to this young man on his signature Guinevere, showing us why exactly this hero is linked to him in NA.
3 years ago, Shark debuted in M3 and he brought up the Lolita. Many were questioning, is this the new meta? Like, what is this North American roamer doing? Could this be his Lolita in M6?
So 3 years later, it's a different roam this time around. And, well, he really popped off again with the knockups. I feel like that's one of the things that usually happens against teams that haven't seen Guinevere in a while. They forget. You forget how strong her counter punish is if she's not the one initiating with the thump.
More so, people tend to disregard how much distance you actually get from the thumb. Because most of the time, it's like, if not, it's like half a screen away. You don't see it a majority of the time until it's too late.
In that 10, 11-minute clutch moment wherein they stole away the Lord and almost wiped out S2G, Shark used the breadth of his kit. He literally went from, what was that, the orange buff bush, walked it down, went through that pixel brush, and then flickered into the thump, into the 3-man knockup. He literally went from state to state.
So, well, there you have it. BTK testing the limits again of their lineup, getting the win over Turkey. Now going to the 2-0 bracket in our Swiss stages, and now a new rivalry brewing for the North Americans. First, it was with Brazil and Archeo Akira. Now it is with the representatives of Turkey. It's Black Friday today, so, you know, there's a lot of things going on up there. Sales, whatnot.
They copped themselves a 2-0 slot.
Got themselves a 2-0 slot.
Good deal.
That's a good deal, exactly. And now for BTK, it must be a huge boost. It can't just be like, oh no, we're already here. I mean, come. It's 2-0. Literally, Rose said it best. You're 1 win away from qualifying into the knockouts.
And don't forget, it's going to be a best of 3 as well. So really, the challenge starts now all the way. Even if they qualify for knockouts, it's not going to be an easy test. And I think that's a lot of the same mentality with a lot of the teams coming in to the 2-0 bracket.
Well, That's only the very first game for today. We have more coming your way. Another interesting story between two unexpected teams to make it into this portion. It's Falcon Esports of Myanmar, who took down the runner-ups of MPL Philippines Season 14 in Aurora MLBB versus the unexpected champions, the villains turned heroes of Saudi Arabia and Twisted Minds.
I like it. It's a clash of dark horses. And if you know what the history and the reception, the fanfare is from both of these teams from their home regions, you'll know that there's a lot on the line.
And we're going to be seeing two Filipino coaches duke it out with their teams. Again, it's Myanmar versus Saudi Arabia coming up next. It was a great start to our very first or second Swiss stage. Second day of Swiss stages for M6 World Championship. Again, my name is Renmar Santa Cruz. We're here with Leo and Gideon Q. We'll be back after a very short break for Falcon Esports versus Twisted Minds here in Swiss stage. Day number 2, it's M6.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Two of the worst feelings in the world. Stepping on a puddle with your socks, so wet socks, and getting overlooked. Sometimes when you get overlooked too much, you just get tired of it and you snap. You do something unexpected, shock the world, and immediately eyes are on you. That is what these two teams did. The Soaring Falcon from Myanmar and the Twisted Masterminds as Falcon Esports versus Twisted Minds from MENA. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Welcome back to the panel here with Leo and Gideon Q. Again, a crazy start to the day. BTK being the first team to go 2-0. Now we're going to be seeing two unexpected teams potentially be one of the opponents of BTK. You know, who never knows? It depends on the draw later in the day. But if you want unmatched gaming performance, you should get yourself Leo, what's that called again? It's on the tip of my tongue.
It's called the ROG Phone Series 9. This is the 8 Pro, but you can get unmatched gaming performance with the aforementioned 9 Pro. A mobile masterpiece that seamlessly blends high-powered gaming with a sleek, modern aesthetic. It's going to have about the same silhouette, but more powerful innards. It's got the Snapdragon Gaming Elite chip, last I checked.
Yeah, totally practiced that, and I totally didn't forget that you had your ROG phone there with you. Soft flex, but now I kind of feel bad about myself, but I'm very happy that we have ROG Phone 9 Pro watching over us. Thank you for M6.
You touch it.
Good. Oh, thank you. Oh, this
Apparently
is
you play Pong on the back of that thing.
Oh, whoa.
Yes, you can.
Ooh.
On the anime vision.
Yes.
Yeah, you can set that up.
All that power for Pong? Heck yeah.
Yeah, right? It's
All
just
wait,
a fun thing.
Sorry, apparently I still have a job to do. So, if you want to participate in the M6 Lucky Gift, you can join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic Skin, Challenger's Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin Light Seeker. Can you do that again, please?
Both of them do that, right? Like, 'cause this is Nibiru and then Claude is
Is
like...
that Claude and Dexter? All right, and 3. 1, 2, 3, go. Perfect. So don't miss the rare opportunity to get Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time. So let's talk about the upcoming match. I like what our fantastic creative team have put up here. The Upset Kings. I mean, they both pulled off some upsets, and specifically, these two hurt this entire desk yesterday with the loss of Aurora to Falcon and the loss of Vamos to Twisted Minds. Now, which one do you want to talk about here today? Like, you know, anyone really? It's a democracy here.
I mean, I'm going to start with Twisted Minds because, again, this was very, very shocking. For the longest of times, most people would have imagined that the Middle East North African region was probably the weakest amongst the rest of the competitive table. But nowadays, this is a huge change because this was from MSC 2024 all the way up to now, a very short period of time. Their own MPL has been running for quite some time. The fact that they are here today and also taking down big contenders, just absolutely impressive.
Yeah, the turns have been tabled, as the kids say these days. And Myanmar, though, it's not exactly the same thing because there's always been eyes on Myanmar.
I've always had an eye on the next big team and another eye on the Burmese. Ever since that night in Singapore, I can remember like it was yesterday. You would too. 7 games against the Burmese Ghouls. The Philippines had to take them down the hard way to start their era of domination, our era of domination. But ever since then, you know, the Burmese have had their own brand of MLBB, and now under Falcon Esports once again, since what was that, M4. We last saw them, they went deep in M4.
Yeah, before getting eliminated by RK Hoshis.
Yep, they're pushing hard again with a brand new roster, a young set of athletes that's pushing the boundaries of what's allowed in an aggressive metagame of MLBB. Yesterday, I think it was Dax who brought out the Bane. It was bittersweet for me, but as a Bane main, like, that's what you get.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure though we might actually see more Bane pickup, so don't worry about that, Leo. So as much as the family Madrigal would tell me to not talk about Bruno, well, let's talk about Bruno. Here's something from Sanji. A lot of the meta has changed in the past 1 to 2 weeks, and teams are starting to realize how good Bruno is, especially when he has the Malefic gun. I like what he said right there afterwards. Even SRG has lost to that Bruno, and I think that's a good way of telling the world just how broken that combination is.
It's a broken combination, but at the same time, it's one of the few matchups that you don't expect, right?
Yeah.
Again, people have been testing out a couple of new things, and I think number 1 has been Granger. Number 2, people know that Bruno is up there. The question is what beats him?
Yeah, it's hard to come back with the Bruno. That's what Sanji says. But if you get the momentum in the first 5 minutes, you'll be able to win. The funny thing is, in the previous matchup, we got to see the Bruno struggle in the early, and it took longer than the first 5 minutes to actually be able to turn things around. So it's not impossible to beat a Bruno. It's not impossible to make a comeback with a Bruno.
If anything, Twisted Minds would know. They had a Bruno yesterday. They were also behind, because again, Vamos' draft was very aggressive. They had that mid-lane Khalid, and it took him, what, way past late game, and then they had to come around, and then that's how they did it. So I think Sanji's just downplaying how strong Bruno is, really.
Yeah. By the way, these are all just the highlights of all of the terrific Bruno performances we saw yesterday. And again, it boils down to the simple fact and reality that one of the biggest problems of Bruno just gets solved by one item, and that's why the meta has shifted, because people have realized how dang good Malefic Gun really just is.
I mean, it's a yes and no, right? I think, you know, it's on top of the fact that the meta really favors burst at the same time.
Yes.
And now that Bruno is like, wait, I already have naturally one of the longest ranges in the games. Let's, you know, add a little bit more. A couple of extra inches never hurt.
Yeah, so let's now bring the question up in the air of, do you ban Bruno right away? Is it something that if you cannot take it, you ban it?
I think they're called units in the game, like the range, but no, I don't think you ban Bruno. I think we are just at the
deal
cusp.
with it?
Yeah, I think we're at the cusp of figuring out what makes Bruno tick, and I give it up until the knockouts before we have to say, yeah, let's just ban it. That's my opinion, because I don't think we've ever seen a gold laner do such a thing.
In a way we have. Before Bruno, it was Harith.
Exactly. I was about to bring up the exact same thing.
But it wasn't a range thing for Harith.
I mean...
It was more of his odd power spike mid-game.
No, but in a way, that's me agreeing with you, because eventually we solved Harith.
Well, I mean, yes, we did solve Harith. I think that even with the Bruno here, a lot of it just really boils down to your execution, right? How exactly are you going to try and punish it? Whether it's in lane or in the team fights, the good thing about Bruno is that he has consistent damage, and it happens to also work with a crit build, which is so far have been doing a little bit better overall compared to pure attack, and also when it comes down to the Divine Trinity.
Yeah. So now then it sort of connects to the question of like, are we just slowly going back to the meta that led to the Filipinos getting 4 straight world champions? You know what, there's a lot of questions, so let's talk more about the stars of this upcoming match. Let's start it off with the Soaring Falcons of Myanmar. They have an iconic Bruno player in their midst. It's Benny.
That's right. Aim high, fly high, flanked by his side laners, Dax and Royal Milk. What was that? Maybe a year and change ago, wherein Royal Milk was part of a different lineup, then called the Phoenix Esports, less than stellar performance at MSC 2023, and he was the weak link. A lot of people would say, oh, Royal Milk, da-da-da, Royal Milk, da-da-da. Watch their games now, especially in their recent qualifier in Myanmar. Watch yesterday, watch today. Royal Milk will open up the map. Royal Milk will allow for Dax, PX7, and of course Benny to start rolling.
You know, something about Falcon Esports tells me they are a team that just know how to acupuncture. Well, they know how to hit the perfect mark.
Yeah.
Whether it's in the draft, whether it's in the game, they know how to hit that perfect point to trigger their victory conditions. Now their opponents are going to be from MENA, the Twisted Masterminds.
And honestly, Twisted Minds, they shocked even me, especially against a team like Vamos, who plays so early game. It's good to see that Twisted Minds can handle it with Sano, Troll, Cuffin, Oda, and as well as Sanji. The big standouts to me, I think that Twisted Minds this time round, it's really their meta, right? Sanji is able to kind of open the map for the rest of everybody else, but Hoda, especially on these assassins, really helps accelerate this game. We're depending on Cuffin, of course, to try and keep control generally, but man, Hoda stands out to me, and I want to see whether or not his assassins are still going to be a high priority, especially since we already know that Benny and as well as Hano both want to play Bruno.
The Magi, the hidden pharaoh. Name. I don't know why I instantly changed my voice there, but you know, for Twisted Minds, I think you can start off with a very simple approach. I actually got a chance to chat with Delar, and of course we know that he got to play with the members of Burmese schools.
Oh yeah.
And he said that his friends from Burmese schools told him, why did Aurora let the Bruno through? Then don't they know that Benny's actually the best Bruno in Myanmar?
If anything, I first saw the Bruno come out of the Myanmar qualifiers. Like for months now, they've been playing Bruno.
Yeah, and Benny popped off with it. So, he was asked what he thinks about Malaysia. He says he likes the weather. It's nice. It's been raining a lot. Is it normal to rain a lot during this time of the year?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, they asked about the food, and he hasn't tried anything? Okay, so, Gideon, if you're talking to Benny right now, give me like that one dish that he definitely should try.
I mean, I don't want to always go to just nasi lemak every single time. I think we gotta step it up a little bit. I think we gotta go for something a little bit more interesting. Let me think about this.
Adobo. Oh, no, I'm kidding.
probably like a bone marrow curry or something.
Ooh.
Gotta go straight to the high end stuff.
And of course, a glass of tetarik.
Oh, I mean, it kind of depends. I mean, we have plenty of drinks and plenty of favors. I'm surprised that he likes the weather because I don't think it's too different anywhere across the world. This time of year, it is usually, depending on the way the seasons go, it's always going to be rainy season, then it's hot season, then it's mosquito season, and then it rinses and repeats.
You have a season specifically for that? I thought in Southeast Asia that's like every day.
Oh no,
isn't that our life?
It's just a cycle.
It's like
I'm pretty sure it's the same in Myanmar.
Can't escape it. South ASEAN region strong, folks.
ASEAN.
But of course, now let's turn our focus into what Twisted Minds have done. What they did against Vamos yesterday. They can tango with a very aggressive team fighting lineup. And I think now if Falcon Esports want to just say, hey man, let's just out-macro them, you know, they're from MENA, maybe they are going to get surprised because this Twisted Minds team, they can actually force really good fights.
Well, that's the thing. I think that at least when you're up against like a team like Vamos, where we're very linear, right? You play early game, that's what we're good at, that's what we're going to stick to. There was some level of pre-preparation. A lot of their picks, the Tigreal for an example, going into that game, as soon as he has his ult as well as the flicker, he's instantly going to go for it. It's all about controlling tempo. And I think that's something that Falcons do pretty well too, but I'm hoping that the battle is going to lean more towards the EXP side of the map because again, we're expecting Bruno to be selected pretty quick and maybe even Assassins in the jungle.
I just want to say this. I really hope this is not a one-sided game. And yeah, you're going to hear every caster say that, but there's something about these two and them playing a close match and what it means for the rest of global MLBB. Falcon, they beat Aurora. Twisted Minds, they beat Vamos. And now we see Twisted Minds on the blue side as immediately I like and appreciate teams who take out Eve in the first phase because it's such a strong first 2 picks on the red side.
I think it's pretty decent, but at the same time, you also got to get rid of Jushin as well as the Fanny. It's just, you know, the curse of being on red side. You got to get rid of these power picks. But
100%.
But the fact that Twisted Minds decided to get rid of both Hylos and as well as Hilda is kind of interesting.
They're just opening it up for Gatot. That means Gatot is going to run Rampart.
Drop the beat
And
of the flash. Your team.
second game in a row today. They let through the Matilda.
Ooh.
I think Matilda still has to be respected.
Rush it now. Oh no, they rushed to Bruno. They want to immediately put it in the hands of Saano. That is, well, ballsy.
Look at the smile on Benny's face.
It's like,
it's like that, huh?
they took my hero, bro.
I see you. But at this point, I think that Falcons can start threatening the positions, right? Because, if we're thinking about Bruno, what is more dangerous? A Purify Bruno or a Flicker Bruno? And most would say the Flicker, and I would have to agree. I want to see something that's going to force him to take that Purify, and having, and initially, the Fulvius makes sense, I guess, but at least the Vexana gives him a reason to do so.
Yeah, the Fulvius pick to me is quite interesting because with the Bruno already, that you say, okay, I want to play Fulvius, even though I already know that you have the right marksman to deal with it. So hopefully they still round that out. They need another tanky frontliner. It cannot be utility. Weirdly enough now, because of the Matilda on the other side, Falcon might actually have to accept the fact that they need a lineup that can thrive in longer team fights because of the shields of the Matilda.
Wow.
Oh, but they go for wombo combo for the first 3.
Honestly, it's such an honest draft coming in for Falcon. No flex pick, nothing. They're just going to say, hey, we want a team fight. We want to make sure that Fulvius is in front. And if anything goes wrong, we got Tigreal in the back to turn it around.
Yeah. Even though the Twisted Minds lineup is still also quite honest, there's a little bit more of trickery involved with who gets the guiding win. But as far as we know, it's Matilda supplementing the Alpha.
Yep. And the 50-50, I think the fact that Coach Lyric and Coach Daliot confirmed their jungler, they understood that whatever Dax picks up, the Matilda and the Alpha should be able to deal with.
Yeah.
So, weirdly enough, the Suyo is still open. The Pain yesterday is still open.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Wait, so now I have a question though, I just realized. If you're Falcon, would you consider banning out something like the Aurora? Because I feel like a Twisted Minds having Aurora with them, with the Take Vex and even the Fulvius, the Aurora might actually thrive against those heroes.
Actually, 2 picks that I'm interested in seeing. Whether or not the Valentina is going to be thought of at all, or at a bare minimum, get rid of that glue. Because again, that's the only thing that's going to be able to take care of this Fulvius in lane and have some form of hard control against their opponents.
Yep, also safety if ever they are telegraphing the Bane. You want things that allow for the Bane to just roughshod hit the CCC in the back.
Yep. Yeah.
I wonder though, if Falcon open up the glue, maybe they're thinking that we have a Sana in a way who's gonna have like a, he's gonna have the lightning truncheon. You can kill the mini gluelets real quick, and at the same time that magnifies the resonant damage that pops off. And if anyone's very close to that glue, then it's actually not gonna be good for Twisted Minds. Might be the bait that they're trying to set up. Aurora. So yeah, Falcon ends up respecting it. What's the Valentina maybe for Twisted Minds, as you mentioned earlier?
Possibly. It's right now, there's only 2 valuable ults at this point. One of them puts you in a lot of danger. The other needs an enabler. And the only other enabler that you got right now is Matilda, which is a little unreliable most of the time. Or you can really depend on that Alpha, right? But it's more of a counter-engage tool more so than to extend your lead. Yeah. So at this point, I think that Twisted Minds, it's smart that they're getting rid of at least the Beatrix at this point of time to make sure that that lane is even harder for the side of Falcons. And getting rid of the Nolan to make sure that the pace is going to be kept at a pretty standard rate.
Alright, so they take away the burst, the Suyo will be active, so that might end up becoming the jungle trade. The aforementioned Bane, I think for whatever, I think, yeah,
Bane is
they
so
might actually be
good
okay,
here.
yeah.
If they pick up the Bane, it's gotta be in red 5.
Yeah.
My imaginary world.
So yeah, I'm sure that's not Bane. Okay, so it's gonna be a 1-1. Getting picked up, which up against a Bruno, I feel like that might not be the best.
Yeah, no, but I think that's Coach RC and Coach Nyo Chao's way of saying, you know what? Benny, just get in his face. The Bruno needs time. The Bruno needs like at least a power spike. But the 1-1 plus a Vexana visit, like that should be enough.
I don't know about this.
You're forcing Troll to babysit Sano.
how much of a babysit? I mean, I think it really just boils down to how does that lane actually go? And I think that Wanwan doesn't actually do that well unless you're able to like consistently hit 2 weakness points on your trade and then move back before the second auto comes through. Oh, that's actually such a good idea coming in from Twisted. I like the Sicilian here, but the Edith especially, a great way to say, hey, it doesn't matter what happens in my lane. If Wanwan gets a little too close to me, if I get locked down, it doesn't matter. I'm able to slow down the pace of the game to create opportunities for both my Alpha and Sicilian.
And a Hayabusa is the assassin pick for Falcon. There are the cores, the main carries, I feel like might be outmatched here. But if it goes very well for them, then they can snowball. But just looking at the lineup of Falcon, this might not end well for Twisted Minds might not end well for Falcon. Stasio over to our casters.
Thank you, panel, for breaking it down. My mind's a little twisted here. Once again, welcome to the caster desk. I'm Naisut, joined here with Ingan, and we're here to bring you the second match of the day for Swiss Day number 2. Absolutely amazing. I love both drafts. Ingan, what do you think here as we get a last look of them?
And looking at the lineup of Twisted Minds, talk about range, talk about mobility. You have the Bruno, you have the Mathilda as well, and it's a good thing that it's paired up with an Alpha, because you know that the Spear of Alpha normally used to initiate or to escape. But with the presence of the Guiding Wind and Circling Eagle, there are a lot of possibilities, a lot of combinations that Twisted Mind can do with his current composition.
We'll see if this time around, as we jump into the Land of Dawn, and this best of one, if Falcon Esports can soar high once again, or has Twisted Minds brought genius to this best of one. Both of them with surprises yesterday, and now unfortunately after this one of them is going to experience their loss. But with that being said, again, both lineups look really good. The thing that sticks out to me too, I mean, you know, I've spent some time over in the MENA region recently, and they love this pick, man. They love the Sicilian. They love to get this hero, build up on it, get the stacks that you need. And it's almost in a way, you know, this kind of late game composition card up your sleeve. If it's not handled, then the game doesn't end soon enough. So work has to be done here for Falcon Esports, and really looking at the emblems too. You know, you're going to be going with the speed again. I'm surprised still. Like Leo mentioned, the Matilda is being let through. It's being picked up. But then, of course, you know, Falcon Esports did get a great roam option themselves. I think both roamers are going to be very crucial to allowing the team to get the upper hand to start off with. But this is the combo that we see so often, man. You know, the Matilda and the Alpha, able to just move around the map really well.
Yeah, again, the presence of the Guiding Wind ensures that Alpha can just go in at any given moment, especially for the neutral objectives. And if the Spear of Alpha doesn't connect, there's always an exit route for Twisted Minds. And looking at the emblem set of Sano, he does have, again, the Master Assassin. So in terms of dominating the laning phase, he's confident enough to do this up against Benny. But look, Falcons Esports, speaking of confidence, they go in and bring down Sanji, forcing Twisted Minds to react. But the damage is not going to be enough. Hidex goes in, once again with the Sacred Hammer, just to bring down Hoda. And Naisu, did you expect this early aggression from Falcon Esports?
You know what? I did, because both these teams love to play the style, you know, and if they can get that going, Cuffin might be trying to make a play here. PX7, oh, he's going to get one shot down. So a good pickup kill. Twisted Minds will get that one. I'm surprised, you know? And against all that, too, Falcon Esports will get that first turtle secured by Dax.
Yeah, and for Twisted Minds, you know, they have the late game insurance again with the Sicilian, but the thing is, you don't have to wait for the late game for the Sicilian to get its power spike. We've seen a lot of Sicilians activate at 10 minutes in, 11 minutes in, assuming that Twisted Minds will play this to perfection. But the problem is Falcon Esports, they know this also, so that's why, as much as possible, they're trying to speed things up. They're trying to catch Twisted Minds off guard. They're trying to twist their minds.
They're trying to, yeah. You know, at that point, that might be the play for them. But look at the thing about it too is with Falcon Esports starting with the momentum that we saw earlier on. Again, that's what they have to do. You know, they have to be able to get the foot going because they're playing against the mobility that Twisted Minds has. But also, in a way, it's like a ticking clock for them because of the fact that you have the Sicilian here. And the fact, too, that Cuffin just got an early kill, giving him that little advantage to build up a little bit faster, get the items that he needs a little bit faster, he'll play into that, right? And part of it might be, all right, can we catch him? Can we catch Cuffin down? Because we do want to be able to deal with him. And the fact that he has a Purify, but he can also rely on Matilda to be there for Troll to just pull him out of danger is what's going to be difficult for Falcon Esports to pull off. And again, that's why the fact that they have this Tigreal here, they have the Eternal Guard that they can rely on too for a little bit more crowd control. And like Gideon was mentioning, Benny in the 1-1 against this gold lane matchup. Again, this is the top performing gold lane hero right now, this Bruno. And it's going to be a mainstay for probably the entirety of the tournament. 1-1 in that matchup, you probably need a little bit more care. You probably need a little bit more safety in your lane and play the safe route if you can. You could get aggressive against the Bruno, but you also don't want to be caught out because you don't have those get away from get out of jail free cards like you do with Twisted Minds. So Dax will go ahead and get a position here. Turtle is up. We'll see if they're able to secure it. They do have a minor lead too. Twisted Minds, they know they have the mobility. They know they have the utility. Sanji's gonna jump in, finds three.
Finds three, but answers right back with Implosion for Kid X. Trying to bring down Sanji, and first man down is Kid X for a Twisted Minds. They answer right back to bring down Sanji as well, but look at Royal Milk into the midst of everything up against Forge, just trying to zone out Twisted Minds for Falcon Esports to trade for that turtle. But the problem is Hoda is here, but Dax will still get the turtle, plus the kill onto Hoda.
Royal Milk's job the whole time was, guys, just look at me. I'm here, I'm in the air, focus on me. He distracted, Dax.
Dax goes in with a shadow. Is it gonna be enough? No, here comes the circling eagle, but he's gonna be alone. There's the stun and the kill for Troll, making things work for Twisted Minds, and that is a huge trade for them as Cuffin goes in with a Sanguine Claws to get a shutdown onto Benny. And
that Troll had wings singing.
Yeah, literally, man.
He had wings, he was flying, and I could hear Leo shout Kaka over there. But man, I'll tell you what a play and an answer from Twisted Minds. A lot of back and forth, and you asked me earlier, this is exactly what I expected with these two teams. Their play styles, the region themselves love to play like this. Kid X taking a couple shots, and he's gonna have to go heal back up. But ultimately, it was a great turtle taking objective. You got to keep that in mind. Falcon Esports has those two turtles in their favor, and it was great distraction from Royal Milk, but there's still that fighting power coming out from Twisted Minds.
And the thing is, this is their actual play style. They're methodical. They like to go for those big team fights, and if ever they're getting pushed, they're going to try and manage to find the trade as much as possible, and so far they're doing that successfully. Even down to the drafting phase, they've done it methodically thanks to the help of Coach Lyric. I mean, getting Bruno out of Benny's hands is in fact amazing, and plus the Matilda and Alpha combination that you can clearly see is working for them. But I do have to commend Cuffin. Cuffin has been, Twisted Minds' scapegoat, because the first kill of Twisted Minds, it came from Cuffin down to the bottom lane, and now the follow-up onto the top lane to even out the score to 5-5 and try to diminish as much as possible Falcon Esports' lead.
The lead right now, very, very little minor lead. But at this point, if they get this third turtle, if they lock it in 3 for 3, that's going to be great for them leading into that first Lord. Twisted Minds, though, you can't count them out. It's relatively an even ball game at this point. Either team could secure this objective and even secure a devastating team fight. They're going to jump in.
Implosion going to catch two, but the counter-attack is there for Twisted Minds, as Dax will get the turtle, plus the kill onto Sanji and to Soda. And now Falcon Esports, that was a heads-up play coming in from Kid X. Despite the counter-initiation that Twisted Minds wanted to do, they got the proper targets during that time. And now they have a 2.2k gold lead with the third turtle. Might even get a hold on this mid lane turret. And Falcon Esports, this time they made sure Twisted Minds doesn't have a trade.
That's why I said, both roamers going to be crucial in both the teams here. Their success in this matchup. That time around, Kid X with a massive implosion, able to find the right targets exactly where they need to. And you only got a couple purifies. You have some of the flickers to be defensive with it. But if you get caught out in that implosion, you're most likely going to just go down and be dead, because Falcon Esports lineup too, very front loaded with damage if they're able to go ahead and find those kind of setups. And so Twisted Minds will find themselves on the back foot a little bit. Again, they're still able to kind of find wins around the map if they can, but they're going to kind of be forced to also be together, travel around wherever Troll is going, try to stay in that safe area with them as a team, essentially, because they can't get caught out from Falcon Esports. And anytime that flicker is going to be available for Kid X, you know that he's probably going to go for that set. So Ingon, before this first Lord comes up here, how does Twisted Minds kind of get in position to secure themselves this next objective?
I think it's going to be hard for them to contest. Again, they have the late game insurance in Coffin with this Sicilian. In any given moment, if this Sicilian pops off, they can actually turn things around and extend the game, but that's the thing. They have to extend the game up against a very aggressive team like Falcon Esports. Here comes Kid X once again, gonna catch Oda, gonna commit the implosion as well, plus the internal guard just to bring down the jungler, but Twisted Minds wants to go for the fight. They're gonna bring down Royal Milk, but look at Benny picking up a kill for himself, gonna bring down Troll as well. And Falcon Esports, that's a trade again. They're willing to take a jungler, a roamer.
Talk about perfect timing. You find the jungler, you find the roamer, and Lord comes up. It's free pickings at this point for Falcon Esports. They're going to secure this one. And that's what I was saying. The damage is so front-loaded that if Kid X is just like, guys, I got it. Here's the implosion. Boom comes the Eternal Guard, and then a kill to follow. So Falcon Esports' lineup that they brought to this game is just phenomenal. And Benny, honestly, Benny hasn't had to do too much. You know, he's able to just go ahead and farm up what he needs to do. He hasn't really had that moment where he's doing this game, you know, team fight winning crossbow of Tang, because so far they haven't needed it.
Yeah.
And Dax alone too, the fact that he is on this Warcry emblem, you know, Hayabusa, that's what I'm saying. Once he just goes and gets those stacks off and then pops the shadow kill, like someone's gonna go down in that exchange. Now they're gonna go ahead and manage these waves as they get ready to knock on the base of Twisted Minds. They still hold on to a couple tier 2 turrets, actually all of them. That bottom one nearly gone, and it is gonna go away once this Lord pushes down. Now the mid and top focused on 2. I'm wondering, I'm trying to look at Twisted Minds' potential to defend in the base here. Anytime you have a Sicilian, your base defense is pretty good. You know, especially depending on how many stacks you have. But still, they got to rely on being able to clear this out. It's not a game-winning Lord push. It shouldn't be unless they just get dismantled in the base. So they've got to manage this appropriately. Sanchi will take a couple shots. The shields are going to go down as all 3 holy defenses are popped. Sano finally gets the Malefic Gun though too, but they are ultimately able to defend and keep things together.
That's the discipline instilled for Falcon Esports. They know that in order to maximize the first Lord as much as possible, they're not trying to take down an inhibitor because it's almost impossible going up against a lineup up against a Sicilian. So right now, their goal was just to, as much as possible, maximize the Lord, pop the Holy Shields, and at the same time, don't give Twisted Minds, you know, a trade for them to bank on, for them to help extend the lead and eventually enable Coffin, enable Saano. So Falcon Esports, they're going to play the waiting game. They're going to do this by the book as much as possible. Wait for the next Lord. Try to get pickoffs, especially with Gidex. Try to activate Benny as much as possible as well. So let's see how Twisted Minds will react at this time.
This is a little risky right here. Dax jumping in.
Wiggy Shadow Kill onto Coffin, but Troll here to save him, and now Twisted Minds are forced. They're just forced to stay inside their base because of the initiations that Falcon Esports can do. It's not just even Kid X's implosion, just merely the fact that Wiggy Shadow Kill coming in from Dax can do the job to bring down either Coffin or Saano at this point in the game.
That's the thing, man. He's got Hunter Strike, he's got BOD, he's got Endless Battle, you know, and as the time goes on, that Wiggy Shadow Kill will actually probably kill Coffin the next time around unless they're able to go ahead and defend against it. So more so a limit test, but also, meanwhile, like I said earlier, Benny hasn't really had his moment just yet. You know, he's able to provide a little bit of damage, but now that he's got the items that he needs, he's got Corrosive Scythe, DHS, hold on top side.
Very aggressive play, bringing a Soda with him as well, but Benny, will he be able to cast the crossbow? Yes, indeed! Paired up with Implosion, coming in from Kid X, gonna bring down 2. The next target is Sanji, gonna fall down in the hands of Benny, and as you were saying, we haven't seen Benny popped off Naisu. This is how you do it with the 1-1. Now they're as aggressive as possible, gonna bring down Inhibitor. Internal Guard to zone out Saano, and Falcon Esports, they didn't even have to wait for that Lord. They were able to use the aggression of Twisted Minds to their advantage. And now it's just 7.9k gold lead for Falcon Esports.
As I was just saying, you know, Benny hasn't had his moment just yet. Well, there you go. He got the triple. He made that team fight go in their favor. But you're seeing it. I know they just got the Lord here. They have a massive lead, 8,000 gold ahead. But like we saw just briefly ago, that's what, 180 plus stacks that Coffin has right now. Looking at the replay here, you know, brought to us by Kadia, this is actually insane. The setup potential in the top lane went really well for Benny. The timing of it all comes together, and this is, I'm not sure if we get it more in the replay, but you actually see the damage potential coming out from Cuffin. And again, this Lord is going to be pushing in, but they do have a great lineup to go ahead and try to defend. They have to avoid Kid X. He doesn't have the flicker this time, but the base turrets are going to be worked on, and now the Lord comes up on the top side. They're going to jump in and focus on these base turrets, trying to expose the base the best they can, but look at the clear speed that I'm talking about. Cuffin clearing things out alone just with those bad impacts. Here's the conceal.
Okay, they're going to try and go for a pick-off here as they destroy the mid lane turret. One base turret left for Twisted Minds. Falcon Esports still hasn't committed anything yet, but Sanji goes in with Earth Shatter, casting the Primal Wrath as well, but the counter attack coming in from Falcon Esports is just too much. Uigi Shadow Kill paired up with every single damage Falcon can bring will take down Hoda and Sanji, but Royal Milk a bit too over-aggressive there, but Falcon Esports, they got what they wanted. All base turrets are now taken down, and the lead has now gone to 10K for Falcon.
Took a mouthful of bats, man, and that's what I'm talking about. As long as Cuffin is fine, you're clear and your defense strengths are going to be there for Twisted Minds. Now, how many times can they do that? We're reaching the point of 15 minutes in the game. He's definitely got more stacks than the 180 we talked about earlier, but that's the thing too. Even the items are being locked in. You know, he's got that Wishing Lantern too, Lightning Truncheon, Glowing Wand. He's where he needs to be, and as long as he is safe in the back line, and if Falcon Esports isn't able to catch Cuffin out, then that's great for Twisted Minds. But that's also the double-edged sword to it. You know, if, here we go, 269 stats, 271. He's stacked up. He's feeling good. And so that's the thing, if Falcon Esports, if they do get rid of Cuffin, that's the double-edged sword to it. They lose a ton of damage for Twisted Minds lineup.
Yeah, and Cuffin right now, they're even giving the Cecilian the purple buff, so expect a lot coming in from this mid laner. And the thing is, if they overcommit a lot of ultimates, a lot of battle spells just to take down Cuffin, there's also the Saano problem, the Bruno problem that Falcon Esports has to prioritize later on. But so far, so good for Falcon Esports. A 9K Goldie, they're just gonna wait. They're just gonna wait for this Lord once again, or they can pull off another amazing play up top, like what they did when they used the overaggression of Twisted Minds to their advantage. The circling Eagle Flicker combination just to try and bring down Benny. But the problem is Falcon Esports was able to turn things around.
I wonder if that's the play here. You know, that's the IQ play from Twisted Minds. Guys, just give up the Lord. Let's just rely and just put all of our hope in Cuffin, but it looks like they actually want to go for this, but they're too late.
Okay, Falcon Esports get the Lord. Implosion once again coming in from Kid that's going to catch Sanji, and Dax all the way to the back line, trying to go for the flank, but Sanji with the Primal Wrath is able to stay alive. Here comes a Winter Playground for Twisted Minds, but the damage coming in from Falcon Esports just too much. Royal Milk once again will be the sacrificial lamb in exchange for Hoda, and a very, very favorable trade once again for Falcon Esports.
Oh, Troll going for it. They want to delay the recall from Falcon Esports, but Twisted Minds, they lose Hoda, but they're still in the game. Cuffin's going to be fine. He's going to clear out this mid lane. Lord is pushing down that, so they're going to try to stall it out the best they can. But the fact that Falcon Esports doesn't have Royal Milk, it's a little tough.
Dax.
Oh! What?
Gets deleted by Twisted Minds. I just said a while ago, Falcon Esports had a favorable trade. Now it's not. They still haven't solved the problem of how to get Cuffin. I mean, Dax tried to go with a Wiki Shadow Kill, but the problem was it got instantaneously bursted down by Saano and the rest of Twisted Minds. And this might be the opening as Kid X already commits his implosion. Oh, this might be a green light for Twisted Minds, but Benny wants to answer right back though. The stacks aren't there yet, and Falcon Esports lead slowly diminishing.
Oh man, I just, you know, if Twisted Minds just continues to do this, stack up and punish Falcon Esports, I mean, think about how much gold they just got, by the way, with what they did. Yeah, about 4,000 or 5,000 gold. And yes, all the base turrets are down, but you've seen this before. You can actually defend this type of game with this kind of lineup, keep things together. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get in a position to actually contest a Lord, but if they do, because they showed signs, they kind of showed interest in doing it the last one, they were just a little bit too late because they got to manage these waves pushing in. But if they actually get into a position where, again, a one bat impact is taken down, what, half your health bars from Falcon Esports, it's going to make you think twice. Especially the fact that then you consider the two junglers and, you know, Dax, he just got checked, man. That was literally a punch in the face. Looks like, again, they're just going to have to manage the waves while they wait for this Lord.
Who got the purple buff? Was it Dax?
Dax and PX7 both have purple, so it was stolen, but again, this is expected from Twisted Minds. You really aren't going to have that much space to work with in your jungle.
Okay. So now Twisted Minds, again, the question is, will they contest? As you mentioned, they have the capabilities to do so. A good Spear of Alpha, Circling Eagle, Guiding Wind combination, and just back away. If they don't manage to out-retry, Falcon Esports might do the job, but considering that they have a Sicilian, they can actually just try and defend this once again. Just try to avoid Kid X's Implosion Flicker play.
This is where it comes in clutch, too. The fact that they got 3 Winter's Crowns. You got an Immortality for Sanji, and then, of course, you got the Wind of Nature for Sano. So they have so much utility, so much defensiveness that they can rely on. Falcon Esports, given the lead that they have, it's more so of how do they approach the fight? How do you solve the puzzle of what Twisted Minds is bringing with a lineup? And again, part of that is taking control of this Lord, starting it up. You have those waves pushing in on all 3 lanes. And Twisted Minds might make the decision again to just go ahead and wait in the base, but they get close enough.
Okay, Troll has the flicker. Here comes KDX with the Implosion play. A lot of members from Falcon Esports will get knocked up, but Dax will still get the Lord as Hoda will fall down as well. A skill 3 coming in from Sano. They're trying to fight back. They're going to bring down 3. 2 members left from Falcon Esports as they take down Benny as well. Plus KDX. PX7 is left to fend for himself. They have a lot of turrets in the middle lane, but Twisted Minds, they have 3 members ready to end the game.
Right now, they're going to march down mid lane. They have to deal with the Lord. It's quite a beefy Lord if you see that shot that Sano takes. But they'll handle it well. PX7 also trying to not just let him take it. PX7 in trouble. Won't be able to get away as Sano picks up the kill.
But that might be enough time ball for Falcon Esports because in 12 seconds, Dax will stay alive. A Royal Milk will also respawn. But Twisted Minds at this point of the game, you'd be happy with whatever you get. And in that point, they got 4 kills. Even if Falcon Esports got the Lord, that was the risk that they were willing to take to extend the game. And on top of that, Sano remains deathless. Coffin remains deathless, still has the Purify, I believe still has the Winter Crown. So Twisted Minds can engage once again up against Falcon Esports.
We're back to where we started, Ingan. You know, 21 minutes in, it's the stalemate. But hey, Twisted Minds has been doing work. And that is, again, now we find ourselves, you know, swapping some items in and out. That's a Holy Crystal picked up by Cuffin. And, you know, a lot of the Winter Crowns were burned up earlier on by both sides, I would say. So for this point of the game, comes down to it. Sanji goes in!
With the Urge Shatter Flicker combination, but the Crossbow of Time will be casted as well. Primal Wrath just to evade that. Look at the Spear of Alpha coming in from Hoda, but the KDX with the Implosion gonna be taken down by Coffee with a Bat's Impact. That's 1 member down once again. Falcon Esports, they had a lot of opportunities to end the game, but Twisted Minds just staying on the defense with Coffin, with Sano. No casualties for Twisted Minds.
This is what we expected with 2 teams who just shocked the world watching yesterday in day 1 of the Swiss stage, and now here we are, 485 stacks. This guy is built. He's built diff at this point, Ingan.
He's geared up. He's ready to fight. 1 Bat's Impact might be enough to take down half the squad of Falcon Esports. So right now, Falcon is resulting to the macro game. They want to try and create split pushes from the opposite lanes. They want to try and control where Twisted Minds can go and get an advantage once again to try and take the Lord away from them. But Twisted Minds at this point, like, they're geared up, as you mentioned. They can take down, they can go all in at any given moment.
The part of this is still the fact that managing your waves. You know, for Twisted Minds, they have the Lord this time spawning up there on the top side. I wouldn't be surprised too if Falcon Esports takes a different approach to things. You know, like plays the long side of the lane, puts pressure there for a response from Twisted Minds. It looks like that's the idea. So this is where, you know, the adjustments, the game knowledge, and how you handle this macro decision is going to come into play. That bottom wave pushing in a little bit slightly. Kid X still there on the bottom side too. Benny waiting patiently, and Royal Milk will start to give some of the information. It looks like Twisted Minds will rotate on up. You got 4 Winter Crowns now, plus that Immortality over there. Still the win in nature here. Persano picks up the potion too, and Cuffin, his job with the purple buff is to clear out these waves the best he can.
It's really going to boil down to this potential last Lord. Falcon Esports have secured 4 Lords for themselves, but the problem is they cannot fully utilize it because bodies from their side are slowly taken down by Twisted Minds. So if you're Falcon Esports, do you try and bait out the Lord? Do you try and... What do you do? Since you can't go to the backline, since you can't reach Cuffin, especially with the presence of Troll, who is on point, by the way, with how he's playing this Mathilda, because so far his damage dealers are yet to be taken down.
Well, look at this. They're actually going to be the ones to start it up. Hoda can't just hold it together, though, because he takes shots from PX7, but also from the Lord. Benny on the bottom side. It's going to clear that wave out. Cuffin is still there, so we should be able to manage it. Lord's at half health. Might find themselves in a position where it has to be given up. Royal Milk still has that Immortality, sitting at half health himself. Here we go. Kid X might be looking for a setup himself with the implosion. Goes in with Spirit Alpha, but Troll gets the Lord away from Falcon Esports, and now they're mad. They want to go for bodies, taking down Troll as well. Sanji might be able to survive this, but Benny takes him down, but they manage to take down Benny as well. A 3-for-1 trade for Falcon Esports, but Twisted Mind, they still have Cuffin, they still have Zano, and they got the Lord. Is this defable still for Twisted Minds? It is. I mean, the fact that they have this Lord and the waves are going to be pushing in. I can't believe Troll got that, but wow, Falcon Esports, they're going to be the ones to deal with this. Sano and Cuffin chasing off PX7 and Kid X. Not the positioning you're looking for here. They're going to wait a little bit longer for the rest of the team to come up. Whoa! Kid X!
Okay, Kid X still has his Immortality, hasn't been popped up yet. But that's scary. One catch from Cuffin and Sano can do the job to bring down Falcon Esports. Now their Lord is still up. 9 seconds before Troll respawns once again, but we have to commend what this Mathilda has been doing. Saving Sano, saving Cuffin from harm's way, getting and stealing the Lord away from Falcon Esports, keeping the hopes and dreams of Twisted Mind still alive.
Oh, Sano.
Oh, they're trying to go for Sano, though. He still has his Immortality. But the Bat's impact and Sacrament Claws just too much to handle. Look at the shield Sano is getting here from Certain Eagle. The counterattack coming in from Twisted Minds, just really bringing the damage onto Falcon Esports. That's 2 members down. And Twisted Minds, they have the chance to end this right away.
Still going to be putting the pressure there. Finally, on this side of the map, Twisted Minds, they've done work. They've stayed disciplined. They stayed consistent, and now they're knocking on the base turrets of Falcon Esports. It's 3 members still. Quite long death timers here for Falcon Esports to deal with. You saw how much utility is thrown at them, and right now, Twisted Minds in the base.
So Soda goes in with Spear of Alpha. Still no ultimates from Kid X, though. Are they going to be able to defend this? Here comes the implosion, connecting onto 3, but Troll onto the backline. PX7's Immortality will be popped. Look at the damage coming in for the Bats. In fact, Soda is going to fall down as well. Crossbow attack is there for the Winter Crown. Will disable the ultimate. 2 members from Falcon Esports left to defend. Twisted Minds, they still don't have minions. Minions in the middle lane approaching. This is risky.
This is so risky.
Okay, back going to connect onto PX7. Going to bring him down, and Twisted Minds, the rising region of Mena. The future looks to be now.
What a comeback from Twisted Minds. Off of the fact that you have, I don't even know how many stacks Cuffin had, but man.
Too much.
Too many. Not enough. Whatever it was, we knew this pick was something that this region loves, and Twisted Minds comes out with a victory. After repeated defenses, they keep it together, and after a Lord take from Troll, they take this and they get the victory. Definitely an amazing game, an amazing just show of strength from Twisted Minds, and the mind behind them too. Big shout out to Coach Lyric, but our panelists, let's hear what they have on their mind about this game.
And cut! That's a wrap. What a game from these two. Twisted Minds versus Falcon. I got my wish. We talked about this beforehand, folks. It's time to whip out the PPs again. Prediction popsicles. We talked about it beforehand, what our predictions were heading into this series. I predicted Twisted Minds.
I, on the other hand, predicted for my Burmese brethren. I said Falcon. A lot more talk about how they played here, but hey, sera.
I had to make sure that it was an honest. I kept it to my guy. I went for Twisted Minds on this one. And honestly, I definitely thought that their draft, it was going to be tough, but geez, what a game.
Well, Leo, you said something in IESF, coffin season on that Sicilian, and that's exactly what popped up here. Let's go on over to stage to hear from Twisted Minds.
One of the longest games we have witnessed this Swiss stage. Just the second game, just the second match. Twisted Minds taking down Falcon. First of all, I am with Sanji. Sanji, how are you feeling? He said just now he was nervous.
To be honest, I feel nervous because like 30 minutes game.
I've never heard Sanji.
It was very long.
Yeah.
How do you guys manage
good.
to
He's smart.
maintain your momentum and your mental state when a game is this long? It was like 25, 26 minutes.
As long we keep Zan and Coffin alive, we can't do anything.
So how did you guys manage to stay disciplined? We know that Falcon was leading in the early game, right? Until Coffin got his items and then he was just bursting down everybody with like, what, 500 to 600 stacks with Sicilian? So how did you guys manage to stay disciplined throughout that?
Because when we know we have Sicilian, even if you lost the early game, we can manage to pull up the late game.
Okay, now we know that previously when you guys beat Vamos, you guys have actually met Vamos before. This time around, it's a new competitor, right? You have never met Falcon. How did you guys prep for the matchup today?
We saw their games and MPL on the last night. We prepared the draft well and we managed to win.
I think it did pay off a lot. Now, Sanji, we know that Twisted Minds is not new to the international stage. However, this time around, Twisted Mind is definitely performing greater than ever. Who do you want to contribute this success of Twisted Minds to?
Let us say the coaches.
The coaches. Okay, now one final question. You guys are already at 2-0, okay? You guys just need one best of threes to qualify for the knockout stages. Now, is your preparation gonna be different tonight because it's a best of three tomorrow, or are you just gonna go full force and just do what you guys have been doing this past 2 days?
Thank you.
So how are you guys gonna prepare for your best of three tomorrow?
To be a long night.
Long night.
Yeah.
Okay, long night, but don't forget to rest well, okay? Players need to rest well. Now, that is it. Thank you very much to Sanji. I know you're tired. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this crazy, amazing game.
27 minutes and 7 seconds.
That's a record.
Hell of a titanic match between Twisted Minds and Falcon Esports. Again, I wish that this would be a close game. I did not expect that. And yeah, let's reel it back quickly. You said, Gideon, that the Twisted Minds draft may struggle here. Gotta agree with you. And then we saw that, actually. We were talking about it a lot behind the scenes. Hoda got the short end of the stick in this draft and in the game.
Absolutely. I think without a doubt, Hoda has to get shafted here only because he's not the main win condition for the team. He has to very much depend on both his mid laner and as well as their gold laner to scale to that late game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they got. So the sacrifices of Hoda set up deathless games for both Coffin and Saano, and a relatively good game for Troll as well. Hoda and Sanji face a lot of difficulty in this one, but at the end of the day, yeah, it was a Sicilian and Bruno show. But let's talk about what made the Falcon early to mid game much better compared to Twisted Minds.
They brought out their signature Burmese brawl playstyle. What was that? A minute and change when they first went in for the kill. Bottom lane sent, what, 3 or 4 dudes to try and take down everyone in that lane, and that set the pace. Slowly but surely, it was diminishing returns when they couldn't close, and you gotta give credit to Twisted Minds. They understood that, you know, what Sanji said was right. As long as we have Sicilian, we can survive into the late game. And indeed, once you pass that 20-minute mark, it became Coffin season. I gotta credit our good friend Ray Ash for that. He messaged me, hey man, yo, Chano playing so well. Coffin too. Say Coffin season next time he does well. And here he did. We were watching the timers, right? 15 minutes, 18 minutes, 20 minutes. Chano and Coffin haven't died. So there has to have been amazing communication and map control for Twisted Minds to protect their cores like this.
I mean, I would say that the chemistry is a lot better, but also on a fundamental standpoint, we did see that Cuffin was very much worried about dying early over to Dax. That's why he was willing to sacrifice like 2 or 3 minions sometimes every single wave rotation just so he didn't give that first blood. If not, chain dying later down the line. But I think generally the biggest problem that we're seeing here coming in from Falcons is the sheer disrespect. They have better engagement tools. They had a much better early game, and not to mention the brawly sort of style actually is more beneficial for Falcons, especially if they're playing towards the gold lane side of the map, because Wanwan uses Inspire. That's a very powerful tool to use early on a short cooldown.
If we could have played back the highlights, which would have lasted like 10 minutes, this was a 30-minute match almost, you would see moments wherein, yes, I agree, Gideon, there was I don't want to say disrespect, but there was a shortage of respect when it comes to range, damage output, engagement from Twisted Minds, wherein players like Dax, who yesterday was almost flawless on the Bane, here in the Hayabusa, there was like 1 or 2 moments where like, why would you put yourself as a soft assassin in that position?
Yeah, at one point it ended up feeling like Groundhog Day, where Falcon were just like, oh, it worked for us in the first 5 minutes. We can keep it up for 10. We can keep it up for 15. Wait a minute, what is this? Why can't we end it? Where's this damage coming from? Wait, let's do it again. Come on, one more time. What the heck, we're dead? The game's been turned around, and it was just Cuffin and Saano saying, you kept repeating things over and over again. We kept surviving.
Well, actually, I can't remember what lord it was, but I think that Twisted Minds actually had a really good opportunity in the game itself, especially when they were funneling into their side of the map. Like, Falcons already had taken the lord at that point of time, and they decided to force the fight onto Twisted Minds. Yes, it was a great initiation. It got 2 purifies, both out of Sano and as well as Cuffin, but then the trade just didn't make any sense. Dax even ended up dying in the middle of that fight too.
Yeah, I think that was the one that you call the 4th Lord of the game, or 3rd?
I think it was 3rd, because the 4th one was stolen by Troll.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the Matilda. That's another thing that adds to it. And Sano slowly building up his reputation to be one of the best gold laners in the world. You can't just say in MENA, in a specific region, in the world. MVP for this man, 6-0-12.
You know what you call that?
What?
Saudi gold.
Saudi gold. Ooh, all right, that's another one right there. Add that to the docket. Content team, you heard that. It's Saudi gold by Sano.
I don't know. They might have a new poster board for Kadia at this point. Because again, great Bruno plays. I mean, he was even item swapping in the middle of those fights. And honestly, he could have been like 6-1 there had he not been saved by both Troll and his item swap.
As we look at the MVP highlights now, it was very important that the Bruno and the Sicilian survived the major engagements. The fact that he was able to hold on to the Purify as long as possible in some key engagements and making the most out of the sliding tackle. As we were talking, actually, I started realizing, wait, I'm hearing sliding tackle a lot more from these two behind the scenes. And yeah, that's because Sano made the most out of it.
And that's the way you should be playing, right? I mean, just look at the way that he's positioning himself. He wants to be able to be close enough to Troll in case he gets tries to get bursted down by PX7, but he doesn't want to stand too close to specifically Cuffin so that both of them don't get caught by that Tigreal. Like, again, you can see that even Sano realizes, wait a minute, as long as I don't get one shot, I could easily just 100 to 0 people in less than a second.
And he can 0 to 100 himself.
Exactly.
He's still rocking the Haas claws up until the very last moments.
The beauty of it.
That was the best highlight for that point, honestly. The fact that you already got bursted down, or you knew you were about to get bursted out, and Sano just said, go ahead, give me your best. And he survived, and he sliding tackled forward, took down PX7, and then eventually, that's going to be Twisted Minds getting the victory. Crazy, crazy game number 2. I got my wish, and again, very important now, Twisted Minds joins BTK. Wow, in the 2-0 bracket in our Swiss stages, 1 win away, 1 best of 3 away from qualifying to KO.
And you know why this is important? After spending a good amount of time in Saudi, we've been a couple of times this year alone, they make a big deal out of the fact that no team from MENA has made it to an actual knockout stage for an M series. Yes, technically in M4, they did make it through under Occupy Thrones,
Yep.
but nobody got knocked out in the groups then. So them getting this close to actually qualifying for the knockouts is a big deal.
Well, let's not forget that they still have that very final test here. If you want to qualify for this knockout stage, you still have to play a full best of 3 when you get to that match point mark, right? So at this point, yes, we've seen maybe even the best of what they have to offer, but can they do it in a best of 3, if not a best of 5 later down the line?
And it's crazy to see the storyline for Twisted Minds when there were so many eyes on the Medjai Hoda, the hidden pharaoh, with what he did, getting subbed in last minute for Twisted to salvage their MPL run. Now on the world stage, the savior, especially for this last one, looked like the Twisted sacrifice to make sure that Twisted would get that Saudi gold to pop off. A tremendous performance by Twisted Minds to get the W over Falcon Esports, which we'll see in the 1-1 bracket later on in the Swiss stage. Now, let's go over to the next one. What's the next story? The next page. A little bit more Espanol for this one. It's Maycam Evolve of Argentina and Vamos from Malaysia.
Latino-flavored, Latino-coded squads. One very specific. We saw yesterday that as soon as we asked for it, Aurora brought out his YSS. And then Vamos almost always is adding their little spice to the metagame.
Oh, they always do. I mean, it's a Warlord special. But at the same time, I think that, you know, these two teams have very strong personalities in the way that they play the game, the way that they approach it as well. So it's going to be a pretty fun clash here. I don't know if ICOM is going to kind of pivot off of what they've been playing, their comforts overall. But I definitely would imagine that Vamos is like, guys, well, let's clean it up here. We gotta get to the 1-1 bracket.
Yeah, well, it's time to see if the newly minted kings of Latin America and Maycam Evolve can salsa with the super villains from Malaysia. It is Maycam Evolve versus Team Vamos in the next match of the Swiss stages here in the M6 World Championship. My name is Renmar, still here with Leo and Gideon. We will be right back after a very short break. Don't go away. See ya.
Fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
ultimate glory starts now.
Regret is a powerful emotion, to yearn for something that could have been. This is the story of two teams who found themselves in this portion of the bracket, 0-1. Regret that maybe they could have done something different. Different pick, different moment. Well, now it's time for them to shake it off and fight it out as they will tango to find a way into the 1-1 bracket. It's Maycam Evolve of Argentina versus Team Vamos of Malaysia. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Still here with me is Leo and Gideon Q. Now, want to know something funny?
What is it?
I've been keeping a secret all this time. See this pocket square? It's actually Hello Panda. I've had it here this whole time. Fuel your game with Hello Panda. If you need something to maybe round out your outfit, Hello Panda. If you need something to fill up your belly, Hello Panda. If you feel sad and you need something to make yourself happy, say it with me, gentlemen. Hello Panda. Thank you so much. I forgot to take a bite out of it. At some point, I was about to take a bite.
You can do it now.
Oh, yeah. All right, that's good.
Great stuff. And honestly, among Southeast Asian countries, most people can understand the Hello Panda.
Hopefully. So, you know, if you're from the Western countries and you have a friend in Southeast Asia or anywhere, ask them to get you Hello Panda or find it in your local Malaysian, Indonesian, maybe even Korean, Filipino market in whichever part of the world you're in. By the way, the M6 support chest will be available for a limited time as well. Purchase the support chest for 50 diamonds to get a large amount of pass EXP. That's one of the main ways that I've actually been leveling up my own pass because we don't have time to play games, unfortunately. Use the basic M6 pass to instantly activate the M6 pass, unlock additional pass rewards, and immediately get Claude Challenger's Spark. Don't forget the hashtags when you're going to be posting about M6, greater than ever, MLBB M6, and Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Bang Bang is what these two teams need to do now. They got to come out of the gate and, well, bring their best foot forward. They tried that, but weirdly enough, it wasn't their best foot forward.
All right. Contrary, I think they should put their feet on the ground. They should wait for the bang bang to actually happen and for this comeback to be possible, to hit the 1-1 bracket, if you will. They have to exhibit a level of discipline. They have to respect what the metagame is like and then adjust. I don't know. Do you share the sentiment, Gideon?
I think it really comes down to the draft because yesterday, coming in from Vamos, having that Khalid in that mid lane really kind of puts you in that box of I must win the early game to generate any kind of momentum later down the line. But even for Maycam Evolve, right? The shocking thing is the fact that they're willing to play ultra late game with Yishin Shin, for an example, which feels great when you're ahead, feels awful when you're behind. And when you're up against a team who likes to play the early game, then things are going to get a little awkward here. So this is going to be a clash of personalities and styles if they follow their signature picks.
Yep, it's also going to be a battle of mental strength. Which team can recover faster with a good mindset? Or, since this is the best of one, I'm one of those people that really thinks like surprise is the best foot forward. As much as that Khalid mid lane struggled, it was a good surprise. It was just adjusted well to by Twisted Minds. If I am Maycam Evolve here though, instead of going for the Yisun Shin, why don't you try to match Vamos with that early game?
So now suddenly, fans of Vamos, fans of Maycam, fans of MLBB Esports in general are getting pulled in many different directions. Should they stick to the metagame? Should they respect what their opponents bring to the table? Should they play a fast game? Should they play a reactive game? I'll tell you now, one thing that they have to understand is the fact that time is not on their side. This is a best of one. And what you choose to do, you have to go in full send. You can't go back and forth seas. You can't just halfway through the brackets happen, right? Halfway through the draft, sometimes you'll see, oh, they're trying this, and then, oh, never mind.
Yeah, it has to be full commit. The moment you have an idea of what you want to do, and in your draft and in the game, you stick to that plan. Don't swerve and don't overthink. We've seen, great point there, Leo, many teams fall to that. And this is what Coach Bob said regarding yesterday's defeat. Our execution was not as clean as it should have been. You agree with that, Gideon?
Well, it's tough to say, right? Yes, the execution wasn't as clean, but when you're up against a draft who's designed to counter-engage anyways, is it about execution or really do you not have the right cards?
Twisted Minds understood what Vamos were trying to execute, and it seems like they need to refine their decision-making. That is what Coach Pabs has said, and I see that. There have been some plays, like just looking back off of memory, that could have gone differently for Vamos if members of their team were all on the same page. But really enough, there was one thing that I noticed yesterday, and you care to disagree with me if I'm remembering it wrong. It felt like there were some times where Vamos couldn't play around nets as well as they should have.
I mean, I don't think they were looking to play around nets anyways. When you have a chip, anything could be played around. Any angle can suddenly be turned into a huge bazooka shot coming in from left field, right?
Yeah.
And I think that was the main issue. I think that Vamos unfortunately did not find the correct angles just yet. But like Pops mentioned, it is a very big wake-up call, which at least they are self-aware of, so they can now continue to improve.
It's one thing to know that you did something less than ideal. It's one thing to know that you have to wake up. But you knowing Vamos a little more, you having been around for their run in MPL Malaysia season 14, you think they're ready? Do you think a 24-hour, reset is enough?
I think it absolutely is. And I think that if they focus down on fundamentals, I think it should totally be okay, especially if they're going to draft around something that's highly mobile rather than looking for, hey, we're going to completely give up on our scaling and put all the eggs into one singular basket in nets. They need 2 win conditions in this upcoming game.
One of the most fundamental things you can do in drafting an MLBB is to respect your opponent's signature picks and set up your own signature picks for success. So here's the question now for Maycam Evolve. How viable is their signature hero in that Yi Sun Shin? It was brought up yesterday, and Maycam Evolve are that team that love the double M composition, but is it too risky in this modern day MLBB with all the tempo, the aggression? It's double MM way too risky.
I've only seen Yi Sun Shin in the jungle win about 1 out of 10 times in the past month of competitive MLBB I've had my eyes on. So that's me short of saying no, it's not. I don't think this is the time for Yi Sun Shin to be first phase pick. Not even like second phase pick unless you're so sure that that's what you want to do.
Well, it depends on how you look at it, right? I look at Yi Sun Shin, especially in this current meta, almost similar to Lancelot to a certain degree. You need items to actually be relevant, and the utility of his ult is always great, but how are you going to utilize it? And yesterday we saw that, at least for Maycom Evolve, hey, let's use it for sieges, let's open up the map really efficiently so that we can farm. That's my problem here. It takes too long to get to where you want to be.
Yeah, so at best, I think Yi Sun Shin is a tier B hero. Like A, B, C, I missed out S. I think it's B, like at best.
Yeah, I would argue, add to that I feel like if it's tier B at best, against a team like Vamos, that drops down a tier.
There you go.
When you're up against someone who plays like Vamos with the aggression that they show up, you need to speed up the time of your self-farming. If it's too item-dependent, your lineup, that's not going to be good.
You're drafting to be on the defense. You're basically investing in the Yi Sun Shin for the Earth Shocker so you can see where everyone is, but that's the best you got until what, the 11-minute mark?
Pretty much. I mean, let's delve into it just a little bit more, because at the very least, when you are playing a lineup like this, you need 3 lanes that has full control over their lanes, at least hold priority.
Yeah. Well, we're on the topic of YSS. Now, let's talk about the team that is known for picking the YSS. From Argentina, the new kings of Latin America, Maycam Evolve. A lot of focus has been put on the jungler, so let's look at the other roles, gentlemen.
You're looking at Super Nahuel, Yorokotsu, Marquino, I guess the most veteran of them all, and of course Feishin, not an unfamiliar face as well. You know what? We've been, how do we say, beating down on the whole Yusun Jin situation. You gotta give your roses to Maycam Evolve though. To be able to go into a tournament like this and bring out your specific heroes that early on, that's gotta demand some cojones, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
you gotta
for
be
sure.
like bold to be able to say, this is what we're gonna do. So maybe today, maybe they hold it back a little, at least for the second phase.
I agree with you. Refinement of the boldness. Build on that. Not too aggressive into exactly what you want to go for. Respect that your opponents love the team fight and love to get in your face. It's Vamos.
And now, this team, it's going to be interesting because I really want to see Chibi and as well as Zorn do a good job in actually helping out the side lanes, right? We know that Smooth is an absolute pillar in his lane. He doesn't need much help unless necessary, unless drafted around, but I want them to play around nets a little bit more. They've done this throughout the regular season of cutting off their opponents early on, and they bleed their leads. The conversions that they are able to pull off usually happens within 30 seconds. We didn't get to see that yesterday.
So now will we actually get to see that? One quick question about Vamos though. You still want to go crazy with the Warlord pick in the mid, or do you just go back to the mages, man?
No, go back to the mages. I think that it's really, really important. Yes, having control is great, but you need a secondary win condition. And right now, you can't just expect your assassins to be that win condition just yet. There's very few that can do that. Ling being one of them, Suyo to a certain extent, but then you have pickoffs like Hayabusa, for an example, which can't do that as much. Nolan, which only takes maybe 1 or 2 heroes max.
Yeah. And now for Maycam Evolve, as Gideon was mentioning about having another carry, making sure that your carries are well built up for. I feel like now for Maycam, your rookie, Super Nahuel, as that roamer, whatever you end up with, just make sure that it's paired up with something great on the hands of Fashion. A good mid-roam pairing takes a lot of pressure for the roam. The pokes, the crowd control provided. Honestly, if I'm Maycam, get that Aurora back on Fashion. That's one of the best heroes you can pick anyway up against an aggressive team.
And it's a good stopper, whether you're on the defense or on the offense. Like I already see Maycam being on the former, you could win. I think that's one of the ways to actually stop Vamos. I don't think I'd be wrong when I say that Vamos is favored in this matchup. Get your specialty, but also prioritize heroes that will just win you certain matchups. I think that you were saying earlier, right?
Yes.
The 3 lanes, make sure that those are good so that if ever worse comes to worse, Vamos, Coach Pabs, Coach Powie Burn, force the Yusun Shin onto Aurora, so be it.
We need 2 out of 3 of these lanes to be winning matchups for the side of Maycam Evolve if we want to see them to stop the overall gameplay coming in from Vamos, because it really just narrows down their win condition. But I think now, coming into this draft, I'm excited to see who's going to be on blue side and who's going to be on red. I think that the second half of the draft is going to be the most interesting part.
Air is tense here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I just want to do a quick crowd check as we're going through the bands here. Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, how are you guys feeling? All right, still live and alive here in KL. And look at that, Maycam respecting the Cho of Zorn right away.
Oh yeah, Raja recall. We mentioned a lot about respect in the pre-game discussion. And even if they are in the 0-1 bracket, I think Vamos, one of the keys for them to succeed in this execution of game 1 or this best of 1 is for them to get their mojo back. You know what I mean? Like, get the recalls back on. I think that'll definitely help them both in the Cywar and even to just build up their confidence.
I think you can definitely expect Zorn to keep up with that mentality. He's definitely going to be tassing away, but I do think that some of the side laners need a little bit of highlights here. Nets did find a solo kill yesterday, and the same, well, I don't want to say the same goes for Smooth, because unfortunately for him, it was a pretty pillow fight style of gameplay. I just think that right now, if I'm in Coach Pops' position, what am I looking to do to stop Maycam from actually getting that momentum? And banning out the high loss is a very good start.
All right, so you take away a strong roamer that could actually negate your aggression. So I feel like the things that we've said so far, they're acknowledging it. Maycam, make sure that Vamos can't play aggressive. Vamos, you take away the heroes that will stop your aggression. So for the first pick, just chase the Suyo?
I mean, Yves is wide open, and I think that unfortunately Suyo is not in that S tier position anymore. I feel like, honestly, a lot of the junglers have their own individual counter matchup, so it's really hard to like first pick them sometimes.
It's safer to get it on the second pick swing, whether you're blue or red. And again, as seen in the previous series, you keep it into the second phase entirely. There's the Eve. One of the few times she's actually shown up.
And that's what we talked about when it comes to control. It's not the crowd control, but it is a little bit of that box control, if that makes sense.
The box of influence.
Yeah, the box of influence, exactly. Here's a quick fun fact on the man that we've been focusing on in the draft here for Vamos. He's the only player who played in all 14 seasons of MPL MY.
What an OG.
He is an OG, man. He used to be part of a legendary squad, MYA, the Assassins at the time, and then continued to grow. I mean, he's been part of so many teams, has been loaned out to so many teams just because he is such a great initiator.
Yeah, potentially, again, one of the storylines for Zorn still continuing. It's Last Dance Part 2 Final Draft Remix for him. Vamos picking up a Joy. Well, was there a little bit of a pop from the crowd there?
Is that a Chibi special?
I mean, Chibi, he is known to play fast assassins, anything that is mechanical, anything that's able to transverse the map quick. You know that his GPM is going to be extremely high by the end of it. By 11 minutes, I'm hoping if things go well, he might be looking to break some records.
All right, let's see if those records will be broken. Next two picks, do you get a quick crowd controller here? I mean, Ruby Eve used to be a popular combo.
Oh, Hilda. Oh, yeah, Hilda wasn't touched at all. I was thinking maybe even a Tigreal might have been completely fine as well. It gives you a reason for your team to kind of play around him, at the very least stand close enough so that Joy has to be careful of which direction you walk towards.
Yeah, and as you said, Leo in the two-pick swing, there's a Suyo paired up with the Hilda. Still flexible, but I do not completely turn off my brain to the possibility of it going roam. This doesn't have to be an EXP Hilda.
I think I'd rather it be in the hands of Marquinhos, though. The way we're looking at the dynamics, the execution of both teams, I think it'd be best to send Marquinhos right into Chibi's face as that Joy. So we'd have to think twice about triggering that ult, triggering the beats, and then finding fights. Closing up their first phase, Vamos picks up the Gatot. Someone to find Eve into the back line. And it also kind of blocks out all of the good marksmen or maybe even mages that you might put into the hands of EV's gold laner. So that should be a good catch. We didn't see Gatot in the previous series at all either.
Nope, we didn't see Gatot, even though we mentioned it that it was probably a good way, but then Halos got banned, so there was no reason to actually look for that big disengage in the first place. I think that this is interesting because now if we're talking about the circle, the square, the box of influence at this point of time, now you have to not only worry about the electrifying beats potentially one-shotting you, you also have to walk away from the Guardian of the Avatar at the same time. So I can only expect that this time around, that at least for Evolve, they're going to be taking a lot more flickers.
Yeah, flickers, and well, hopefully they don't jump the gun on that idea too much, because if ever Vamos plays their cards right and then they end up getting a very fast crowd control or another strong crowd control presence with their last pick, then it's going to come back to bite them. The Valentina getting taken away, that felt like safety, but I feel like at this point, with what Vamos is already showing in the draft, knowing they're up against an Eve, you cannot go wrong with the mid lane pick for Vamos now.
Absolutely, especially with two melee hero picks as well, right? That Valentina absolutely shuts down if they try to go for these hard engages.
So the more, after now seeing the first three picks of Vamos, as much as she's sort of fallen out of favor, the more I'm thinking they need something like a Ruby. They need hard crowd control lockdown. If not for the Joy, then at some point you're going to need someone that can just delay whatever the mid will be, delay any attack coming out from nets. They need that hard crowd control, man.
Hard, like, suppress? Is that what you're saying?
If possible, yes.
Either hard suppress or more engagement tools. One of the possibilities we could be seeing here is going to be maybe even Terizla coming in from Smooth. At least you have another way to kind of supplement the GOA, or maybe create some opportunities for Joy to find those big flank angles. Although it is kind of risky because, again, Hilda, one of the best laners when it comes down to EXP. Nothing really beats her.
She's fine. At worst, she just rotates faster and then influences every other lane possible. I've seen Hilda's go coast to coast. So it's possible. Again, that's why I want it more on Marquinhos. I want it on a hero, on a player that can read the map more.
Yeah. Now, the more that, especially the C, yeah, I agree that they got to put it now into the hands of Marquinhos. At least you can help match the Phobias, and then your presence will be somewhat equal. Or then, as you mentioned, pressure. The roam, though, what should be the roam? What should be the gold for Maycam?
They allowed the Beatrix.
Yeah. And there, yeah, it's there. Atrix, Tigreal.
Let it through.
Well-rounded, I would say, but the biggest problem for Maycam is, well, it's in the first phase of the draft. Vamos can easily break the formation of the Eve.
Yes, they can break the formation of E, but there's a lot of trigger warnings that we have to be afraid of, right? Hilda's able to open up the map pretty safely here, and Tigreal is always going to be a big issue. So even though you may not necessarily want to use the RWM, the more flexible option is to actually work with the Beatrix early on. It's about maintaining control over 2 out of the 3 lanes, which right now is looking very, very good for Maycom Evolved.
And the last one. Oh! What?
Hold up.
Is that going to Zorn?
Wait.
Or no, it goes to... Oh, it goes to Zorn. It's a Roam Hellcurt.
And it's another tank mid. Speechless.
Speechless. But Naisu, Ingan, you guys have to talk now.
What? Same reactions, guys. I mean, I know you probably wanted more to say about that pick, but hey, welcome to the Caster Desk. I'm Naisu, and this is Ingan bringing you our third matchup, day number 2 on the Swiss stage. And yeah, we're going to look at this once again. Ingan, how do you feel about that? That is Warlord on the Gatakacha and Zorn on the Hellcurt.
It's not a Vamos game without surprise picks, and what more than putting out the Hellcurt. And this is actually a really crucial match for both of these teams. But despite all that, despite all the pressure, Zorn will play the Hellcurt.
Oh, I can't wait to see this unfold. We jump into Land of Dawn here. A Hellcurt in the hands of Zorn, and the crowd is ready to watch this one unfold as Vamos looks to go and get a victory with a lineup that, you know, is not typical, but maybe it's expected for a team like this. And Maycam Evolve, can they make this work? Because I think Gideon even put it well, you know, playing around the fact that this real-world manipulation from the Eve is going to be so crucial to be able to go ahead and secure kills, secure objectives even, but then you can play into it by utilizing the fact that you have a Tigreal and Marquinhos here on this Hilda.
Yeah.
You know, he's running, he's got the mobility to move around, the sprint to help with it. A lot of action already early on for this Lith Wanderer. It's going to be secured though by Team Vamos. So that's the thing, Ingan. What do you think? Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Whoa.
The problem a while ago was, how do you break the formation of Fish and how do you break the formation of Eve? And even without, there was Soren, that's how you answer to stop the real world manipulation. Have a Hellcurt that can go in anytime, can go for the backline, doesn't have to go for the front, especially paired up with the Dark Nightfalls. They can easily really target Fish in here, but the problem is it's kind of a glass cannon lineup, because if they get beaten up during their lanes, but Soren with an aggressive play onto Marquinhos gives the first blood to Chibi, and that's what you want if you're Team Vamos, your aggression actually paying off.
I love to hear it, man. The crowd, like, even when it's synced up so well with electrifying beats, the crowd cheers, and then they get that first blood, they get the kill there in the hands of Chibi nonetheless. And this is going to be, you know, he is one of the players out there. He's one of those junglers that loves to pick heroes like this, and he gets a lead. And it's going to be kind of devastating, you know, and to deal with, especially early on. They're going to fight again.
Very aggressive play once again from Team Vamos, but Maycom Evolve is ready to counterattack with the first kill onto Aurora. Make it. Next one is Marquinhos. And they're not even done as Zorn goes in with the Petrify plus the Deadly Stingers. A 3-kill play from Team Vamos.
Yeah, that's Zorn. You know, the guy that a lot of people love to watch. And I don't know, man. There's tons of fantastic Roam players in M6 alone. I don't know why more people don't want to play Roam.
Okay, we have to count at this point how many emotes Zorn has been playing out, but Team Vamos extending their aggression onto the orange buff of Maycom Evolve. Here comes the real manipulation coming in from Feshin. Smooth might be able to escape though. Here comes Zorn once again, but Power Filter in his form Marquinhos will bring him down. The counterattack from Maycom Evolve will be successful, and Team Vamos, they lost Smooth and they weren't able to get the orange buff away from Aurora.
This is probably, I mean, at least today anyway. I know we're only 3 games in, but this is the most jam-packed first, 3 minutes that we've had so far. They just want to go, and they want to go fast.
Yeah.
For Team Vamos specifically, Zorn's going to take some damage here. Don't think he's going to do much more, and he's going to go back to base. Didn't have the Petrify too, but you know, that's the thing. I'm wondering, Maycam Evolve, how can they go ahead and adjust to this? You know, when this comes to be the case in an early game and you're just kind of trying to catch up, you know, trying to catch your breath, the pace is being set by the other team, you've got to keep that cool head. You know, you got to kind of keep things together, or some teams like to just go and brawl it out. Now for Maycam Evolve, with the lineup that they have the capacity to go ahead and match that energy, match that pace that Team Vamos is trying to set here. But at the same time, obviously, they have to approach it very cautiously because of the fact that you just have this curveball. It's such a niche pick to have a Helker there. There's only very few roamers in competitive MLBB that actually want to go this way. Mind you, this is also in a situation where if this kind of pick doesn't work out and then they're 0-2 through the Swiss stage, that's not going to be a good place to be.
Yeah, and one of the premier users of the Hellcurt at the Rome, huge shout out to Baloyski, one of the actual players who actually used this to perfection. And now Soren is channeling his inner Baloyski up against Maycam Evolve. And going back to your question, what can Maycam Evolve do? Again, they can play around the neutral objectives, utilize the big ultimate tickets that they have, the real-world manipulation and the implosion paired up during crucial neutral objective picks, like what they're doing right now. They're going to cast it onto Warlord, but is it going to be worth it, though? As Team Vamos, look at JB going for the backline with Electrifying Beats, paired up with a sword, Petrified, just to bring down Fishin. Here comes AOG onto Aurora, and they're going to take a double kill for JB, and Smooth is not even done, going right after Marquino. And now Team Vamos, this is the aggression the Malaysians want to see from their hometown team.
That's what I'm saying, man. You know, you get the setup, you get the implosion, but then the lights are turned off and you don't know where to follow up on, and you're just caught out by yourself. For Team Vamos, they're going to keep putting the pressure now on the side of the jungle. They've got 2 turtles. It looks like they want to take a buff.
Okay, here comes Super Noel once again, but the damage is just too much for them to handle. Smooth picks up another kill, and they will successfully take away the orange buff of Maycam Evolve.
I don't know, Ingan, when you think about it, the Hellcurt pick is actually genius, because you know that Maycam Evolve wants to play around those ultimates that you mentioned earlier. But even if you get the setups and you can't see anything, what do you do? You know, you just go blind, punching around. That's kind of the situation that Maycam Evolve finds themselves in. And, you know, let's be honest, too, the part of it is you got to Beatrix. You got to be able to farm up, do your thing, and get the items that you need, but it's still the same case later on in the game where you really then have to protect. You know, you have to be able to protect your Kotsu here on this Beatrix pick, but Zorn himself playing this Hellcurt around, putting pressure now on the tier 2 turret on the bottom side. He might actually just go ahead and get this down with Nets.
And the thing is, Nets is just starting to join the fight right now. You feel the damage. And Maycam Evolve, they're really resorting to Yorokotsu, just getting the mid lane, getting the opposite lane, just to try and catch up with the goal that Nets has established. So you know that Feshin is really biting the bullet right now for the sake of his team. And now, Maycam Evolve, you really have to go for those crucial setups. But again, the problem remains, even if you get a good setup from Super Noel, a hidden gem, by the way, from Maycam Evolve, what can you do when you can't see where the attacks are coming from?
I think, again, the answer here to this, because this has been a very, you know, just one-sided game for Team Vamos in the early game. Look at this. This is a 6,000 gold lead. They're most likely going to get this turtle unless Maycam Evolve wants to make a play. They're going to use a conceal. Warlord, though, gets the information. So turtle's up. I would be surprised if Maycam Evolve actually tries to contest this. With the way things are going, it's just better not to force those fights, not to force the situation where then you find yourself 10,000 gold behind before the first Lord.
Wow.
And so it looked like that's going to be the case. Team Vamos 3 for 3 with the turtles. They have everything they need right now. You know, the one thing too, at least in terms of gold, like, Yorokotsu's farming up. You know, he's got the Malefic Gun now, still working on the BOD, but they're just going to watch these turrets get taken down. Warlord, enough of a threat that he can just go ahead and post up in front of, you know, 3-4 guys from Maycam Evolve. And so that's the situation right now. It's really difficult for Maycam Evolve to actually find this window of opportunity. And honestly, on that might just be the case. You know, they got to wait. Really, it's the waiting game for them.
Yeah, and for Team Vamos, they're not just playing this at a micro level, a lot of outplays or whatever. Team Vamos is actually managing their waves really well, and they could actually do that because, again, of this Hellcurt pick. Soren has been split pushing opposite lanes wherever Maycam Evolve will go and try to push. Zorn is just on the other side, trying to make them react.
You know why?
Why?
Because Zorn is like, come and fight me. It's okay. I'll actually go ahead and fight anyone from Mayhem Evolve. So even if he pushes, I would say, and just, if you guys have watched Zorn enough, you already know he's one of those players that will take that fight. And with this, he's going to get spotted out, though.
Okay. Manages to escape and dash out, though. But the thing is, what I like about Team Vamos' composition is Warlord isn't required or pressured to be the main initiator, because so far Soren has been doing it with his dashes and with his Petrify. And with Warlord's kit, with the AOG, it can actually be, it can actually assist whatever Soren's initiations will be done. So right now, Team Vamos has a good position to extend the lead once again, take this Lord away, not let Maycom evolve contest. And even then, with the first Lord, they can actually take down at least one base turret against Maycom.
Yeah, you got to think about this too. You know, even with this objective coming up here, Maycam, I don't think they see any room to work with at all. It's just going to be cut off from Team Vamos.
I don't think they see anything at all.
Yeah, like literally and figuratively, right? I mean, at this point, and that's why I'm saying, like, realistically, you have to think about what are the chances with this lineup for Maycam Evolve. How do they turn it around? How do they bring it to their favor? You guys saw from the previous game where it was just a game of discipline and kind of stalling out, but that's when you had a hero that was meant to, you know, stall games out, stack up, and turn tides. But when you look at the lineup that they have, who you're looking at here, you know, like the panel mentioned with Feshin, yeah, you can set up a good base and objective real-world manipulation, but do you have the items to turn those fights around? Because you're relying on a Beatrix to be able to do that. Yeah, you have a great setup potential. Aurora, too, with a Suyo, but even then, if he jumps in, he might just get petrified and caught out, you know? And Nets hasn't had to do much at all, but this is a Bruno, this is a hero pick that is at the top of the winning rate standings, and all he's been doing is farming up. He hasn't had to join any fights, and he's already got the Malefic Gun, the Berserker's Fury, and the Haas Claws. So that is what is so difficult for Maycam Evolve to make this work. They're going to have to defend against this because all lanes being pushed in, and the shields are already down too early on. Team Vamos might be looking to end a game early. There's the jump.
AOG gonna zone out the members of Maycam Evolve to try and take down Inhibitor up top. Look at Nets, just as aggressive as he can be with Smooth by his side. Lord is still up. Team Vamos was able to take down Inhibitor up top. Now they're gonna work on the middle lane. They still have minions, and Maycam Evolve, they still have the kit to go, but here comes the Dark Nightfalls. Real World Manipulation will be casted, but all of a sudden, Feshin just got blasted down. Marquino as well. Yurikotsu is left to defend for himself. He will take down Soren and Chibi, but Team Vamos moments away from taking down Maycam Evolve. Here comes Super Noel though. He's gonna use a Secret Hammer to try and delay the minion push. They lost the minions, but Team Vamos has one down bottom, and they're gonna take down Inhibitor down bottom as well. And moments away, Vamos will give Malaysia their very first win in M6.
A very quick victory this time from Team Vamos. And Vamos, they said 11:39. They didn't just let up at all through this gaming on what a performance to come out and adjust. I mean, it looks like with them, it was like, hey, another day. And for them, that's a win they definitely needed.
It's up there alongside with the fastest game set by Fnatic Onyx yesterday, 11-11. But for Team Vamos, man, what an amazing play.
Well, let's throw it to the panel to see what they have to say about this win for Team Vamos.
First win for Malaysia in the M6 World Championship, and yep, our PPs are on our prediction popsicles because this is what we said. We talked about it beforehand, and we were all leaning towards Vamos to take this. I was just incredibly surprised with how fast and how dominating that one was.
Honestly, I'll be real with you. I was dead silent when I saw that draft because, again, against a better team, probably it wouldn't have worked out as well as it did, but you could definitely see all the interactions that they want to put in place. They want to make sure that Joy can walk away. They want to make sure that the Geo wait is, again, very difficult to tell where exactly it's going to be. So this is just a breakdown of communication and, unfortunately, very weak fundamentals coming in from Maycam Evolve. And obviously, I mean, I stapled this all the way on my chest here. It's almost taking this game, man. I had this the entire game, and I was getting sweaty after that draft.
This is the Eve. This is the Tigreal. This is even the Yasuyo, man. As soon as that Hellcurt got locked in by Zorn, it changed the dynamic of the game entirely.
And at the end of that, this was Vamos. Cool as a cucumber and in control all around. Let's go on over to the stage with Rose and Vamos to celebrate their win.
the first win for the hometown heroes, Vamos. And right now, I am with Zorn. First of all, Zorn, how are you feeling?
Seronok dan rasa lega dapat menang.
He feels good after getting a win. Now, Zorn, maybe you can take us back to yesterday, okay? Throwback, just a little bit of a throwback. What happened yesterday and how did you guys manage to regroup in order to gain back momentum for the second day of the Swiss stage?
Actually semalam kita orang ada a bit rasa nervous lah bila main dekat atas stage. Maybe sebab ada atas faktor sejuk juga di atas stage. Jadi dia mengganggu kita orang punya performance dalam game. And then hari ni kita orang dah dapat kaji balik kita orang punya mistake dan datang memakai jacket, guys.
All right, now Zorn said that actually yesterday he thinks one of the factors that they lost is because of the nervousness as well as how cold they felt up on stage. So they went back, they regrouped, and then after that they rethought about what mistakes they did. So today they worked on the mistakes that they have did and also came to the venue wearing a jacket. Now yes, I agree, it is very cold here, right Zorn? Okay, now Zorn, we know that back in M5 you have said previously that you guys weren't 100% ready. Zorn, in your opinion, this time around, how ready is Vamos for M6?
Kalau tanya saya, kita orang dah betul-betul ready untuk semua game yang kita orang akan lawan lah. Cuma kita orang kena hadapi mistake daripada sendiri kot.
Okay, now he said in his opinion, he thinks that he's actually really ready. Vamos is 100% ready for all of the matchups they are about to face in M6. He thinks that they just have to work on the mistakes and the discipline of the team in order to give a better fight. Okay, now Zorn, another question, okay? One more question. Why the Hellcurt? Is it really a Zorn thing to pick unorthodox heroes? Or do you think that it's actually really good?
Kalau tanya saya juga, pasal Hellcurt tu, saya perlu keluarkan apa-apa strategi lah untuk menang best of one ni. Sebab memandangkan ini adalah game kita akan jumpa satu sekali je. Jadi opponent takkan faham macam mana nak counter hero-hero yang baru macam contoh macam Hellcurt. Jadi dengan hero yang ada, saya rasa boleh menang kot dengan best of one.
I see. Okay, now Zorn just expressed that actually picking Hellcurt is a good strategy since it is a best of one. Teams do need to go all out in order to gain that win. And since he said that there will not be any other room for the opposing side to actually regroup and rethink how to counter Hellcurt, now is the best time to pull out the cheeky strats Malaysia is known for. Now Zorn, last question. Do you feel nervous playing M6 actually in your home ground?
Adalah sedikit nervous sebab nak banggakan hometown kan, tapi semalam mengecewakan pula. Sorry guys.
Alright, Zorn said he does feel a bit nervous playing in the home ground because he wants to make everybody here proud. And I think the Malaysians are proud of both the representative team. So thank you very much to Zorn. And with that, let us show it back to the panel to break down what happened in this best of one.
Big smiles all around here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia as Vamos gets the dub. And yeah, I feel like that explains it. The last pick, Hellcurt, it's a best of one. Why the heck not?
It made more sense, especially when we saw it in-game. The amount of action that we saw in the first 3 minutes, I think our casters, Jose and Jose, were like, hey, this is the most jam-packed early game we've ever seen. And that's exactly how you play. I think that's the trademark Vamos that we were looking for, especially since yesterday.
I mean, the cheese picks definitely, we should have expected them. All right? It's Vamos, and it's the best of one. This is the perfect scenario for them to do so. But personally for me, what's impressive is this decision-making coming in. Because at any point, they could have gone to the gold lane first and then decided to kind of bleed that lead elsewhere. But instead, they did it the opposite way around. And I think, we'll probably get into it once the post-game stats start to come up here. Because, again, I need to see the damage first.
And I'd hate to beat a dead horse, or in this case, a dead bear, but there were also a lot of mistakes Maycam Evolve committed, or at least became products of the aggression that Vamos brought into this, 11.5-minute game.
Yeah, you guys hit it right on the money there. They were snappy, and the snappiness that Vamos showed up meant that Maycam Evolve, exactly as Soren said, they felt like they couldn't react. One thing that I was telling you gentlemen behind the scenes was that it looked like the rookie in Super Nahuel, he was overwhelmed by everything that Vamos was throwing their way.
And even the most veteran of them all, Marquinhos, were making decisions that were questionable.
Yes.
Economically wise, right? Do you have it in you to buy random and casual hammer when you're losing that hard, I would have just committed all of my resources to being as chunky as I could be.
Yeah. I mean, just go for the Thunderbelt. That alone should have given you enough. And you're up against a Phobius as well. It's not like you have quote-unquote dashes to work with. Second of all, going for sprint. The main idea that I'm seeing that Marquino wanted to go for, if I'm going to chase anybody, it's going to be Chibi, right? I want to make sure that that Joy is on lock, or at the very least we have vision, but that shouldn't be his job, right? I do feel that, unfortunately for Sutu Noel, he got overwhelmed with the way the map was kind of split in awkward directions.
Yeah.
He wasn't sure where his team should be investing his resources. And I think, number one, they needed to play for Beatrix. That's number one. Number two, once you have lost one side of the map after the level 4 engagement, you vertically jungle, right? They're invading us. I don't see Joy having a purple or even an orange buff at that point of time. You invade, go to the opposite side, and maybe create an opening if Nets overextends.
Again, not to knock down too heavily onto Maycam Evolve. We like their draft.
Yes, it's a great draft.
It's exactly what we mentioned when it comes to how do you deal with a team that loves to be aggro. Control them the best way you can, pokes, crowd control. But then if that team smells like just a little bit of hesitation, the wrong rotation at the very first minute, then they will pounce on you. And that's exactly what Vamos did.
They went for the neck here. And I think you also see, even before the game began, just the draft alone, as we saw it fundamentally sound, this is the result of forcing a team to play the metagame when they're more comfortable doing something else. If anything, day one, that draft that they came out with was just proof that they are a very specific team. They're a unique team. And by forcing them on these heroes that are, stars of the metagame, I think a part of it is also just because they're not as comfortable.
Well, is it not comfortable, or you're not sure what you're supposed to be doing at what time? Because again, this is a very flexible draft, right?
Lack of veterancy, there's one thing too, yeah.
Exactly, because again, when you're in Tigral's position, where do you want to position yourself, right? You need to be part of that mid lane push because Warlord is going to outpush the Eve, especially in the earlier levels. Because of Blast, it's a thing, it's really annoying. Secondly, do you man-to-man defense against Zorn, and you're not even 100% sure where he is like 80% of the time?
Yeah, and it seems like every time Vamos got any whiff of any of the frontliners of Maycam Evolve, it's instantly Dark Knight Falls. Burst them down, catch them, just keep going forward. And yeah, it was smothering what Vamos did on the map here.
I agree that it is smothering, but you got to give it to Chibi, and as well as how the rest of the team supplements him. Step one, let's get him to level 4 as quickly as possible, right? Have the proxy ready to go. Zorn is helping him with the other side of the buff as expected of the Hellcurt. Where's our next plan? Head down, unlock our EXP laner for the very first turtle fight. Step 3, now that we've gotten control of that, make sure that you keep your tempo faster than your opponents. That's why we saw Warlord got to move off of the mid lane way more often in comparison to the Eve, because Tigreal was not supporting the mid lane and keeping that level of control.
And now in hindsight, if it was all for the payoff on Chibi, for him to go ham, for Vamos to go this fast, again, 11.5 minutes, it made sense that they got a Hellcurt and a Gatot Kacha. It made sense that that mid-roam combo was as aggressive and that specific, so that Chibi only has to worry about Super Nawel at the end.
Yeah. Yes, but there's one more thing. The big guillotine at the very end is when they decided to play 2-2 on both sides of the map. Bruno left unchecked. Now we have to say Yorkotsu has to join in on these team fights. All tier 2s were already destroyed at 9 minutes into the game, and that's when they went for the neck.
It looked like I was just watching a game of Overcooked, not gonna lie. It's like your team decided, hey, let's make some burgers. Suddenly you got one guy making pasta and the other team making a different kind of burger. And it just, they're putting out fires. And the more, every time Vamos would set a new one afloat, it's very tough for a young roster such as this to go up against like a team like Vamos. It's very demanding.
Maycam Evolve were us and our friends, while Vamos was the game.
Yeah. And they just couldn't play to the level of the game itself. They're now in peril, Maycam Evolve. 0-2, but of course, game is never over here. As you strive to be greater than ever, sometimes you just have to get challenged and get taken to your limit. While Vamos will join the 1-1 bracket, and the Malaysians can breathe just a little bit more relaxed now. So, that's it. A little bit of a home ground blessing onto Team Vamos as we now head on over to the next match, which is... Ooh, I'm scared. It's NIP Flash versus Aurora.
Why?
Why? It's NIP Flash, man. There's something about Aurora right now that I feel like if it's a best of one, they might just you know, struggle against a team that will bring out surprises. They are fundamentalists yet, yes, but weirdly enough, some of the hardcore fundamentalists in heading into M6 were the ones punished in the very first round of wildcard.
I'm actually with Renmar on this one. I think that NIP Flash, at this point of time, it's a double-edged sword. Either they're going to play pretty standard stuff, or we're going to see some weird things coming out in the mid lane. I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay, maybe it's just me and my eternal optimism when it comes to the Hitman. I think yesterday's loss was a wake-up call, and now with the help of their 8-man squad, again, I always count their player coach, their coach, and their analyst as a part of that prep. Today should be a better day for Auroras, and Filipino fans all over the world.
It's going to be a massive styles clash for the next match here at the M6 Swiss stage, as the team known for bringing out some of the most, I'll straight up say, weird and unique and creative picks in the global MLBB metagame face off against the fundamentalists from the Philippines. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. We will be back with Leo and Gideon Q for the next match here in the second day of the Swiss stages. When we come back, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a fun one between Singapore and the Philippines. See you in a bit.
モバイルレジェンド M6 スイスウォッチ。明治
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Our differences can either tear us apart or bring us together. In this very specific matchup, I'm pretty sure we're going to see the differences of these two teams, their styles and their approaches to the game, and see these two tear each other up as they both avoid falling into the 0-2 bracket here in the Swiss stage. It's NIP Flash of Singapore versus Aurora MLBB of the Philippines. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. Still here with Leo and Gideon Q. But of course, before we move on forward, we would like to thank one of our many partners here in the M6 World Championship, Qiddiya. Discover the beating heart of Qiddiya City, the gaming and esports district, the world's first real-life gaming hub and a beacon of gaming culture. If you want to know more about that, search for it online. That is at Qiddiya Gaming. Now, this one's going to be an interesting game. We've talked about it. We've set it up. Styles clash. But for those who are not familiar with these two teams, why is it a styles clash?
One is a fundamentalist, one preps like nobody does, that's Aurora MLBB. The other treats their local league like a playground. They're so playful, they're so experimental, they're so crazy that it seems like in an international stage is the only place they really get tested. That's NIP Flash.
I mean, it's a combination, a culmination of the Singaporean playstyle. Truly, honestly, they used to be the fundamentalists building up into this, but now NIP Flash continues to show and break that record, showing a different side of the Singaporean MLBB with a little bit of a Filipino touch to it, adding some fluidity with the way that they move across the map.
They may be very different in their approach to the game, but they are actually quite similar in one regard. They both have underworld junglers. What does that mean? Well, it's us being creative about it. They both have Hades for NIP Flash, and they have Demon Kite in Aurora MLBB. Two Filipino junglers who ventured into different regions. Of course, Hades, multi-time champion in Singapore. Demon Kite, when he was here in Malaysia, popped off regular season MVP for RSGMY. So, Leo, knowing that you're a massive fan of Renegade and Aurora MLBB, of course, do you feel like a little bit of that Malaysian influence on Demon Kite sort of evolved his game into what it is now in Aurora?
I think it'd be a shame if it didn't. The growth of one Jan Cedric Scaranto, aka Demon Kite, has started in him winning MSC 2022 right here in Kuala Lumpur. So to say that the Malaysian influence is not present would be impossible. So the way that a lot of them actually have played on an international stage should affect that. So if you're comparing that to NIP Flash's international flavor, I think it'd be an even ball game because, mind you, there's also a Japanese player amongst NIP.
Oh, Mr. JPL. Again, one of the few who's actually competed very often in the M Series itself. And
even before the M Series, he's been here.
He has been here. He used to be part of the MPL MY/SG times, the good old days, as some may call it, the dark times for others. Generally, as the way that we see the game right now, I think that especially when we're looking towards NIP Flash's side, I'm hoping that they're willing to bring their A game, because yesterday wasn't good enough of a showing, right? Definitely underperforming compared to what we're used to seeing, and even if we compare them in their grand finals alone, I think that should give you a good idea of what the polish should look like.
Yeah, NIP Flash, at one point when they didn't have the NIP part yet, they were called, well, Hades Esports. But then the other members of Team Flash said, hey, don't just look at Hades. Don't just look at our jungler. Yes, he is amazing. Yes, he saved us and gave us championships. He is one of the assassin gods in Singapore. But then the rise of the other members of NIP Flash, introducing another import as well in Kurt TZ, who mastered the basics from Aurora MLB, highlighted the two Filipinos and said, when it comes to Kurt TZ, he is the X Factor.
I'm a big fan of Curtis, even with his days in Omega. He was one of the X Factors there. I remember as far back as M2 when Paquito was new, he came second place in that Paquito 1v1 tournament. That speaks of his mechanics alone. What more, you have a crew of mad geniuses behind him that enable these mid-Martises, these mid-Fannies.
Yeah.
Those aren't just pocket picks, by the way. Like, especially mid-Martis, that wrecked havoc in MSC.
I just want to say that's like one of the best examples of the butterfly effect. Win a 1v1 Paquito tournament, Martis mid.
Martis mid. I mean, there are parallels, because he has played Paquito mid at one point.
Oh, yeah, that's
pretty funny, honestly. Man, that's such an old callback to the Paquito 1v1 tournament happening all the way back at M2. But geez, the way that we're expecting this match to actually play out really is going to boil down to, is the X Factor actually going to come down from Cartesi, or are they going to make Diablo play something else? Or is he forced back onto the meta? We don't know. It's a bit of a coin flip.
I like that dichotomy. I like that juxtaposition. Diablo, the handsome devil, versus Mr. Consistent, Abunjingjing Edward. One that is just an anchor for his team. No matter what's happening, you can rely on Edward. The other, Diablo, show stealer. Just changes the face of the game. No matter what is happening for NIP Flash, you can always rely on Diablo to reinvent the wheel. I like it. That's another clash of styles.
And in this clash of styles, there are a lot of questions in terms of which heroes come up. There are unpicked heroes yet to make their mark. Wait, is that right? Diablo played Carmilla XP?
Yup.
Well, I mean, you did say Playground in Singapore for NIP Flash. I'm looking at the list here. There's a list of example heroes. You got Masha. Oh, we don't talk about Masha. Not in gold. Freya. Whoa. Leomord, Karita, Iksha, Florin.
Kadira XP?
Wait,
these are just heroes that we want to see.
Yeah, that we want to see. That NIP Flash has showed up in the past. But, well, Aurora MLB also has their fair share of unique picks.
Yep.
Right?
There is, well, back then it wasn't as meta. Joy. Demon Kite was making Joy a thing.
Before it was a thing.
Yep.
Right.
He has a Bane. That's a thing.
Aurora, I think they even allow like 16 to 18 unique heroes picked for Renegade.
Renegade alone.
In MPL Philippines Season 14.
I was going to bring that up as well, because again, I would like to see him play, still be a playmaker, right? It really hurts me when I see him play like an Enchanter style support. I mean, yes, if the team demands it, sure, he's willing to do so, but it feels so much better when he has that impact to turn things around in a single fight. And not only that, I think, you know, the biggest difference makers here in this particular match is going to come from the gold, right? Vanix, he's kind of a hit or a miss right now. And I think that unfortunately teams who have picked up Granger, yes, it kind of fits his playstyle, but you're going to need to draft an entire composition that can really abuse that Death Sonata.
All right, so let's see which one of these two teams will actually get the unique picks. And I think it's time to bring out our prediction popsicle. So let's start over there at the end. Gideon, you wanna start things off?
But of course, I'm going to have to say, it's going to be Aurora. I have to say that they are looking so much better. Generally, fundamentalists, close to my heart, but at the very least, you know that there's going to be consistency with this team.
All right, Leo?
No further words needed.
Ooh, okay.
Without a doubt, without a doubt.
Without a doubt. All right, I haven't been wrong all throughout this day.
Oh yeah?
But I really hope but I am because...
Which one did you go for? No. Interesting. I mean, you got to give us an explanation, at a minimum, an explanation as to why.
There's just something about... It's a best of one, right? Yesterday. And best foot forward has to be the #1 rule. The fact that the best foot forward wasn't what was brought out yesterday, I feel like, from Aurora MLBB. To be fair, they were also respect banned like crazy by Falcon Esports. Shows that maybe they're still trying to feel out that best of one process. I am in the strong belief that Aurora is one of those teams that get better as the tournament goes along. And maybe an 0-2 shocker because NIP Flash, sometimes in this meta, we know that surprise and craziness has beaten Fundamentalists. I hope to goodness I am wrong, but this squad, there's just something about them. Maybe I've been washed away by the NIP Flash hype.
And look, I mean, NIP Flash is an exciting team to watch, especially when you have people like Diablo on one end, willing to bring out some non-meta high damage, dealing EXP laners, and even Curtizi. Again, when you are looking at this team, you're expecting who is going to be that X factor. You never really know, so you rely on your consistent players like Hades, like JPL.
All right, let's see if they'll be able to get that consistency there. You know, real quick, if I'm NIP Flash, do I actually open up the Cho? Let's say they're blue side. Do I actually open up the Cho, ban the Matilda, and make sure the Cho ends up with JPL?
I would like to, only if Cho gets through.
Only if.
If. Big if, and when I say that.
Big if, all right. Because, I mean, that Cho tore up the house in Riyadh in MSC 2024. And, of course, you want to take it away from the hands of the Hitman. Here is Aurora MLBB. Leo?
We haven't really talked about the next standard and, of course, the technical specialist, the magic man in mid, Yue. I think it's these two that are the low-key anchors for Aurora, because you have a fundamental approach. You get your solid picks on Renegade, or if you gotta flex into his 12.5 picks, sure. You have Mr. Consistent in Edward. I think if you let Doming and Yue have good picks, like the Eve, anything but the Moskov,
yes,
it
please.
should be
Yes,
should be a win. That's why, because what's more scary than a team that is a fundamentalist, right? A fundamentalist that had to learn its lesson the hard way.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why, like, I'm thinking also, like, you know, maybe, come on, you know, I'm sorry, my bias is showing. But yeah, JPL and NIP Flash, though they they were delivered the loss. It was a very competitive game against CFU Gaming. So this is your 4th M Series, JPL, but which one is your favorite? Hey, Gideon, you want to read this response? Because it was your first one, too.
Yes. He says M1 because we didn't make it to the playoffs, so I had a long holiday. Hopefully this time I'll make it far. I don't wish to have another long holiday.
Man doesn't like vacations.
He doesn't. He's a working man.
Not the forced kind.
I like how JPL could have a little fun with the fact, you know, that they struggled in the playoffs. What team was he in back then?
He was on EVOS SG at the time.
Oh, he didn't make the playoffs? Oh.
Not then.
Not then.
They made it through in M2. Made it through in M3. So, you know, man has a reputation.
Oh, all right. Oh, he's been here. He's one of the ancient ones.
I think he was part of Team Flash during that time, before the NIP.
Before the NIP.
He was in my top 10 greatest in M5, bro.
Oh, he was?
Because he's such an old... old is the wrong word. Yeah. He's such a tenured player.
An ancient one.
Yeah. You could say his name in the breath of Few, Rebo, Lemon.
That's true.
I would say JPL.
Yeah, of course, the Singapore region sometimes doesn't get much love, but there was a point where I think it was in the M3 broadcast back home in the Philippines, a lot of us had a lot of respect for JPL. So let's see what respect bans we're going to be getting. NIP Flash, they take away the Matilda. Of course, you don't want Fanny on the hands of Demon Kite. While for Aurora, take away Hilda. And I like that they're actually respecting the Bruno of Vanix. We haven't seen it yet here, but I believe in this year alone, one of the heroes synonymous to Vanix outside of the Harith was actually the Bruno.
He's been an OG Bruno user, even when it was just like fringe meta.
Yeah. I can definitely get behind that. But that means that at least it opens up potential unique picks coming in. Well, I want to see whether or not they're going to pick Ranger, again, is what I'm trying to allude to here. But when I'm looking at Aurora, the fact that they're banning out Hilda on top of getting rid of the Phobius, Hilda, I get. Phobius, you're looking for something specific. And I'm thinking they probably want like, I'm just going to guess, throw it out there. They want to have an Earth Shadow Flicker combination ready to go from Edward.
That's right, set up the Edith. Still one of the low-key heroes that, I can't believe that came through.
Oh, wait. One thing I realized.
Dude. Not first pickable though. Was this the Eve?
No, it's not the Eve. It's the one better than Eve. The S tier. Come on. We're right there. The Jushin is wide open right now.
Oh, for
It's
Aurora.
so free.
And that's what took him down yesterday.
Go ahead and pick it up. They gave the Jushin, and there's the butterflies. Gets locked in.
By lanterns
And now NIP Flash, they decided to play into this Jushin. But if I am them, you get the Cho now. You cannot give Cho Jushin to Aurora MLBB.
You can, but there's still, like, even if you take away the Cho, there's also the high loss that also works really, really well. So the question is, how do you want to approach the Jushin? Are you going to try and outrange her entirely? Which, again, not a lot of mages can do.
Or burst her down.
That's also an option, but she's pretty tanky, surprisingly.
Yeah, I think NIP Flash doesn't need to default into picking up something like an Eve. We've seen lineups with Eve struggle up against a lineup with Jushin. So if you want burst, maybe you can just hard crowd control and burst her down, either Aurora or Vex later on.
Or maybe they can set up a Sicilian.
I have one more pick that may or may not come out, but I need to see the setup for it. The question is whether or not Demon Kite is going to get a high mobility assassin.
Whoa!
For now, the denial.
They got both.
I was gonna say there's no way they highless Cho.
Yeah, me too. I was thinking that.
They
Like,
did.
I said Joe, you said Halos, and I was like, they're gonna just choose, right?
It looks like Coach MTV and Coach Dex are going deep into the clear bowl. Did you see that coming? Would they have done that? Because Coach Zarate and Coach KCP are like, let's do it. Sure, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't expect us to do that.
They wouldn't see this one coming. But I think there's also flexibility in it as well, because Cho in the EXP lane also does pretty well now that we know for a fact that both Hilda and as well as Hylos are out of that pool. Cho next in line.
Diablo can. I'm pretty sure Diablo can play the Cho.
Cut back, they pick up third pick Benedetta.
Like suddenly,
Curtis even Cho!
who's going where? Again, that's always a line of thinking you have to get into when you were talking about NIP Flash. So it's a Gatan Kacha for Renegade, one of his, actually it became one of his foundational picks in MPL Philippines Season 14, and there's the Alpha paired up with the Jushin, strong combo.
I love this because now there is a possibility for it to actually work. Farsa might just be the way to open up this game. The only problem right now is the GOA, of course, but inevitably you will outrange everybody on the side of Aurora.
Fickle Farsa for the pokes. Well, I mean, for Aurora, they are known to pick up gold laners that are a little bit more up in your face. Oh, but then if that's the case, Domin can default into his signature Claude, and that might make the Farsa
I don't
have
mind
a
that.
lot of problems.
I don't mind that because at least with Claude, he's not lane dominant. And that's something that Vanix has been struggling with, just the laning phase alone. He's much better when you get into team fights.
Okay. Ooh, they still go into the Eve.
Still valid. If
still
you
goes.
pick the Claude, you still need an answer to that. Still cutting right through the box.
And I gotta be fair here because I've called it out in the past, but right now the first three of Aurora look good against the first three of NIP.
And the Moskov is still at large.
Yeah.
So we still don't know.
Good point. It's a good point. I don't know. The second phase here is going to be really important, specifically for NIP Flash, because the fact is they allowed the Jushin to come out. They tried to take away the enablers for that Jushin, and I think at this point it just feels right if NIP Flash is going to default into a Beatrix or something.
That is a deep cut respect ban, folks, that NIP Flash did. They took out the Rafaela of Renegade, who Aurora were one of the first teams that did that, or I think, oh wait, no, yeah, it was Aurora. When Eve was starting to pop up a bit more in MPLPH S14 playoffs, they picked Rafaela to counter it.
And I would not put it beyond Aurora if suddenly they bring out a Diggy too. One of the dozen and a half heroes Renegade played in Season 14.
That would honestly do a lot of work here. It denies the slow. It denies the initial kick as well from the Cho. Real world manipulation, who cares? Trespass the territory anyways.
But maybe that's why they took out the Hayabusa? Because, I mean...
Because it pops the egg real quick?
Yeah, it pops the time's journey quickly if you're not careful, so... Are they really considering it? I'd honestly want to see Edward maybe play a different hero. Because, okay, yes, we see the Cho Hylos and the Eve, but something in my mind tells me Aurora can default back to one of their best picks for Edward.
The Edith.
It's the Edith, yes.
Yeah. The Edith, and then you just need a good damage profile marksman, and all is well.
Yeah. So Edith got a Jushin that spreads out your distribution of magic damage.
Beatrix is still free.
Beatrix for Domin. Oh, NIP Bandit. Good call.
What a
Very
read.
good call. Very, very good call here. Again, in terms of the EXP pool, I wouldn't be too surprised if Benedetta ends up being the pick for Aurora side because it's just a Swiss Army knife. When you got nothing else, Benedetta is like, I clear waves, I move fast.
Did we just mind leak just now? The moment that Aegis was banned, I was thinking, are we going to see the return of Agent Zero?
Hey, it'll be even crazier. Instead of Benedetta, he's like, you know what? I'm going to win this lane. I'm going to play Yuzong.
Yep. Yuzong, it's been a while.
If this becomes the gold laner, then all the more I would greenlight the Yuzong too. If you especially see who he's hunting down. We don't know what Maddox is playing.
It's probably the Beatrix here. It would make a lot of sense if it's the Beatrix. If it goes into the Granger, I feel like his scaling takes way too long before you get the initial profit.
All right. Is it going to be the gold here?
If this isn't the Beatrix, I think Aurora can also play the Beatrix.
Both are actually pretty good for either side, to be fair.
A Beatrix for NIP Flash would help round out a bit of the damage problems that their lineup is having right now. He would be very good. And at the same time, you deny a very strong pick on the side of Aurora. But then again, Claude is open. Oh,
jungler first.
Interesting. So they're going to give Aurora the first choice of gold laners as well. So now that you have the Joy, at the very least, the big issue is that Jushin, you got to be real precise. Because as soon as you dash out of the way, and even if you have max stacks, you need to make sure that the Latin Flare is on top of them.
I think Aurora is just weighing either they go Claude or Beatrix, potentially.
I think Claude is so good.
Yeah. Oh, if they want to overload the magic damage, they can consider something like the Harith.
Can you box for Harith? Like, will that Zaman Force be worth it to drop in front of a, real world in a...
With the Alpha Jushin and Gatot, it should
maybe. You win. You suddenly turn that kill box into your kill box.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen it in MLBH that teams aren't afraid to pick a Harith into it, but Time and Tides, of course, is the Beatrix.
Oh, it's a throwback to the Grand Finals combo! The Kaja Beatrix!
Wow, that's interesting. I would have imagined that they might, if they wanted to feel a little spicy for Aurora, they might even go for like a Granger and really play around Yue on the Zushin. Slow your targets, pick them up, throw them down. But this, now it's very impactful. Slow your targets, boom, one guy's dead.
What I'm worried about though is all on doming. It's all on doming.
All on doming, and this inadvertently puts a lot of pressure onto your Gatot, Kacha, and Alpha to hold down the front line. As Kaja is more pick-off, he doesn't hold front lines. He uses Divine Judgment, dashes away, and says, help me.
Help me, please.
Help me,
Somebody
please.
do something to this thing I'm lugging around.
Make this work. Oh.
Huh.
All right, I was fair. I gotta be fair. I am the known Moskov hater.
Yeah, you are.
Aurora for this draft, man.
I have to say the same here. I don't think the Moskov is going to do enough.
Clean combo. I'm with it.
All right, it's all Aurora here. So, nice to Ingan. What do you guys think?
I'll tell you what we're thinking, panel. I'm feeling the same way, man. I'm loving what the drafts brought to the table. Ingan, what do you think? Is it, are you feeling Aurora's draft here or NIP?
Man, I just love the throwback. The Kaja paired up with the Beatrix once again. We can see the Hitman alongside the roaming with the throwback. To catch Hades, one of the most mobile heroes with this Joy, but we still can't count out NIP Flash. I mean, just looking back at the previous, not their latest Grand Finals, the Grand Finals before that, where one more hit of their crystal, they're gonna lose. So you can't count out just anyone yet.
Can't count them out, but we are jumping into the land of Dawn. Again, this best of one. It's the fourth match here at day number 2 of the Swiss stage. Aurora, MLBB, and NIP Flash looking for that first victory in their standings. Of course, getting to that 1-1. And the team that loses this, we already know what's at stake for the teams that will be facing that 0-2 record after today is concluded. And with both lineups, we heard some of the strengths for both these teams. And honestly, for a lot of the fans out there that have watched Aurora MLBB, they were probably pretty shocked at how things kind of resulted in yesterday. But before we talk more about it, again, I want to remind everyone the M6 Pass is now available. Oh, hold on. It looks like, okay, they were making a play there. Just go. Grab that M6 Pass while you guys can. Again, you can hit level 75 for free by completing all the tasks, and there's a whole lot for you guys to go ahead and grab. Of course, the battle emotes for Claude and Baksha, and the special skin, the Dauntless Shield for Baksha as well. Now, going back to the game here, there was a flicker burned, and a Purify that was taken out of it from Yue. So that's going to set things up already early on in this is the rotations we expect here on from both the teams. But really, let's talk about NIP Flash's lineup. Is this actually good to go against what Aurora MLBB is trying to do? Play around the divine judgment that Renegade will eventually have?
I mean, it's going to boil down a lot, especially to JPL and Diablo, to provide a lot of vision for NIP Flash so they can play around, work around the threat of the divine judgment, as you mentioned. So, NIP Flash, we really need to see JPL, one of the veterans, to be active as possible, to roam around the map and get those crucial takes like this. Hades goes in to get the first blood onto Yue, but Renegade and Demon Kite just trying to go for Hades. 2 kills picked up there by NIP Flash, setting themselves up perfectly for an uncontested turtle take.
Yeah, uncontested. Edwards just going to be forced out there. Renegade 2 just chased away from JPL, man. Even when that Hades will get the turtle, so NIP Flash comes out getting a lot early on in the game, under the 3-minute mark. And that's going to be crucial here. Renegade has to deal with JPL, so again, Purify burned.
But real world manipulation onto Yue, one more hit. But Yue manages to stay alive. Here comes the Lantern Flare. Now the counter attack. JPL will get caught by the Spear of Alpha. Demon Kite gets a kill, and now a pull from the Hitman onto Cortese. A double for the smiling Demon.
And Yue survives the whole thing. There's a spear going to be thrown. It did land on Demon Kite, but you won't follow that from Vanix. But still, Aurora MLBB, it was looking a little, a little worrisome off that first turtle take and the 2 kills that NIP Flash got. But with that play, they even things out again. They bring it to the table where the second turtle is going to be up and they're going to be in a good position. The hardest part for that was, again, they're playing around the fact that the Hitman Renegade here needs to have that level 4 available. And so NIP Flash did a really good job at making plays before they knew that utility was available. And now that it is, every time that flicker is there, or even just the divine judgment, they might try to make a play.
Glorious Pathway is still along with it, are revitalized, but Hades just doing with the rhythm of joy, trying to take down Demon Kite, but Demon Kite managed to stay alive here. And the reinforcements from NIP Flash, real world manipulation was casted as well, but no casualties for Aurora.
Casualties. Good thing Demon Kite doesn't go down. Also picking up the War Axe at this point. He's got to be a little... This is the thing with Alpha. Alpha's still a great jungler for a lot of the teams that do decide to bring him to a game. But, ultimately, you don't want to get too gapped in the jungle early on. And Demon Kite, so far, doing a good job at keeping toe-to-toe with a Joy. This Joy pick is picked up a couple times now, and especially with the Temporal Rain emblem, you're going to be wanting to get those electrifying beats off quickly. You're looking to farm up quickly. And it's actually pretty devastating if you think about it when you start to build into these certain items here. So you can see this Hades already grabbing the Starlium Scythe. But you play around the fact that Cortese has this Eve and you're able to set up that real world manipulation. It could be really devastating to deal with all that magic damage. Yue holding down the mid. Turtle at half health.
Okay. Now Diablo goes in with a Glorious Pathway. AOG is going to miss onto the backline. Here comes Spear of Destruction. But Renegade is going to fall down. Yue, though, getting caught up by 2. Manages to get JPL. Now the counterattack onto Vanix. Vanix managed to stay alive. A 3-4-1 trade, and NIP Flash will win that clash.
To win the clash, Aurora MLBB, they might have gotten the turtle, but man, they lose 3. Oh, Demon Kite in trouble.
Okay,
gonna have to get out.
Oh, Ring of Punishment. Is it going to be enough, though? Renegade, does he have the ultimate? No, he doesn't. And NIP Flash, with the zoning of Diablo, will get a mid lane turret this early on. 5 minutes.
Yeah, great decision making from NIP Flash, honestly. This is the team that has shown quite decisiveness early game, and this is one of the play styles that they like to bring to the table. And I think when you really count the fact that they're just making this kind of macro pressure already early on, Aurora MLBB is finding themselves trying to catch up, get into a position where they're going to be able to go, and fight toe-to-toe. They might get this bottom turret. Looks like that's going to go down. Domain does secure that. So it's really just kind of dealing with this pressure. You can see even on the top side of the jungle, Hades taking that purple. Demon Kite won't have that now, and still, playing around the fact that Vanix has just been able to do his thing, farm up. Conceal's going to be used, but there's no one to catch from this, so Aurora will continue to look for what they can. They're almost forced to in a position where now they kind of got to stay clumped up. They kind of got to stay together. They can't get caught out. There just seems to be too much pressure from the lineup that NIP Flash, whether that's a kick, from JPL, whether it's getting cut off from that Glorious Pathway from Diablo, playing around the fact that you have to get through those obstacles is what's making it difficult for Aurora MLBB because, again, you just got to play off a divine judgment for the most part and let Beatrix for Domeng here to farm up and get the items he needs.
Yeah, just really play to their lineup strength, which is the pickoffs. Ideally, at this point, you don't want to go for those clashes because, again, there's just a lot of kit coming in from NIP Flash. They have the Glorious Pathway, Real World Manipulation. JPL has a conceal. Here comes the Glorious Pathway, but again, caught up by the Lantern Flare. A good kick from JPL, forcing out US Crimson Peak, and here comes the AOG coming in from Edward. But they get Renegade, Yue, Domeng, 4 members of Aurora are gonna make it 5-0 wipeout for NIP Flash!
And in a flash, the wipeout Aurora MLBB. Without any contest in that fight, they just dismantled them, all 5. And they'll continue down the mid, getting the tier 2 at this point. You know, NIP Flash, I didn't think this lineup was going to be this devastating early on, but man, looking at the replay here, look at this crash down. Great setup, great kick from JPL. But then, even in that RWM, look at this, the Avatar of the Guardian right on the mark. How do you fight against that? Everybody just lined up in that choke point. You don't have any space to move. You're slowed down and dealt with, and you're taunted with the Unbreakable.
I'm not quite sure, but I think what happened was Domeng, the Cyclone Eye got activated, and when the Real World Manipulation was casted by Curtizi, he got caught off because of the Cyclone Eye. I have to look at it later again, but NIP Flash, 6.8k gold lead. 3 turtles all secure. No, 2 turtles have been secured by NIP Flash, and now they're just doing the cleanup here, all the outer turrets, trying to get ahead against Aurora MLBB, and in 40 seconds, this can go down bad for Aurora if NIP Flash secures a Lord.
It's worrisome because just like we saw from this, you don't want to fight here if you're Aurora MLBB. You don't want to fight in these choke points of the jungle, whether it's your side or the opposite side, because of that situation that we just saw, you know, that crash down in the box. Look at this, 831. The Marksman Trinity achieved. Vanix has just been farming out of his mind.
Yeah, and apart from the Marksman Trinity, look at the level gap of the 2 junglers. Hades level 14 deep. That's a 4-level gap. Even before 9 minutes, that's how dominant the start of NIP Flash is. This is despite the fact that Aurora was able to answer the first 2 kills of NIP Flash with 2 kills of their own, specifically 2 Demon Kite. So far, NIP Flash, their decision, their decisiveness is really paying off because they're not thinking twice. If JPL wants to go, if Diablo wants to cast the Glorious Pathway, there's always a follow-up, and I have yet to see Diablo casting that Glorious Pathway defensively.
I don't think they are going to do that at all anytime soon with the lead that they have. And for Aurora MLBB, who do you even target? You know, if you're Renegade, which is the proper target to get to? Because you're not going to reach Vanix. Vanix is not going to put himself in that position with the Smozkov here. And so you might just be trying to grab whoever you can, whether that's Kurt, you know, trying to grab him from stopping that death box being set up. But even then, he's got a flicker. He's going to be fine for the most part. So for Renegade, his job is very difficult on actually being able to focus someone down because you already saw that gap, even in terms of damage. Like, looking at this, man, Domeng is not, he's not there. He's not where he needs to be. He's not able to pop off on that damage that you're used to seeing when we were even talking about that combo of heroes with the Kaja and the Beatrix. So with that, the Lord is going to be started up. Aurora MLBB can't do anything about it. They'll have to defend in the base here with NIP Flash. This is the thing. The lineup that they brought to this game, they can force a fight. You can try to turtle up in your base. You can try to defend into it. But with the fact that you have JPL able to go ahead and do those things that we always see those amazing choke players do towards the wall, get a kickoff, but then you throw in a Glorious Pathway into it, it's going to be really difficult to deal with.
And I don't even think NIP Flash minds the Flicker Divine Judgment combination because the moment that they see it, Diablo for sure will cast that Glorious Pathway alongside Real World Manipulation. But speaking of casting, he did it as well. Lord marching in the middle lane. Electrifying beats coming in from Hades, trying to zone out the members of Aurora MLBB, but Aurora will successfully defend their inhibitor turrets.
With that, again, I'm still thinking they actually want to press this in a little bit further. Aurora MLBB, a little bit of health left on this mid turret. They're going to try to defend it. They do clear it out a little bit. Minions are going to be cleared out, so NIP Flash will go ahead and respect the fact that even with a Beatrix in the hands of Domeng, they can clear out waves, but the focus right now, this last tier 2 turret. And Egon, I'm thinking, you know, even that next Lord comes up, I don't know if Aurora MLBB is in a position to actually get in that position. You know, you might be trying to go with a Hail Mary almost at this point and throwing Edward into the winds. Let him jump on in if they actually get in that position and they're actually confident that Domeng has enough damage to provide, but they're still holding off these waves. They're still going to clear them out.
Kurt Easy got caught by the Lantern Flare. Here comes Edward with the AOG. Diablo pops his Revitalize. And look at Vanix just doing the free hit damage. Even going to take down Domeng as well. Vanix is still alive. Hades, JPL, they only lost Kurt Teasy and Diablo. But Aurora, once again, this is actually a win for them. Because they were able to defend once again their inhibitors. They were able to take down at least Kurt Teasy and Diablo. They did lose Domeng, but that was NIP Flash's sign of just going to dive in, try to get an inhibitor turret before committing to this next Lord.
It's almost like, you know, guys, we're 8,000 gold ahead. We should be able to get a base turret. But then they overstep a little bit. They do get punished, but they got a couple kills off of it too. They still maintain that gold lead and that domination that NIP Flash has been showing, but we've seen this earlier. Now, there's no Sicilian in this roster from Aurora MLBB's lineup, but hey, they might be able to turn things around if they're able to continue and get pickoffs where they matter, where they count. But I think even then, NIP Flash might adjust, you know, from this. And I think even the Jushin pick itself has actually been able to turn games around if you're able to go ahead and get, you know, that beacon off properly, get the Lantern Flare, drag the right members in. But even so, it's still a huge, monumental task that Aurora MLBB has to deal with. Lord is coming up, and NIP Flash with this massive economic advantage they have. They should be an easy Lord for them. And Aurora MLBB, if they can somehow win the A fight, it looks like they're going to set up for it.
And the thing is, NIP Flash can actually use the macro game once again. They have Vanix with the Moskov that could split push the opposite lane and eventually just cast a Spear of Destruction to be in the picture during a huge Lord fight. But here comes the Conceal. Diablo commits a glorious pathway. They're going right after Edward. JPL onto the backline, wants to go for Domeng. Real world manipulation will be casted as well, but all of a sudden the Hitman is gone. JPL's immortality will be popped. That's a trade. Aurora is willing to take a roamer for a roamer. Slowly but surely delaying, extending this game.
That's a whole lot of ultimates down though for NIP Flash. You know, they still have the battle spells available, even the Revitalize. It's good that it was a roamer for a roamer. They might still try to go ahead and post this up. But even then, they're not going to commit to the Lord just yet. Those waves in the mid lane have to be managed. There's a good wave up top.
Oh, AOG to answer right back, but Demonkind and Edward is going to fall down. Domeng and Renegade is left. Beautifully executed by NIP Flash. Starting things off by Hades, going in with electrifying beats. Catching two, and I think NIP Flash is not going to wait for the Lord anymore. They can actually get an inhibitor turret down bottom. Hades goes in once again. Spirit Destruction going to connect. Vanix going to bring down Domeng. Renegade left 14 seconds before UA response. He's going to take down Diablo with him. No minions yet for NIP Flash, but Vanix just continuing to work.
They still got a couple seconds here. They can clear the waves out. Renegade's there.
4 seconds before UA and Demonkind. NIP Flash slams the Northern Lights down south of the Swiss bracket.
NIP Flash coming out in a flash in this game against Aurora MLBB, and they didn't let up. Man, oh man, this was an adjustment that they made, especially from yesterday, and this puts Aurora MLBB and everybody supporting them back at home in a precarious situation, now sitting at 0-2, man. And it looks like, I mean, they're struggling. Aurora MLBB is definitely struggling in the game plan that they want to bring to these best of ones. They really didn't have a moment for them, unless a couple pickoffs, but that's it. And it's back to the drawing board for Aurora MLBB. But let's go ahead and throw it to the panel drawing board to see what they have to say.
I was told and directed that we had to remind everyone of our predictions heading into this. Congratulations to NIP Flash. Leo, you okay, man?
Yeah, I'm all right. It's just, there's a lot I can say about the game.
Gideon?
Honestly, I'm actually pretty proud. Usually, I like to dog on the Singaporeans a lot, but this time, I mean, we're close neighbors and they're cool about it, so we're cool about it. But man, I gotta give it to them. They played one hell of a game today. JPL stepped up, and Vanix especially on his comfort, killer.
Honestly, like I didn't want to delve a little bit into this as to why even as early as yesterday when I saw the draw, I was predicting NIP Flash already. As the other talents, I was very vocal about it. And all of my worst fears of just how good NIP Flash is popped up. And Aurora was just shocked by that. Their control around the mid, JPL in his signature Cho, the swerve of suddenly stealing away the Cho and the high loss. Playing around that so well, it was fantastic. But now NIP Flash are gonna get their moment in the limelight. I believe it's one of our fellow. Oh wait, no, that's Diablo up on stage with Rose. Did I get it right? This Diablo.
The first win for NIP Flash and an amazing one too. First of all, congratulations to Diablo. An amazingly well played game. When I passed him the mic just now, he looked very nervous. He was jittery. Diablo, what's up? How are you feeling?
Very happy because I was prepared to go 0-2 lah, to be honest. But I'm confident in my team, so here we are.
Okay, now Diablo, yesterday we know that you guys were disappointed with the results against your game with CFU Gaming. Maybe we could go back to yesterday first. What actually happened in that matchup yesterday? Maybe you could share with us. Was it the nerves? I don't know. Maybe help us understand what happened yesterday.
I think maybe we underestimated them a bit because we got lead, but they took it back. But ultimately, I would say the victory is ours if we play discipline. So if we meet them again, I am confident to win them.
Okay, now I agree. Never underestimate your opponent, Diablo. I think it's a lesson learned for you guys, especially the fact that it is a best of one. There is no room to come back. Now, speaking of today, you just said that you were expecting to go 0-2 actually. How was it like when you found out that you guys were actually matched up to meet Aurora Gaming? We know that Aurora is a powerhouse from the Philippines, right? Now, what was going through your minds and your team last night when you guys saw the match?
To be honest, I was just relaxing myself for today because there's nothing much to think about. We are here for the M6 World Championship. Why bother being nervous, fighting a strong enemy, right? If you want to be on the top, we gotta be the top.
That's true. If you want to be at the top, you have to meet the ones at the top. Okay, Diablo, maybe we can talk about the Swiss stage. So far, the results are like back and forth. It's surprising. A lot of surprises and upsets yesterday. Maybe, what are your thoughts about it?
I think the current meta right now, nobody fully understands it. That's why even teams you thought will win will lose. So it's all about how well organized the team is going towards the game. So you can see even Twisted Mind for Mina is 2-0 right now in the Swiss stage. Yeah, anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed. Okay, Diablo, one final question. You are known to pick unorthodox EXP laner, and just now the moment you got the mic, you're just like, I think I'm made to play tank EXP. What do you think about the meta right now? Do you prefer this, or do you want to go back to your Bennett Badang meta?
To be honest, I can play tank EXP it's not that hard to be honest. If I can play damage, what's so hard about tank? It's just I'm more used to being the backbone of the team, but right now I don't mind just playing all these heroes, and I just want to prove the doctors wrong because they think without Benny, I am not a good EXP laner, so we shall see about that.
Man has come with a mission to M6, not just trying to win, but also trying to prove the doubters wrong. And with that, thank you very much, Diablo. Let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened against the match with Aurora.
Shock and awe by NIP Flash as Aurora MLBB. I wouldn't say they were overwhelmed. A part of me just thinks that maybe NIP Flash just straight up executed better.
It's an interaction that we rarely see. A box lineup set up by NIP Flash. Again, they telegraphed it. Hylos Cho Eve in the first phase, answered in the last phase by Aurora with a pickoff. I think that's a recipe for disaster, if you ask me. Unless you go fast enough as Aurora, mid-game to late game, you're always going to lose.
I mean, there's a certain level of assertion as the box team that you need to make, right? And obviously it looks a little weird, especially when you look at Aurora's lineup. They have some pretty great counter engage. You're already up against the Jushin, not to mention that the Hitman himself was on the Kaja. So you got to be brave to not only jump in, force a play, and force resources out of your opponents, because when we look at Aurora's lineup, it's all about peel. They can peel backwards, but they cannot completely disengage from a fight.
And I just remembered now one of the most difficult to pull off our roam mid duos actually in global MLBB is the Kaja and that Jushin. You get a good amount of pokes to whoever that front line is gonna be to slow them down. That's the idea of it all. But the wave clear isn't exactly the fastest. So with the concussive blast on that Cho for JPL, with that Eve, sometimes with how Hades would even go to the mid to quickly clear the wave, that's why it felt like NPFL were always a step ahead. They cleared the mid faster.
Absolutely. You're absolutely correct about that. And even, let's say, even though they were able to make the first moves, you saw that Aurora responded correctly towards it. Hey, side laners, calm down for a second. They got first move. We just need to take a step back, wait till we hit level 4, and then we start the fights. But notice how these fights actually start breaking out, right? We're seeing that JPL goes for these big kicks, and not to mention that even in the EXP side of things, you're expecting Edward to be able to jump into the fight first rather than Diablo actually sitting and waiting and sacrificing a bit of EXP.
And that's what's so difficult for Aurora. A lot of what they want to set up are skill shots. A lot of what they want to do have to be targeted towards NPFL, where all the Singaporeans need to do is just, all right, just pick a target. Just pick a target, execute. Pick a space and execute. The margin of error for Nip Flash is actually much smaller than compared to Aurora, who have to get it right. I think the mix of the pickoff plus the peel is deadly for them, not for their opponents. I don't think you need peel for this kind of situation. You want to have the better re-engage, and they have almost none.
Yeah, yes and no. I want to agree because there's some really good points here. Aurora, yes, they want to peel and they don't have full disengage. Re-engaging is actually not too hard, especially when you were playing an alpha who has a super short cooldown for that ultimate. Yep. Find that space, and not to mention that Beatrix, as well as that Jushin, is a very strong backline. What NIP Flash did differently is that when they're throwing bodies, they are forcing out important spells. Yue, for an example, must use his ult, must use his Purify to reposition himself away from not only the box, but at the same time the glorious pathway. The big X factor for me here is both JPL and as well as Vanix. JPL is looking for targets that's slightly off-keter from where Renegade is positioning himself, so he doesn't get locked down as quickly. Imagine, Shunpo looking for that third hit, you get locked down, it's basically over. But Vanix is not only able to peel for that front line, sneaks into the back line with the SOD, and forces them in positions where they must play in choke points, and that's when Domeng can't do much once his opponents are behind him.
Vanix was never in trouble. Vanix never felt the crushing potential of a pickoff from the Kaja Beatrix combo. Because of that mid lane pressure and because of the space that NPFL were playing with. Again, that box was just asserted. They're a moving bulldozer. Aurora was but a buff man. That's it, at best.
I can't believe it, but the Moscow performance here of Vanix made me just a little bit less of a Moscow hater, but at the right time. And I feel like now that we got reminded that that was actually the right time for Moscow. The MVP of the game, of course, is the Joy of Hades. This Underworld King gets the point over Demon Kite now. 5-0 and 8 on this Joy. And again, when your roam and mid is having a much better time, it's so easy for a jungler to shine.
This is the perfect MVP game for a Joy. The lack of re-engage from Aurora, the only source of burst is their Beatrix. So if you compromise that Beatrix, the Joy can just cut right through and burst whoever is, you know, sad enough to be in its way. So unless Renegade finds Hades, that's the only time Hades is ever in trouble.
The better question is, who does Renegade need to target to win this fight, right? Because your backline is already getting pretty much shafted at this point, right? You have to deal with all these quote-unquote soft CCs. It's hard to disengage. And not to mention that once Yue runs out of all of his cooldowns, then unfortunately Domeng is kind of on his own, right? He's expected to peel for himself. He's expected to have enough damage to deal with it. But when you are getting dove by so many things, and not to mention when you have Vanix as well as Hades attacking you at the same time, you gotta count your blessings here. You gotta hope that you're able to make that first move. And unfortunately, Aurora could not find the tempo in this game.
It just goes back to that idea again, right? Like they couldn't make the first move for most of the time. It felt like it was either them reacting to something that's already been started by NIP Flash. And we go back to one of the key members that was almost missed out, but then was re-highlighted again. JBL on that show, that kick, dude.
Good.
Like we lost our minds when he executed that. Like we both thought that he was gonna kick somewhere around the closer to the tower in the mid. Suddenly he swerves, flickers off to the side.
I mean, he's really good at these fakes, right? He likes to show, oh, I'm going into a particular direction, flicker, completely separate separate angle here. But generally, I gotta give it to not only Hades, but also Vanix for playing such a strong game. Had Vanix died in lane at least one time, Domeng probably would have a much better time to hit his item power spikes and make that early to mid-game transition so much better for Aurora. And I think that's the only thing that they were missing.
Very difficult game there for Aurora MLBB. But of course, congratulations to Singapore and NIP Flash. Of course, we're very familiar with the international struggles of the Singaporean region. They've made a very good showing in MC 2024. And it looks like they're continuing it here in the M6 World Championship. That stressed me out. That really stressed me out. But no, I'm so glad. Gentlemen, can you please, just for a moment, let's take a moment to relax. Come on, join me. Of course. There you go.
I don't think I can relax, man. Aurora's at 0-2.
Yeah, me too. I am tense out of my mind. That feels good, right?
I'm better now.
Really good. Is that memory foam I'm feeling?
Yeah.
Oh, that is memory foam. Oh, yeah, and it can go further back.
If my memory serves me right, yeah, that is memory foam. These are so ergonomic. And honestly, like the long days we've had for the first 2 days of the Swiss stage, well, we couldn't have gotten past it if it wasn't for the Secret Lab chairs that we are on right now.
Are those magnets?
Yeah, they are. It's magnetized.
They're magnetized, and even their armrests are also magnetized for this. I mean, just keep in mind, this is the Titan variant, not even the Omega variant. So again, my shoulders fit perfectly inside, especially for us wide boys.
Yeah. Us? You are not a wide boy, sir.
I mean, I'm talking about shoulder length.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So before we, go off the deep end here, again, thank you to Secret Lab. All right, I think I feel a little bit better now. But yeah, we still have more Swiss stage matches coming up next, and the next one is, KBG will once again meet another Indonesian squad after a dominating performance by RRQ Hoshi against them. Let's see if the China qualifier champions will be able to take one over against the champions of Indonesia, who were, well, they struggled up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, the champions of the Philippines. Honestly, this is one of those matches that, based off of what we saw yesterday, I'm having a hard time reading, honestly.
Are they gonna Angela first pick again?
Are we gonna Belleric again if I'm KBG?
Hey, look, things are gonna get a little weird around here, but somebody in the draw was not gonna have a good time, and unfortunately it's KBG this time, but that's all under the assumption. We've seen upsets here today.
Yeah.
Nobody expected Aurora to go 0-2 at this point, so anything's possible.
I think that's the key to this Swiss. The key to the best of one is you have to expect the weirdness and expect that what we know from all of the MLBB esports we've watched for months leading up to M6 might not be true.
Well, what we can all expect, of course, is that more incredible storylines will be continued in the Swiss stages. More matches coming up next. Again, it's KBG versus Team Liquid ID. My name is Renmar with Leo and Gideon Q. We'll be right back.
fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
ultimate glory starts now.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Heavier is the head that wears the crown in a proud region filled with expectations. Indonesia and the rising region of China in MLBB Esports. Team Liquid ID and Keep Best Gaming. That is our 5th match of the day for the 2nd day of Swiss Stages. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. Still here with Leo and Gideon Q. You know, we got a few food in us finally after quite a long day. We're in the midpoint, but I think we can still use a bit more snacks. Y'all got the snacks there ready there, right?
Dessert. Of course. I mean, after listening to just hours and hours of Linkin Park, sometimes I just think about Hello Panda, right? Just making sure that their flavors are always... Honestly, I've been particularly critical about Hello Panda, but every single time we open it up, whether cold, whether even a little stale, it's still good.
You analyze Hello Panda?
Oh yeah, it's an analyst thing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
You have a favorite flavor out of the ones that pop up? You got the red, the pink, the cream, the other cream. Oh wait, no, the other one's like cookies and cream.
I was looking for the Linkin Park connection.
Yeah, me too. I'm waiting for. Wait, what is the Linkin Park connection?
Nothing at all, apparently.
No, well, I mean, considering that we're already looking towards 2 regions, looking again, not only really strong, but at the same time, extremely high expectations, like you mentioned right at the very beginning of it. I'm hoping that at least they're fueling themselves up with the chocolate flavor, my personal favorite, to make sure that they win this game. Because again, I am hoping DLID is going to be taking it away.
You know what, Leo? Maybe you should get about that Hello Panda too.
Give me one.
That's good.
From.
Ooh.
Wow, that's sensual.
Of course, that's our official snack partner, Hello Panda. And of course, if you would want some more goodies, we have some in-game goodies as well. Join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic Skin, Challenger's Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin, Lightseeker. Don't miss a rare opportunity to get Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time. That is the lucky draw we have.
You have no idea how long I've waited to actually just eat a nice treat on stage during a World Championships.
You finally got it.
That is a dream come true, just like having the Fairy Dream Watches exclusive for MLBB. Comes in 3 colorways, amazing different bezels each. Didn't see that coming, did you?
Yeah, I didn't.
You have green, I got black. It's all looking good. This is an indecision.
I got
one yesterday.
I had one yesterday. I had one yesterday. I had to remind myself that was yesterday and not today. You know, yeah, let's talk about second chances. You know, another ID team again stands in Keep Best Gaming's way. So you think it's kind of unlucky that they had to meet 2 Indonesian teams back to back?
Look, somebody had to do it, right?
It's just fate. I think there's no one to blame here because again, they lost and then Dilar did the pull, and here they are now. If anything, I would be thankful, because it's in a best of 1. And we learn a lot during the 8 + 4, 12 best of 1s we've had so far here in the Swiss. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. And honestly, even for me, when I'm looking at these games, right, I'm hoping KBG does well, at least have a very, very good showing.
Yeah.
At least they have a best of 3, even if they do drop this, so maybe they can show us even more. I mean, it's not over for any one of these teams, even if they do drop today's game.
Yeah, I think that's like the best way to look at for these two teams. So of course with TLID not being able to show their best form against Fnatic Onyx Philippines and KBG not being able to show their best form in their previous match against RRQ Hoshi, in the baseline expectation for both of these two teams right now is just show us a good match. Keep it close. If it's 15 minutes, I hope it's 15 minutes of back and forth MLBB. You know what I'm saying? So now for TLID, I think it's time to know more a little bit about their wise man, someone who's important to their lineup in their drafting even. It's Widdy the Wise, and this is what Coach Facehugger had to say. He has a lot of ideas that he shares with us, but sometimes he might actually not connect with the other players. And I think that's a little bit more evident in best of ones, right? Best of one, you're thinking, oh, I want to do this. You know, you kind of overthink it. That it's good that Coach Facehugger is there to rein back in what is a very wise figure in his team.
Him and Coach St. DeLucas, which is why, again, the pre-game, the draft is so important. I think keep Widdy's ideas, keep his wise ideas for in-game execution, and let that flow. Pre-game, you need all 7 men.
Is it? I feel like at the very least, unfortunately for Widdy the Wise, as much as his ideas are great, the fact that it doesn't connect with the rest of the players could be a hindrance to them, right? I mean, it's two sides of the same coin. As good as it could get, it could also go very terribly for the team at the same time. Hopefully today, at least we're going to see them be a lot more together with the way that they play. I don't know if the Angela Ling is going to be coming back, especially in that particular order, with Angela being that first pick. As Leo has mentioned, the draft, such an integral part to these best of ones.
Yeah, and there were a lot of theories and questions as to why TLID performed the way they did yesterday up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. One of the things getting brought up is stage fright. I don't know if you guys agree with me here, but I feel like TLID aren't the team that get stage frighted. Considering that they are a bunch of rookies, yes, but they went all 7 games with RRQ Hoshi in their grand finals. They won that grand finals. That was a massive stage in Bandung too.
They shook Bandung. They turned it upside down.
Yeah.
I would say I'm with you. I don't think that was stage fright. I think yesterday the better team was just Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Most days Fnatic Onyx Philippines is the better team, but against TLID then, I don't think stage fright was a factor.
I have to agree. I think most people don't understand what it's like to face up against the Kingdom on home soil as well.
You were there.
I was there live. They were literally shaking the stage, which I was sitting on the analyst panel of. You could feel the sofa moving.
But Liquid was not shaking.
No, they were not. At least the Cavalry was there to support them. Here in Malaysia, it's a bit of a different story, right? I would say that the most that they had was maybe some cold hands because it is a very cool arena here at IOI City Mall. But generally, I'm hoping that the draft is going to look better because that's the first step of many to have a successful game.
Speaking of the draft, I think we all know that we have to continue talking about Bruno. So, is it a Brew yes or a Brew no? At this point, should Bruno really be taken out of the equation entirely or not really? We posed a similar question. We got to see more games. So, let's go back to that main idea. Leo first, take it out or steal it away?
I'd rather just play around it. I think
still sticking to that. Okay.
Yep, I'm sticking with it. Just to add a third option: Brew yes, Brew no, Brew nerf.
Brew nerf.
I think there'll come a time wherein he gets a few adjustments. I'd say after M6.
After M6, I don't know.
You can't do it now.
Yeah, you can't do a flash patch in the middle of the tournament, man.
Well, I mean, I do hope that they might shake things up, but at the same time, keep with the current patch. I think I'm with Leo on this one. I don't want teams to actually hard ban it just yet. I definitely think they can definitely play around it, and we've seen a lot of marksmen with different play styles to do so. Beatrix and even Granger being two that have been shown up here at the Swiss stage so far. I do wish Clint would also be a part of that argument, but against the Bruno, it's pretty awful.
You know, I'm going to do something here, a little bit of help for our social media team. You know, give them a little clip moment right now. Hey, wouldn't it be funny if for the last set of matches for the M6 wildcard day number 2, the teams that pick Bruno all win? And then you can put in the montage over there, you know. But yeah, you know what? I think I gotta. The more I think about it, it's like, yeah, maybe I'm a little bit too overreacting when it comes to the Bruno. You know, it's not an invincible or immortal pick. Teams are slowly starting to discover how to deal with it.
If you ban Bruno, that's not respect. I feel like that's fear.
I do think it's a little, just a bit of fear. Just a little.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure Trex is saying the same thing over and over again. on loop in social media. Hey, Trax, I know you're listening right now. So let's talk about the teams that's going to be playing. First off, the champions of the China qualifier, Keep Best Gaming. It's KBG.
We were all wowed by DFYG in the wild card. We could have sworn they could have gone much further. Here, KBG can do the same, climb up, and reassure us that whatever's happening in the newest region in MLBB Esports, whatever's happening with Chinese MLBB is something to watch out for. And we've seen it. We've seen it. Teams that have an influx of Filipino influence do nothing but grow. So with Tracy and Saksha here, I trust that they'll be able to set up LMU and they'll be able to set up the Lexi. Winterturn just do Winterturn things. Just hold it out.
Hold it out there, man. And if you guys are going to pick up the Belleric, hopefully it's in a little bit of a better, environment for it as a Belleric lover. But hey, I know someone who's a Cavalry lover, and he's here on desk.
Absolutely. I love this team. I love your team Liquid ID with Aaron Cheeky, Witty, Yehezkiel, Favion, and as well as Aran. This team is very deadly with the way that they play the game. And honestly, their previous matchup and the fact that they have to play Angeling shows that there is intelligence with the way that they move around the map. They're trying to make sure that they hit item power spikes to then pop off. But I want to see them play in their more fluid form, right? Yeah. Yes, they must respect item power spikes, but they also need to identify opportunities. And a lot of that really comes down to, can Witty tell the team his ideas without confusing them too much?
Witty going into their run here in M6 has to learn a different tempo. Because seeing them perform at their best at the MPLID playoffs, he was the maestro.
Yeah.
This is a very jazz band-like execution team. It's like they know the measures, they know the beats. How do they play within that? They're still figuring that out exactly what it is in M6.
There we see, as we watch them go through their ping test, that Team Liquid ID, as solid as they are, needs to be a little bit more liquid.
I mean, they gotta be like water, some may say. Really gotta make sure that when they make those punches, there's gotta be good reason, but at the same time, how do they reach out for more of that lead? And honestly, coming into this draft is where I'm going to be most excited, because I think that Keep Best Gaming, as much as I want them to win this game against a team like TLID with the maturity for such a young rookie squad coming in from Indonesia, number one, mechanical prowess. That becomes immediate priority here.
Yeah. They're just good at pressing buttons.
And I think one of the best ways to slowly look at the mechanical prowess matchups is at the jungle. Saksa, a Filipino jungler playing for KBG. It'll be another retreat test for him as he goes up against arguably the best jungler in Indonesia. Here's a nice little trivia for you. Which hero is disabled in Brawl? Wait, do we actually have time to guess this? All right.
This is upsetting.
You guys have guesses?
I have no idea. I don't play Brawl enough to know.
It's not Bane. Which hero?
Me neither, because it's a random pool. How do you... What?
Oh, wait, no, it's not Johnson.
No, you're allowed to play Johnson. You're allowed to play Belleric. I'm thinking it's got to be something that doesn't necessarily work properly.
Or something that's broken in such a small stage.
Possibly. I'm not
All right.
sure.
It's Ling.
There are not enough walls,
Oh.
dude. That's a Favian special.
That is interesting. Cool. All right. So, yeah, fun fact. The only hero disabled in Brawl is Ling. That makes a lot of sense.
I've never noticed that. I really haven't.
Because again, it's a pool of 100-something heroes.
Yeah, there's so many heroes
randomly given to you. You're just not going to see it again in the wall situation. Let's get into the game.
All right, so TLID is still respecting the Freya of KBG, one of their favorite picks in the region, and honestly, super flexible for them. As we mentioned yesterday, the Phoveus gets taken out, but yeah, you see KBG hard focusing on the junglers here of Favian.
But on the opposite side, TLID is just targeting the EXP, right? Are they assuming that Win Return is not... If they limit down his pool enough, he's not going to have a good time? I mean, the fact that he plays Freya alone tells me that his pockets should be deep.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think for KBG, Winterturn has been, as you mentioned, Leo, you told Winterturn just be solid. And he's that guy for KBG to activate the course.
He's got to keep best, man.
Just got to keep best, Winterturn.
Keep best. Because again, compare that to how Aran plays.
Yeah.
Aran is just in your face. Aran, I've heard this from our Indonesian colleagues. Of the 5 members of Team Liquid ID, Aran is the one who will mostly freestyle.
Really?
When you're talking about the whole Widdy, the wise, the maestro. He's the one who's like, you do this specifically or else you're gonna freestyle.
Ooh, all right. So we got you got one guy doing freestyle hip hop in a jazz band. Wait, that sounds fire.
That does sound kind of
That's
fire,
what makes
actually.
Aran such a wild card.
He is a wild card, but at the same time, he needs the right pick. And honestly, considering the number of bans, I'm assuming that it's going to lead more into the damage sector here. But for now, first problem, we are already seeing a 50% win rate on this Jushin. Again, I think it's S tier, but so far in the Swiss, it's been up and down.
KBG actually struggled against the Jushin yesterday when they picked up a Belleric against it, and now they're going up against a Jushin. I feel like maybe this is KBG going into this saying, we've learned from what we had to go through, so now you will see the results of that learning. Oh, I mean, hopefully we do. Not a lot of picks right now that make the Jushin struggle like crazy. I mean, we saw it earlier.
Still a very specific pool that Liquid ID are allowed to play with, given the high loss. You effectively block heroes like Nolan out, because you're so easy to just bonk with a Law and Order, and then...
I think that's what they're thinking. I mean, it's very Fabian, take down Fabian coded. But there's Joy. I mean, you can still get bonked by the high loss. It might be a little bit harder for him, but I still feel like KBG still needs to respect what Fabian could potentially do with it. And Widdy gets his signature Cho.
This is kind of interesting because at the very least, like, Cho can still be flexible. Most likely it's going to go on Widdy like 9 out of 10 times in these types of matches here. But the fact is, what exactly is the plan from the side of TLID? You've already limited down what the EXP pool needed to look like. You also have this Jushin that you can play around with the Cho as an expected combination. But then you throw in Joy. That's the part that's off-putting. Well, it's a bit of an oddball.
Like, what do we do?
Exactly.
Because you still don't see the payoff. You got good CC, you have good pickoff, but what kind of damage comes through? And here you're seeing KBG setting up a solid box.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Earlier we thought that the Jushin Eva relationship is a little bit more clear-cut. Of course, NIP Flash outplay the Jushin in their series up against Aurora. Now, as much as I want to say, you know what, maybe the Jushin's going to have a little bit of a better time, the presence of the Joy, I feel like, is quite concerning.
I mean, it is concerning, but at the same time, they could still technically go for... Oh, no, but then they will lose pressure over the mid lane. I'm thinking Matilda because it hasn't been touched at all in this particular game, and even KBG are saying, hey, if we're going to fight for priority, let's just take away the prio heroes.
Yeah. And they respected the Matilda potentially coming up there for KBG. Good ban coming in from TLID. As we're going through the bans here real quick, since we didn't get a chance to bring it up earlier, and just so we can set the baseline, are all of us predicting TLID in this one?
I still want to see the draft.
You still want to see the draft? All right, so you want our prediction for this one to be draft-based?
I mean, with or without it, I'm still going with TLID for me.
Such a cavalry boy,
I'm leaving the door open.
All right.
I think KBG has proven that they need to be a force to be reckoned with.
All right. Okay. Let's finish up the draft. Oh, yeah. Take away the Beatrix, damage-wise. You don't necessarily... Oh, wait. Irithel's still so open for TLID.
It is open, but it might not necessarily be a decent pick here. Because again, when you want to play Irithel, there's two things that you need to work for. Number one, can you like truly abuse it with something along the lines of sprint so you don't have to take Purify? And do you have a decent lane matchup? And against something like the Bruno, yes, you can kind of poke him out, but eventually that Bruno is going to be a very deadly force.
And there's room for more tanks in KBG's draft.
Yeah.
So you want to see that come through first. Like, what am I dealing with frontline-wise? I don't want to get punished as soon as I jump in with my heavy crossbow.
So if ever KBG pick their jungler first, see the gold laner of TLID, and then you pick your goal, excuse me. I might have mixed it up around. Oh yeah, just pick your jungler first.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Wow. There you go. So with this move alone, by allowing them to see what the peel is, what the front line is, you can tell if you can Irithel. Would you Irithel here, Goodin?
No, most likely not. I'd be a little nervous to play it, especially, I mean, the Glorious Pathway alone denies you a lot of your passive damage, which is where the majority of Irithel's damage comes from anyways, even when you do have full build.
That's a Nombo.
It's a
non-starter, dude.
I wonder what they're going to be putting in the gold lane then, in terms of the physical one.
You got simple dudes like Moskov.
All right.
Yeah, Claude even.
Claude, the Eve,
okay.
yeah.
What is the lane matchup? They might consider lane matchup maybe even 1-1. They don't have the burst for it, but it might be tough.
Your team is
excuse me. Yes, of course, Granger.
Breakout hero.
Still not used to him being available for us.
I agree.
And being in the gold lane.
And being in the gold lane, too.
This is a really interesting composition, right? Because yes, they do have pickoffs, but you have really easy ways to not only open up the map, but set up for like incredible fights. Like, you are not running away from Granger plus Jushin.
Yeah, and what now will the jungler be for KBG? Seems like any assassin you might put in might be difficult. Oh.
Would they Fred?
Maybe would they try to go Nolan just so that they could get that quick little burst off?
I don't know. When you're up against a Cho, and especially if you have glue to worry about as well, I think I'm going to lean with Leo on this. That the Fred makes a lot of sense.
The Fred or the Bane. There's enough of a front line and what we call in the business the swimming pool. You set up the RWM, you throw in the deadly catch, no one's coming out alive.
Is that a vote for KBG from you?
Draft-wise, I like it.
All right.
I'm a simple man.
I'm still TLID.
I'm still TLID too. Let's ask the Great White himself, Naisu, alongside Ingen, what they think.
That threw me off, Redmar. You know, Great White or not, I'll tell you what. I know you guys are TLID. I'm going to have to go with KBG here. How about you, Ingen?
I have to go with TLID. I like their lineup. I like their aggression. And I know they're eager to bounce back up against KBG. And just looking at the lineup right now, I'm pretty sure Leo is having fun because the Bane is in the hands of a Filipino, Saksha, repping KBG.
You know what? I'm loving the Bane. And I didn't know in the business we called it the swimming pool, but you know what? We'll make it work because we're going to be jumping into the land of Dawn once again between these two teams, Team Liquid ID and KBG, fighting for that victory ahead of them. Have a better chance of moving forward out of day 2 of the Swiss stage. Which team will it be? Let us know also what you guys think, if it's going to be KBG or TLID. We know how vocal you guys are in the chat, of course, but with this, I would say, you know, I like the lineup that KBG brought, and the reason being is because of that potential to go ahead and set things up between the RWM. Even looking at the emblems here, you know, this is the thing that I like is you'll have 2 tanky guys, the Gatakacha plus the Hylos, to go ahead and cover the front to back if you need to, or even set things up by cutting people off with the Glorious Pathway. But then not only that, Egon, but also you have 2 Revitalizes. Like, there's so much sustainability from KBG's lineup.
And speaking of sustain, you can see Aaron Shiki also has the Tenacity plus the Impure Rage. So in terms of sustaining his own lane, he's going to be up there up against Bilexi's Bruno. So let's see how TLID will respond. But look at Aran just really dominating early on, forcing out the Revitalize of Wind Return. And that's what you want if you're a glue. That's just meant to disrupt, and he's not even done. That was a huge, huge blow. The longest first blood I've seen. And even with the Revitalize, Aaron was able to dominate Wind Return.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised, you know, even with the Revitalize, that there was that much pressure, and this is no, you know, action-packed lane. It's a glue and a Hylos.
It's supposed to be a dead lane, but there was the first blood, and now they're going right after Tracy. Popping again the Revitalize, now the electrifying beats, but there's the deadly catch coming in from Saksha. One more hit for Tracy. He's gonna escape, but TLID, they have forced KBG to use 2 Revitalize right away.
Oh yeah, that's the thing too. I'm wondering if they're actually gonna be able to go ahead and get that first turtle up. They know that Saksha had to burn the deadliest catch. It looks like they're going to be getting in position. LMU doesn't have the real-world manipulation just yet, but it looks like we might even see the fight for this. You know, with Witty, he's got this signature true pick. We've seen him do time and time again. Has that Way of the Dragon available, plus the Flicker. He's going to go set things up.
He's going to commit the Way of the Dragon onto Wind Return, forcing out the Revitalize plus the Glorious Pathway, but Fabian will get the turtle. Here comes the AOG, responds, and gets a kill onto Saksha. Now, Wind Return might fall down once again in the hands of 3 TLID members. And KBG, they're having such a hard time going up against the composition of TLID.
You know, that's the only thing. And that's why usually when you see that Hylos across from you and you've got a Jushin there on the other side of the table, it's tough to get away. Because once the Glorious Pathway is laid down, you know, you're not going to be able to escape. You just keep getting dragged back and back and back. And Wind Return is literally just trying to return, you know? But he's not able to because of the Jushin across from him. So with Team Liquid ID setting a pace already early on, you know, 3.5 minutes in, they've got a couple kills, they got an objective. And they really just kind of stopped Wind Return from having, you know, that comfortable lane that you might want to have with the Hylos. But obviously, he's still going to be useful later on when you get to these team fights and you have just that strong ultimate, that glorious pathway. But there's got to be an answer here. There's got to be something that KBG can do to stop the bleeding. Oh no.
Look at Windy connecting again with the Way of the Dragon. Here comes the Revitalize from Tracy plus a glorious pathway from a Wind Return. AOG to walk away, but
takes him to the turret.
He's still there. He's gonna bring down Tracy in exchange for Aran, and TLID's aggression is just unmatched right now, forcing out a lot of ultimates from KBG, even Dead Clutch, plus the real world manipulation. And still, after all that, TLID still stands strong.
That was the play, though. You know, Tracy, that's the best Tracy could do. Jump Avatar of the Guardian into the turret and hope that you're able to turn, you know, a bad situation into something better. But even then, again, they're going to be facing this obstacle ahead of them, that turtle take. Lexi is just trying to farm up, do his thing on that Bruno that we've seen very successful for a lot of teams. But I think still for KBG, even with the lineup they have, they're going to have to approach this turtle carefully, knowing that that beacon is available. And Fabian, he doesn't have to really just push this into himself. Fabian can do what he wants.
Another kick from Windy, setting things up perfectly for TLID to bring down Tracy once again. Now they're on the charge, forcing out the real world manipulation coming in from LMU, but he's gonna fall down as well as Wind Return. Saksha is the only one left, and on top of that, TLID, they still haven't secured the second turtle.
Leave it to Witty, man. He'll just go ahead and say, you know what, let's just go for it. Goes in with a kick, sets things up. Team Liquid ID comes in and just collapses on KBG. And even, you know, with Saxa trying to get in position for these objectives, it's just not possible because they have to be so reactive to what Team Liquid is doing. That's another turtle now secured here,
you know,
for Team Liquid ID.
Reminiscent of Edok's show yesterday against the same team, against KBG. Now KBG's forced to face another Cho main in Windy, and so far so good. A lot of good Way of the Dragon keeps connecting and translating to kills, easy kills for TLID, even forcing out the Revitalize. But despite the sustain that KBG has with their kit, TLID just manages to burst out the damage they need. And another, they're planning to get Wind Return here with the Lantern Flare. Now KBG forced to group up because at this point it's hard to go. Now Wind Return forces to use the Glorious Pathway defensively, and Team TLID just going to make quick work up top, Tier 1 turret.
And you know when that happens many times here, Ingan, Fabian, okay, he's just going to push Sox off the purple. Should be able to secure it, takes it away,
Yeah.
Takes it away.
And that's the thing, if you're a Bane, as much as possible, you don't want to be on the receiving end, especially into the early game, because you're going to really have a hard time trying to contest for objectives. Even your own jungle is not going to be safe anymore. And KBG, at this point, they have to extend this game and eventually let Lexi have enough space, have enough items necessary to get that power spike eventually. But TLID, I think they want to end this game as fast as possible.
They're definitely en route for that. Holy Crystal now locked in by Fabian. And this is the thing, taking a look at the items, I mean, this is just such a drastic difference from lane to lane. Even, and like I said earlier, with the shutdown from Wind Return, I mean, look at how much he's struggling to just even build that first item into this, the glue. And Dominance Ice is enough for Aran to deal with and cause enough havoc on the back lines of KBG if he wants to. This turtle, I don't think they actually contest this. This is probably just going to be, look how quick it goes down. Secured there, 3 for 3. Putting pressure now just on these buffs alone from Saxa. Split by split going to be used, but ultimately, that's the thing. Team Liquid ID, look at this.
They're going to commit the split. AOG, again, used defensively by Tracy as TLID will work on the top lane turret. 4 members of KBG working on the middle lane just to try and secure it as Aaron Shiki gets another tower.
All right, we got to start thinking here, like, what is KBG able to do in this game? That shield up top already popping. And, you know, you're still a minute and a half away from this lore to come up. Now, for KBG, with the lineup that they have, you're thinking, you know, we talked about the fact that you can play into the RWM, but LMU, you know, he's been setting it up, but they just don't have enough power in the punch yet. They don't have enough to deal with this. Because even if you look at how much farming is being done from Team Liquid ID and the plays that they're making across the map, they're just outgunned right now for KBG. And even though I mentioned as we jump into the game, hey, they've got 2 revitalizes, they should be able to sustain through that. We're seeing it right now throughout this game, you know, almost 9 minutes in, that they haven't been able to. And they just have to watch these turrets get taken down. I think part of it is they have a little PTSD from Witty. You know, this Cho so far, even if he doesn't go for a kick, just the fact that he's like G-Condoing in front of them, like they don't even want to move close enough for the mere fact that he could flicker and set things up with that Way of the Dragon.
You know, the PTSD does not come from Witty, although it came from Enoch yesterday. And so far, so good for TLID. Again, I do agree that they can play around the real-world manipulation, but not just that, they also have the Glorious Pathway and the AOG, but the problem is TLIG is just so fast-paced at getting those setup plays coming in from Witty that KBG doesn't have time to react. Like, even if you have a Glorious Pathway, like, what do you do from there? You're gonna eventually use it defensively. And when the time comes, you've used up also your real-world manipulation. You don't have the necessary damage to keep up with TLID. Although you have Sustain, what's Sustain gonna do with the damage TLID's bringing?
Yeah, this is a massive lead. I think one of the biggest ones we've seen so far today. Nearly 11,000 gold as Fabian secures this Lord and furthers that lead to that 11.5 thousand gold. Just now the Sky Piercer being picked up by Ezekiel. And so this is going to be very difficult. You know, probably one of the most difficult defenses that a team has had to do so far, as KBG is facing a massive deficit. You can see that even Divine Glaive now picked up too. Oh no, Tracy be dragged in. Look at the shots. Even keeping him in check. The shield's going to pop. Mid still holding up. But that Lord is making its way, and at this point, I think it's dire to say for KBG. I'm not sure if they have enough fight in this roster, in this lineup, to stay in this game. It might actually be ending here as Team Liquid approaches the base.
Okay, LMU cast the real-world manipulation along with the Glorious Pathway as Lord marches into the middle lane. They're doing the best to try and defend. Tracy goes in, AOG again used defensively. Here comes Fabian onto the backline, wants to go for Saksha, but the Revitalize is there to save Saksha as they try to work on the mid lane turret. Once again, a kill onto Wind Return. No inhibitor turrets will be taken down, but TLID got a kill onto the XP laner of KBG.
They got a kill, and I'm surprised. You know, that turret didn't go down. It was good that it was cleared out. So Team Liquid ID, even despite a massive goal lead right now, they'll go ahead and just take what they can from the jungle.
You know,
KBG facing against this, you know, you have to kind of put that into context. Like, when you're down this much and you're forced to just be in this side of the base, you know, what do? How do you handle this? Because the assault on the base is going to continue on whether there's a Lord or not. And they can still actually try to set things up. But if KBG is left to their whims of, all right, we just got to farm what's being approached to the base, you know, how much time do you actually need? Look at because so far this is the most that we've seen of Bruno not being able to provide any damage, provide any effect in some of these team fights. You know, because of the mere fact that they just don't have the space to work with.
Yeah, at this point, KBG is just really hoping for an overextension play from TLID, from Witty or from Aran, get a huge pick-off, then use the numbers game to their advantage. And that's all KBG has to really do. Just hold on, go with the base defense, eventually let Bilexi have the power spike that he needs to take down TLID. But at this point, TLID is playing everything to perfection. They're not overextending. KBG only has 2 kills. And on top of that, you know, there's a 13.5k gold lead, so TLID can't afford to make mistakes no matter what.
Oh, if they do, I don't know. I know okay, hold on, never mind. I guess, you know, at that point, you don't want something like that to happen, because I was going to say, if you want to try to make a play with Team Liquid ID staying so front forward, even with Ezekiel, then maybe, you know, maybe you get a bunch of gold in your pocket. Maybe you slowly start to turn things around. But KBG's stuck in their base, man. Like, that's the situation. They're stuck in their base. They don't really have anywhere that they can go around with. And they're just stuck there because the gatekeepers right now are 3 members of Team Liquid ID. You know, while they just hold down that side, this next Lord is secured. It's going to be punching in the base once more. And this time, you know, this one's going to be charging in and getting these base turrets down. While the rest of Team Liquid ID, it's just like they're, you know, approaching the siege of the castle right now, and KBG is struggling to really find a window of opportunity for themselves. They might have to clear these waves the best they can, but looking at the items before they actually do that, you can see how lack and damage they have. We'll see if they're able to clear things out. There's the punch-in.
Really goes in with a conceal. Jitkonduko connects onto two. Double revitalize from KPG, but the sustain is not going to be enough. LMU is going to fall down alongside Tracy. They still have the Lord. TLID on the version, going back to the right path as they take down KBG.
A massive, massive gold lead will be a dominating win for Team Liquid ID here. Probably the biggest we've seen so far, and a very tough game for KBG. They'll have to go back to the drawing board as well, because Team Liquid ID, the adjustment they made, the draft they brought, really no weak points in it. You know, from start to finish, they played the tune right, they played the roster and the composition exactly to the T and exactly what it needed to be. And although the game plan there from KBG's lineup was clear, you know, fight around the real world manipulation, make that work, unfortunately they couldn't. They couldn't execute it the way they were looking to. They didn't even get a chance really to fight into objectives, and that's what that lineup should have been able to do. So unfortunately for KBG, they'll have to figure out what works for them moving forward. But our panelists, let's see what they have to say about this one. It was a tough game for KBG.
I know there are a lot of Team Liquid fans, not just of Team Liquid ID, but Team Liquid as an esports organization all over the world who are probably watching this right now. And if this is your first time ever watching a Team Liquid ID game, well, that is as Team Liquid ID as you can get. Straight up, that was them.
Beautiful calf charge. Honestly, top to bottom, really well executed from draft side all the way to in-game side. And honestly, it would feel like, oh yeah, you know, they out-mechanicked this Chinese team. That's not necessarily 100% true. Maybe a couple of the solo kills here and there, but the plan already started from the draft and it was very clear who they wanted to target.
I'd say that was 90% true. What exactly happened here is what they call in the business a liquid stampede.
Straight up, just a stampede, stampeding onto the high loss, shutting down wind return. Let's go on over to the stage with a member of Team Liquid Indonesia.
Team Liquid ID getting their first win up against KBG. And right now, I am with Fabian, or as what Mirko would call him, Fabian. Hello, how are you, Fabian?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're fine, wow, okay, perfect. Okay, now, Fabian, we know that this is your first ever international tournament. How was the experience like? How do you like Malaysia so far?
That's good.
It's good?
Good.
Ada rasa nervous tak? Are you nervous?
Tak lah, tak.
Got nervous?
Tak nervous.
Not nervous. Okay, now, Fabian, yesterday you guys lost against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and as we all know, I'm pretty sure you guys have made a discussion at night, right? Now, what did you guys learn from the mistake yesterday to come back stronger against KBG today?
We learned in early game so bad against Fnatic Onyx. Yeah, we solved that.
So you guys had a discussion last night, and how did you guys react when you saw that you guys were matched up with KBG today? Apa reaksinya?
Reaksi apa?
Bila tahu jumpa KBG hari ini?
Apa ya? Sebenarnya nggak gimana sih. Kalau lawan KBG ya kita semua lawan semua tim bisa.
All right, now he didn't really feel anything when he found out that they were going up against KBG because he knows that they are all ready to meet all the teams this time around. Okay, now Fabian, last question. We know that you are MPL ID's champion. Do you feel extra pressured? Because, you know, as a champion, the entire country is looking out for you guys, so do you feel extra scared?
I'm not scared, but we gotta apa?
It's okay, it's okay.
Kasih yang best lah, best gameplay.
Okay, they're gonna do their best, and I'm pretty sure everybody can see that both Indonesian representatives are doing their best in the M6 World Championship. Thank you very much to Fabian. Amazing job on the interview. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game up against KBG.
Congratulations, Fabian and Team Liquid ID. Sometimes in life you just gotta appa, you know? Just gotta appa. I know that means what, all right? I know a little bit of the language, but it's always fun hearing from the members of Team Liquid Indonesia who, that exuded, well, confidence. He said they're just ready to face off against all the teams here. And yeah, that looked like a team that didn't overthink, that knew their strengths, and they just rolled with it. Straight up Stampede.
And kudos to Fabian for admitting that he gave KBG and whoever they would have ended up drawing against in the 0-1 bracket everything they got at utmost respect. Because looking at the game now, it ended at 13-48. Watching that game, I could have sworn it could have ended at the 10-minute mark. So they still played very disciplined. They forced their opponents to respond a certain way, make them make errors that they wouldn't have done, and played it as if it were any other team from any other region. Like, that was sheer respect from Team Liquid ID.
Well, I mean, there was a little bit of respect. Maybe on that very first Lord initial push, they probably could have taken an inhibitor for basically for free at that point. But, you know, you wait for your item power spikes, mess around a little. You can always wait for the second wave. And even as we saw this game continue to progress, I definitely think that we did see the vast difference in the way that they should be playing the game. Because, again, the efficiency of how quick Fabian was able to kind of just mow down the entire jungle. I don't think he was missing a beat. Like, I got to see his GPM at the end of this game.
Yeah, it seems like that Joy was just constantly dancing to all of the tunes that this jazz band would dish out. And 14.4k gold in around 13 minutes. That should be at around 900 for his GPM, closer to 1,000.
If you spread it out well.
Yeah, if you spread it out well. And there was a point that you made, Gideon, as we were talking behind the scenes, and we alluded to it earlier, that they already knew what they wanted to target. It was wind return. But outside of the EXP lane, it felt like everything just draft-wise didn't go well for KPG.
No, not really. Well, here, yes, they did target. TLID did a couple of really interesting things. Number one, how often do you see Freya and also Hilda getting banned on the blue side? You know, get rid of the Phoveus on top of that in first phase. To me, that's kind of crazy. 2 out of 3, sure. Freya makes no sense at all. But when you look at how KBG got to this point, again, win return was a huge part of that. So, first step, eliminate his hero picks. Limit it down as much as they can. For some reason, they also got access to the Zushin, which I think was kind of interesting. I think that a lot of teams should not be giving away the Zushin more often than not. But then again, if you ban out the Zushin, that means the Yve gets to go for free. So it puts them in that initial chokehold. Second thing that I saw that was extremely interesting, they were able to make this Granger work out against the Bruno for the simple reason of, hey, eventually I'm going to outrange you. I don't actually want to 1v1 you in this lane. I just need to unlock it. And once he starts calling back up from not only Witty, but even getting involved with Fabian, that's when the snowball begins to happen, because the EXP was a dumpster fire here. Glue versus Hylos, unwinnable. Not to mention, he wants to win the lane even harder by picking up on that sprint. Again, most Glues only take sprint when they want to win this lane extremely hard.
Which made Aaron Shiki's eventual laning even easier. He left that lane so fast, and I don't think this is the main baseline understanding, but I think there's a future wherein Granger actually answers Bruno. Like, again, same principle. Leave the lane as soon as possible, make these team fights really hard for whoever picked the Bruno, and win from there.
Yeah, I thought we'd be seeing a little bit more of that all throughout this day, because yesterday it felt like there was a trinity of trades between the Granger, the Bruno, and there's another Beatrix, there we go, thank you, that we saw. So now we saw it again. It's like, yeah, Aaron Shiki was able to do well in lane up against B Lexi. Now at the center of the map though, it felt like Witty just danced on everyone on the side of KBG. One of the reasons why Witty doesn't get a lot of Cho games is if you include his stats from the entirety of MPL Indonesia Season 14. I could be quite wrong here, but it's actually 3-0 now. He only got to play that Cho twice because they respected the heck of his Cho.
Exactly. Nobody wants to let him touch it. Better yet, we don't get to see Aran actually get the MVP as often as you would like to. Because he is a strong laner, but this is the very first time we are seeing, well, maybe not the very first time, at least for TLID standards, Aran, your main win condition, beat your lane so hard that he can't get back up. Beat up, kick all 4 of his legs out.
Yep, and Wind Return was playing a very important role. He needed to set up the glorious pathway for LMU on the Eve, needed to play good peel for Saksha, make sure that nobody got close enough to Belexi, And Tracy had to carry all of that weight. They had to share that responsibility because of how early on Aran buried that Hylos.
Personally, for me, I would have preferred if that we saw this Hylos go into the roam position rather than get thrown into the EXP. Because yes, okay, sure, the glue gets to walk away at the very least, but Tracy can actually keep up because that, you know, the Geo weight basically covers half of the map once it is maxed out. And even at its second upgrade, pretty much 1/3 of the map is good enough to be able to join into these fights. So again, that Glorious Pathway holds so much weight because what does it do? It slows down your opponents. It doesn't allow Yehezkiel to kite as efficiently. Aaron Shiki won't be able to land as many Death Sonata, well, sorry, not Death Sonatas, the Rondos into the Rhapsodies. And finally, Fabian won't get as much access to the backline.
Yeah, and I think we also go back to one of the things now that Key Best Gaming need to respect more. It's that Jushin first pick. They gave up 2 Jushin first picks 2 days in a row now, and it came back to haunt them. I have to correct myself with a stat that I mentioned. He got to play a lot in MPL Indonesia Season 14, the Cho for Widdy. It was 11 out of 13 or 11 out of 14 at the end of the season of MPL Indonesia. So including today, that's 12 wins out of 15. Across MPL ID and the M6 World Championship. That is an insane stat line for one hero, for one guy.
Crazy stuff that we get to see here today. At least we get to see the Stampede in full motion this time around. However, it's not over just yet for KBG. It is clear that they are still young and maybe a little inexperienced in the ways of managing not only expectations, but also hitting the right item power spikes and how to position themselves in these types of fights.
Not to mention the draft, playing around with what's given you, what's let through by your opponents, and by switching on the go. I want to double down on the whole Hylos Gatot situation.
All right, the game is never over here up until you reach the record of 0-3. KBG stands at 0-2, so that means they find themselves in peril. 1 series left to salvage their M6 World Championship run. Good news is that is 1 best of 3 that they can play to get out of, well, slightly dire position, because that means they'll always be playing with 1 tournament live. So, good luck and all the best to KBG. Let's see how they'll be able to make it out of it. And congratulations yet again to Team Liquid Indonesia, now going into the 1-1 bracket. Coming up next, got a big one here for the Malaysians. It's Ulfednar, made up of the roster of Fireflux Esports that almost eliminated their opponents in MSC 2024, the eventual champions of that tournament, SRG. I am so excited for this.
It's a Riyadh grudge match. And now finally, it's happening on home soil. Yesterday, SRG didn't have a great start. Everybody's jaw dropped. The world was turned upside down. And now, you could say the same for Turkey. Like, they're not in a good shape after what happened earlier today. So now that this big ticket best of 1 is coming up, better buckle up.
I think we're at least going to see some really good quality games here between SRG and as well as Ulfednar. Again, both of them have a very similar style of being adaptable on the fly. And that's what we should expect for this upcoming game, especially when it comes down. Now, if we're boiling it down to draft, I'm expecting it to go a little 50-50 between the two. It's not like these teams haven't seen each other before.
Let's see who'll be able to meet the expectations of the world better in the next one. The former Kings of Turkey, who ruled the wild card, or the current Kings of MPL Malaysia, one of the favorites to win all of this. The M6 World Championship will be right back after this short break.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
You know, no one expected Ulfidnar and SRG to be in the spot they are in right now, in the 0-1 bracket. And for both of them to potentially be the reason to take the other down to 0-2. But you know what? Here we are. And let's see if the winds of Malaysia will howl the name of Ulfidnar, or will SRG get the Malaysian pride back up again. Welcome back to the panel. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz, joined here by Leo and Gideon Q. Gonna be an interesting one that we have here. But you know what? I wasn't allowed to wear the fairy watch today, the gorgeous watch that we have, a special edition made just for the M6 World Championship, and any of their great jewelry. So, gentlemen, would you like to take over for this one? Well, I'm all about it and maybe cry a bit.
You mean this watch right here? This is the Fairy M6 Dream Watch. It's luxury meeting gaming, and it's the very first M6 Swiss watch. It's a special jewelry collection that features Jushin and Mia, so that's another line that if you want to get into. And the brand new champion rings and medals. You can check them out. They're right outside the IOI hall here for M6. You can follow them at Fairy World on TikTok and check out their website for updates.
They've also got a bunch of other accessories that are very game related. Even, I mean, go check them out. You'll understand exactly why, because these watches are looking fine. And honestly, for me, I like the black one. It fits kind of with everything that I go with. Sorry, MR. I know that you have your own preferences here. Hopefully, hey, hit them up. Maybe they're going to pass you one for free. They might just send you one in the mail.
I thought I'd be able to wear one every day, but apparently not. And more handsome gentlemen will actually get the opportunity. But of course, thank you, Fairy, for being a huge part of our M6 World Championship journey. Couldn't have gotten here without you. Make sure to check out all of the great stuff that they have available on their website. So, let's go back. There was a very audible reaction, an audible groan, and a sense of worry by the Malaysians backstage when they drew into an Ulfidnar matchup. Leo, if you got new members of our MLBB community here, why would Malaysians react to potentially meeting Ulfidnar with a bit of worry?
I'd say you look back to 3 or 4 months back. Imagine the high-stakes semifinals. You're on your way to the grand finals at MSC 2024, and you go 5 games against this team from Turkey, and here you meet again in the groups, in the Swiss, in a best of one. That is the history behind Ulfednar, formerly known as Fireflux Esports, going up against SRG. There's an alternate world somewhere where it's SRG who got knocked down, and it's Fireflux who went in the finals against Falcons AP Bren. That's how deep these wounds go. That's how much it matters to SRG and to Malaysia that they face off against Ulfednar once again.
Did you have that same reaction, Gideon, when you saw that draw?
Yeah, no, I was losing my mind because, again, Ulfednar, every single time this particular squad faces off against SRG, whether it be MSC, IESF, honestly, it would be nice to see them at Snapdragon too, but, I mean, we're in two different regions, and that's the only reason why they didn't meet up, because they always go the distance. Luckily, it's only a best of one here, so it's really going to come down to the wire. How quickly can they dissect their opponents?
Interesting use of words. Luckily, I think that's more scarily, unfortunately, that it's a best of one.
I mean, we say that, but at the same time, at least there's been information being thrown out. Keep in mind that Ulfednar had to go through the wild card stage to get to where they are here in the Swiss. With that, at least preparation is slightly easier because it's the latest bit of information that they've gotten.
Yeah, that benefits the Malaysian squad.
If BTK has been spending the M6 Swiss stage being the new Turkey Slayers, this team, SRG, would want to avoid being the victims of Turkey, and maybe Turkey might be the Malaysia Slayer, the Malaysia champion Slayer, if worse comes to worse. Of course, if you're looking at it from the perspective of an SRG fan. But from the perspective of an Ulfednar fan, Turkey needs a win today. It's been a rough 2 days. Although S2G had a very good showing against BTK earlier, I don't think Turkey would be happy if they see two of their representatives lose in the same day, and of course one of them being their longtime champions falling down to the O2 bracket.
Yeah, worst case scenario, it's a 1-1 for S2G and then an 0-2 for Ulfednar.
Yeah, that's the worst.
That's the worst case scenario.
I mean, there's good and bad with both, right? Because if they're both in that 1-1 bracket, there's a good chance that they might actually have to face off against each other. I think would be the worst case scenario, and I don't think anybody wants to see that going down.
So are you saying, oh, don't go 1-1?
Don't do it. No.
This is for your own good. Don't go.
I mean, you can roll the dice, but I do think that this is going to be a very tightly knit match.
All right, so let's hear more about SRG, and let's get into the mind of the MPL Malaysia champions and what they think about dropping to S2G. The defeat was an eye-opener, says Coach Arcadia. We lost because of ourselves. Sometimes that is one of the most difficult losses that one can experience, losing because of yourself. That's just me adding a little bit more to what Coach Arcadia said. And they say that they lost to discipline. Now, Gideon, I gotta ask you this. So I'm pretty sure you watched that SRG S2G game. Did you feel that, watching it from an outsider's perspective, that maybe discipline is the reason why they lost?
I mean, discipline is a very large reason because, again, the question is, why are we fighting and when are we fighting? Those two things have a very deep correlation with each other, and I think that Coach Arcadia put it best. It is an eye-opening moment that, yes, you may be champions of MSC, but it doesn't mean you can stay as a champions coming into the M Series in a match with such high stakes against opponents with veterancy.
Now, this is the reality of going 0-2, what SRG is trying to avoid. Game over or game never over. Yesterday against S2G, it was a back and forth. It wasn't the cleanest win for S2G. It got to the point where SRG looked like they were going to win before S2G and the Turkish Trigger Man turned things around.
Yep, I was at the edge of my seat and I wasn't even sitting on a chair. I was in bed. I had to stand up watching this bout, this slobber knocker. And I kind of have to agree with Coach Arcadia here. I think it's safe to say that a lot of the best teams we know only really lose to hubris and ego.
Yeah, I mean, hubris and ego is a pretty accurate way of putting it, right? Because again, in terms of achievements here, in Malaysia, we don't win too many international tournaments. Our very first one happened this year itself as they're looking to make that golden road happen. But at the same time, we are seeing other regions. Again, there's a reason why S2G were the current champions coming into this and not have to go through the wild cards like their older brothers, Ulfednar.
All right, because of everything that's happened between these two teams, internationally leading up to the M6 World Championship, there's stories here. I'm having, honestly, a very difficult time reading or analyzing this matchup. As much as my entire being says, oh, it's gotta be SRG, right? There's something about Ulfednar and the magic that they showed off in the wildcard that I'm pretty sure you also got to see, Leo, that makes me think that maybe they will be the ones to go into the 1-1 bracket.
Not just. What we've seen today, what happened between Falcons, Esports, and Twisted Minds, what happened between Aurora and NIP Flash, makes me think that this best of one is more of a benefit for Ulfednar, despite the knowledge that SRG have seeing Ulfednar's run through the wild card. I think knowledge can only get you so far, and at the end of the day, it's the execution. It's what you have at the start of that draft all the way until the end when that base breaks that matters more.
Unironically, both of these squads have a lot of similarities amongst each other, right? Deep chemistry between all of the players, the way that their individual picks are going to shape the game. And I think in terms of X factors, obviously we're looking at Rosa, but at the same time, Yums is going to be the one who's going to try and break through and step above Apex 47.
Yeah. From an outsider's perspective, again, we're not privy to what happens in the game. We can't hear what they're thinking, but for someone who's been doing this for a very long time, I'm pretty sure you gentlemen would agree with me here that it has to begin with, well, shot calling, you know? Again, we can never really truly hear it, but sometimes you can sense when you're watching a game if a team feels disconnected, if the roam or mid make it look like they're not syncing, if it looks like someone wants to initiate, but then there's another half not initiating. So for both of these two teams, as Gideon mentioned, the chemistry so strong between all of them, well, yeah, you really got to make sure that the shot calling is sharp. Now, outside of the shot calling though, one thing I want to ask is SRG known in Malaysia as well, they've dominated for a good amount of time, but how good are they in the bounce back?
How good are they at the bounce back? Oh boy. I mean, they've been, let's say, not even the latest season, last season, really dominant run with going all the way through the regular season, not having too much issues whatsoever. Coming into this season, only had one bad week. Other than that week, still dominant performance all the way through. In terms of bouncing back, a big story coming in from specifically the MPL MY playoffs. Again, when they got knocked, they were trying to think to themselves, what exactly was the initial problem? They had to sit down, they had to talk, and that's when it turned around. A lot of this, as Leo has mentioned, hubris, ego, the mental is what's keeping this team afoot, and obviously the coaching staff as well, to make sure that that mental is going to stay sharp.
As a certified non-Malaysian and fan of SRG from outside the country, I can tell you that even in-game, they're very good at the comeback. A lot of their wins against Falcons AP Bren in the MSC 2024 Grand Finals were clear comebacks. A lot of their victories, even in the MPL MY playoffs, were comebacks. So they know how to control the game even when they're up against the ropes. They know how to control their box, play within it, and execute towards inevitability. That's one of their main strengths, and I think that's what Ulfednar should watch out for.
And you're probably wondering, how come these three are talking about SRG a lot? Well, at Southeast Asians, we get a lot of information about SRG, but the very little bits of information that we could get from, well, Ulfednar, their opponents, it's actually the same thing. Again, Gideon, you mentioned these two teams are more similar than they would care to admit. Because in the times that we've heard members of Ulfednar, then Fireflux have an interview, they would say the same thing.
Yep.
Oh, we just couldn't mesh very well. We were clashing a bit in terms of the shot calling. So we decided to talk about it and we fixed it up. The reason why that series up against SRG in MSC 2024 went to 5 games is because in real time, Fireflux were like, all right, this is a problem, let's fix it. So yeah, these two teams know each other very well because it's sort of a mirror match, you know? You're looking at a mirror and saying, I'm facing myself right now.
I mean, even when we look role to role, the similarities are pretty uncanny the more that I think about it. Tenzian as well as Skies, both assassin users, both really good at what they do mechanically in the game and how they efficiently move outside of it. Not to mention, we jump down on over to Sunshine, Sunshine against Innocent. I think that Sunshine definitely has his moments where he has to think about how he needs to manage the wave. But other than that, mechanically speaking, could go up to par with Innocent, especially now that a lot of Innocent's signature picks have kind of rotated out of the meta.
Yeah, and to add to that, I remember Midnight and I, fellow caster in the Philippines, we love Sunshine's game because similar to Innocent, and he was showing this before, even back in M4 or earlier tournaments, he knows when to pick his time and pop off during a team fight.
And what I think defines both teams more than how they're similar is how different their position is going into M6. SRG is still a tournament favorite after their win at IESF under Team Malaysia on top of the world. Prior to that, MSC 2024 on top of the world. Ulfednar, though, not so much. They drop from their thrones. They're the fallen Turkish Empire. And here they are trying to prove to the world that they belong here. That they crawled out of the wild card. What they did was no fluke, and that they're here to box with the best of the best.
I'm sick of that opinion of them being always the dark horse every single international tournament. This team deserves some respect for its veterancy. They continue to prove why they always make it at least pretty much top 8 almost every single time. And even better, they go above and beyond each and every tournament.
I think them breaking out as a top 4 team in MSC 2024 should have quelled all. I think that should have made them more of a consistent factor now, not just a dark horse.
Yeah.
That's my personal category. Like, if you break it out of top 4, you're a legit threat. Can we say the same, though, for formerly known as Deus Volt, now Team Spirit? Are they dark horses? Because, you know, you opened up a can of worms, like a new discussion entirely.
I mean, that's fair. I think that, oh, man, that one's a little bit tougher because based on what I've heard, I don't know, it's not even just on paper, but, you know, little birdies here and there, they've been doing well not only in games that we've seen at the Swiss stage, but even in their scrims. I'm not exactly 100% sure who they're scrimming against. For all I know, it could be weaker, it could be stronger teams. It's a bit of a toss of a die. But coming into the Swiss and seeing how they played the last time, I think let's wait until a best of 3 at a bare minimum before we make that judgment.
Thank you all for your patience. We're just sorting some things out there in the back. We got a little bit more trivia for you to know more about these two teams. Is it about these two teams or is it about the tournament as a whole? What's the trivia? All right, let's bring it up right now. What's our trivia? What's our trivia?
Please don't be a bit bro.
Oh, okay, it's Q&A. Oh, it's one of those tests. All right, okay. So, who holds the highest average damage per minute in M Series history, Carl Tuzzi? Is it? Wait, 30. Wait,
minimum games.
Wait, 30 plus games. No, it can't be.
In 30 plus.
That means it's a multi-time appearance.
It would have to be a multi-time appearance.
Edward?
It could be.
It's one of those. It's one of the Blacklist boys.
It's a tough call on this one. 30 games, highest damage. So let's think of it logically, right? First of all, we have to consider meta. What was the highest damage meta? How many games? And especially 30 games is a lot.
Yeah.
They would have to either go really, really far in one of the M series or keep showing in every single one.
So that means Few and Carl Tuzzi are up there.
Probably, right?
Yeah, okay. Few has, wait, only 2 appearances, right? M2 and M5.
Yeah, and he won both.
Yeah, but you have to remember, like, Skylar now is on his 3rd M Series appearance.
That's right. That would outweigh them, yes.
Yeah.
Would it be a jungler at this point? Because junglers have always been known to have like some crazy high damages throughout the history in terms of the meta. I would say even mid laners put a pretty good argument as well.
Maybe it could be someone from Malaysia. Chiku? M1? M2? M3? M4?
But did he have high damage though?
My guess is Chiku, guys.
I'm sure he's had high damage.
That's a lot of games. Maybe it is Chiku, guys.
Man, this is a really tough one. This is a really tough one. Man, there are good ones, but I'm going to say Carl Tuzzi.
I'm going to double down on Chiku.
All right. Who is it?
Oh, it's
wow! Yo, that's actually so sick!
Rosa's been here.
Oh, wait, no. Okay, it's
M4,
wait, 30 plus
M5,
games.
now M6.
Now M6 as well.
Yeah. Oh, Rosa wasn't an M3. That was still Bedell.
You're right. That was still Bedell. Oh,
Alien
my
was there,
goodness.
but
they played that many games.
Wait, how did...
They've dealt that much damage is the question.
No, Rosa's dealt that much damage? Whoa.
That's a carry mid if I've ever seen one.
I mean, the meta then was like Lilia, Farsa. That could be the reason why.
And I think they got bumped up with the amount of games played because they went through the wild card this year.
You're right.
And then now they're going through this. That's why. That's a lot of damage, yeah, for a mid laner.
I mean, Queen, baby.
Thorn Queen. That's why we call Rosa the Thorn Queen. That's insane. All right, okay. We got another hot topic up on board right now. Wonder what
How
that's
hot
gonna
do we get?
How hot can it be?
Great shirts. Wait, we already discussed. We already said brew nerf, guys.
No.
We asked if brew yes or brew no.
Okay, you said brew nerf when we agreed.
I said brew nerf, but now I'm given a third option. Do we nerf Bruno or do we nerf the Malefic Gun?
This one is kind of interesting. Is Bruno the problem or is Malefic Gun the problem? This is really trying to get down to the crux of the issue itself. I would make an argument that the Bruno nerf probably is somewhat necessary because I feel like the Malefic Gun was supplement to what he was already doing.
Hey, brothers. All right. Okay.
All right,
You're brother.
Got the colors too.
I didn't expect that. I mean, I do. But hey, you guys were talking to me earlier about like you don't need to nerf Bruno. You just gotta like adapt to it. Oh wait, no, because I was asking about banning it. All right, so yeah.
I double down. Nerf Bruno. Leave the gun alone. We just got the gun again.
Yeah, we just got honestly a necessary change for the gun.
Yeah, the gun now has become a solid second or third item. I like it. I put it on Bane. It works.
Wait, Bane Malefic gun?
Yeah. You're basically like a little Kaja, like your attack range is...
All right. You know what? I think it's time we can talk a little bit more about the teams themselves. Oh, yeah, we haven't done this. Actually, I'm surprised we haven't done this yet. It's Ulfetnar from Turkey.
Howl hard for the wolf-coated warriors of Turkey. We've mentioned so many players, so many stars. How could we have not talked about Apex as much? He is to his team what his younger brother is to S2G. Sigiboom S2G, I'd say Apex 47 Ulfednar. Sure, we put such a high and powerful spotlight on Rosa and TNZ. You know, they've gotten their MVP nods all throughout M6, but the backbone of the squad, to me personally, is Apex 47. He's got such a high range of gameplay and a deep hero pool. You all remember when he was rocking Estes and Atlas?
Oh yeah.
I miss those days.
Back in M4, if I'm not
That's
mistaken.
M4.
Yeah.
I miss those days.
The years go by really, really fast. I have to agree with you. Apex 47 is an absolute pillar. I mean, you can make the same argument for Alien. However, though, the big issue is that they're up against a team who is not tried, tested, and true, and are looking to find that consistency on an international stage. Selangor Red Giants from Malaysia with Innocent Yums, Stormy Sakaisen, as well as Cram. And for me, if you're going to compare Apex 47, can we talk about the ultimate Cho play of all time? MSC 2024 with Yums on a Cho? Literally disgusting.
He's my goat. He's my Malaysian goat.
He's so nasty with it. He finds angles that you don't expect. He increases the tempo faster than anybody else you can even perceive. And he's got the supplement of big playmakers like Stormy, for an example, and even Sakai's.
He greets me good morning at the hotel.
Oh, he does?
He does. He has great eyesight. He's like 20, 50, 20, 30 feet away. He's like waves at me. Morning. Like, oh, sup, Yums?
Goodness.
Great guy.
He is a great guy, but two other great guys, Cram as well as Innocent. I personally feel that this matchup is going to be really tough, specifically for Cram and Alien. Because again, the meta has kind of moved away from the high damage, high impact EXP laners to more of a supportive role.
And in my scouting, I've heard that Cram is the paramount shot caller when it comes to team fights.
Oh.
Macro-wise, you can confirm it's Stormy who makes the calls, but when it, gets down to the paint, it's Cram who, makes these decisions for the team.
One thing now that I'm looking at with everyone mentioned and you saying Cram, where does Alien fit into the mix? This man has been playing in the M series since M3.
Out of this world.
Out of this world. He made some out of this world plays and decisions back in M3, but he has grown into be the most dependable EXP laner in Turkey. Ask the casters and the professionals there. They have huge respects to Alien and how he's evolved. So now it begs the question, if you are Alien, how are you going to deal with Cram? Is Cram someone that you can defeat in lane to shut down his presence on the map? Do you get crafty with Cram and just go for, okay, wave clear and then get into position before him to surprise him? What does Alien do?
Here's the problem. In terms of mechanical skill, I would say both of them top tier. Creme de la creme, of course. The issue is that the limitations of the EXP lane is so small, right? If you're talking about, what's really strong? Hilda. But if you ban Hilda, what comes next? Phoveus. What comes after Phoveus? The Cho. What comes after the Cho? Everything is kind of, anything underneath these three heroes feels kind of meh. Then it's just a pillow fort fight.
A pillow fort fight?
Yeah. Both sides are just going to be looking at each other. Hey, my walls are bigger. Throws one attack, barely scratches them.
You go first.
You go first. Shoots the ballista back at them. Nothing happens in that lane.
Yeah. So now let's see if somehow, some way, even with the limitations of the EXP lane, either Alien or Cram will find a way to just get a solo. And you know what? Maybe let's go into that as maybe an idea to hinge on. Which one of these two can maybe solo kill the other first in the EXP lane, right?
That'd be fun to see.
Yeah.
Something tells me Alien is more likely to do it. Only because Cram can take a beating.
Woo!
I understand the fact that Cram can just hold it down until the 13-minute mark and then survive. Alien is more like, I gotta do it now or else.
You gotta do it now. I feel like Alien has a timer on him. I feel like at the very least, if I am not winning my lane, if nothing is happening, I'm willing to sacrifice what is necessary to help my team. And honestly, the more that I talk about it, these two guys are the exact same players on two different sides of a coin.
Well, let's see how that will unfold in the draft and how that will reflect. And yes, we ourselves are very happy that the draft has started. Thank you so much to everyone who stuck it out with us and was patient. It's an alpha ban for Ulfednar and SRG taking away the Fanny. SRG taking away the Fanny, I feel like it's something that something you do not hear often, but that is huge respects to, again, the assassin hero pool. And it's the junglers that's getting pinched in the draft.
What's left? The
Lan.
I mean, we need to get rid of. We got to get rid of the staples.
The Joie.
The Joie Shin.
No, the Joie.
The Joie.
She's hot right now. Sakai's played her yesterday.
That is true. That is true. But I also think that Hilda needs to be thought of as well.
Fight for the ultimate answer.
Who's gonna get an aneurysm? What are you talking about?
Dude, I was like, Joachim? Joachim?
Yes, Yushin is still open too.
Yeah. All right, so when you're gonna be focusing too much on pinching out the junglers, then key mid laners or EXP laners might actually show up.
Could go either way here. Interestingly enough, I want to see what Wolfendar is planning, right? Because banning out the Alpha is already interesting. We've seen a couple of teams do that, but to ban Alpha and as well as the Suyo, there was a very intimate relationship between these two heroes.
Yes, they were once the Alpha and Omega, literally, of the meta wherein Nolan would be a solid third. Are they setting up TNZ to pick up the Nolan, or are they trying to make this a weird jungle matchup wherein TNZ's specialties like the Leomord and the Amon come through?
That's a pretty interesting shout, but I think that right now, with both Alpha and as well as Suyo out of that pool, on top of the Fanny, of course, next thing that I'm thinking of, Joy. Is that the next pick that we're going to be looking for? And if Joy does show up, are we expecting Hayabusa, even Link, to be showing up for SRG's side?
I feel like that also could be a question for Ulfednar. If you see a Joy on the other side, are you going to put Tienzi on his comfort Ling, a pick that he popped off with during the wildcards? Are you going to surprise and pick something that you picked a lot in the Turkey Championship and even during Embassy 2024, that if there's a Joy on the side of SRG, what about the Ruby that they've shown that they can flex into Roam or EXP, even if it is an off-kilter meta pick at that time?
But that's going to depend. Yes, it is an off-meta pick. It is situational. It's highly dependent on, first of all, what exactly are you trying to stop? Secondly, are you able to come into range? Because half the problem is just gap closing most of the time. You don't want to always have to waste your flicker just to make something happen.
In Turkey, Ruby XP is a thing. Luckily, SRG Cram plays a solid Ruby in the XP too.
Oh yeah, wait.
Even Yums!
Yeah, that was one of the picks that led them to victory in Embassy 2024, their flexibility on the Ruby. Let's see if that pick will pop up. Hylos gets picked, but again, the Bruno Beatrix trade is active.
Oh, man.
Oh, but SRG did also show a Granger yesterday, so I wouldn't take it against, Bruno Beatrix, Granger, I feel like
still open.
Still very up in the air for both of them.
Yep. Neither want to confirm.
Yeah, this one's really, really tough because once Hylos comes up, you think about Granger, you think about Bruno. As soon as you get hit by the Glorious Pathway, you're just in line of it. You have to use a movement ability to get out. If not, you're just too slow. You're going to get run down really, really quick.
Yep, Rondo out, slide tackle back.
I wonder if SRG would consider banning out the Aurora then, taking it away from Rosa, putting it into Stormy's hands. Bruno Cho. And you hear the crowd roar as Yums gets his Cho.
High prio picks already. Powerful double pick swing for SRG on red.
Don't forget that this is still a flex pick. This could easily fall into the hands of Cram. It could easily fall into the hands of Yums. It could go anywhere in all intents and purposes. Now, Ulfendar is going to see this and they need to figure out a response. Number one, can they find a winning matchup? If not, look for at least a way to play around the Bruno like we mentioned before.
Now, in the next two picks for Ulfednar, teams have been starting to show Beatrix pop up a little bit more often here. The Thorn Queen can lock in the pick right now, but there's the Hayabusa, one of the things that we theorized. And wait, I haven't seen you in a while, Harith.
We haven't seen a Harith ran into a Bruno often.
Yeah, because usually it's like the trade, one is banned.
Yep.
But wow, getting your core super early for Ulfednar. They're looking at the... Okay, they're maximizing the flex of the high loss. Oh, and they want to set up Rosa for success.
Technically, these are not all their cores. It's possible that Rosa also picks up a high damage mage, and they go from there.
Harith mid?
I think I would rather the Farsa come through before you go Harith mid.
I agree. I was thinking along the lines.
Oh, no, sorry. That's what I thought. That's what you were going for because you said high damage core. Okay, yeah. No, Farsa. You know, I agree. Farsa
Yes.
to the Bruno, perfect.
Yes.
I mean, it sounds perfect, but it depends on what this third pick is going to be, right?
If it's Gata Kali,
If it's Gato Kali, not even Gato Kali, even if an assassin shows up, right? It begs a lot of the questions. Yes, there we go. The Lo Yi was the only other substantial pick that they could have gone for to create plays across the map, not caring whether or not you pick the Farsa. Yes, you have that artillery, but as long as we have tempo, that is going to be the name of the game.
Well, Ulfednar have a very mean mid lane Farsa, Lo Yi, that they show up. That's one of the reasons why they dominated the wild card. So I wouldn't take it against them to know how to play around it and to consider. But I wonder if this means that Ulfednar would want to consider a lineup that might do well better in the defense, you know? End up picking up something like maybe an Edith for Alien later on and put this high loss in the roam instead. But thinking about it, the high loss in the roam might actually struggle up against Lo Yi just a little bit.
Just a little bit, but as long as you clear that wave and take minimal damage, usually it's all right. SRG, very smart plan of trying to pinch down on that mid laner, on the mid laners to ensure, hey, make sure we can, if anything, give them a Valentina, you know, bare bones, something that is punishable, something that cannot just face check bushes.
Yeah, right now the Valentina's not picking up much.
Yeah.
Very weird to play into a Lo Yi, try to steal that diversion. You're wasting so many steps between step 1 and 2 that your opponent's going to be way ahead. If your opponents are SRG, they're not going to let you breathe. Steal away a Way of the Dragon, also not worth it. So I'm liking where you're thinking with this, Gideon. I'm liking how you're putting yourself in Coach Arcadia's shoes and saying, we dare you to pick the Valentina.
Team is banning.
Ooh, Ling ban? Okay, this might open up some more options. Are there any other assassins that we should be worried about? I mean, Suyo is already gone. Hayabusa has already been taken. Joy probably is like the only other assassin I can think of off the top of my head.
Joy, Nolan.
No, Joy or Nolan.
Yeah, in terms of like the options, but I feel like they already have a good amount of physical in the Bruno. They don't need to pair a Bruno and a Nolan together. Oh wait, you know what? I'm not gonna hate on that idea. That actually sounds pretty devastating.
Good burst.
Yeah, Nolan, Bruno, and then you have the Lo Yi as well. Ooh, wait, that's spicy. I like
So
it.
they should ban the Nolan. Is that what you're saying? Because if they ban the Joy, they allow for that Nolan.
Yeah, either or. So it'll be up to them to decide like which one they're more willing to let through.
Oh, this is very interesting. This is very interesting. They want to set up for an EXP pick here. But what exactly would be a good EXP pick? If you're getting rid of CC in particular, I'm thinking of like potential tanks that could go into the EXP lane. I'm guessing Gato Kacha, but even then, there are still counter picks in Glue. There's still counter picks in even Phovius as well, all of which do well with each other. I was hoping for either a Glue or even a Phovius ban, but then when you are on that red side, you do have that first pick, but you have to show that first ban initially to allow blue side to respond.
Are they going to hold on to the Cho Flex, or will they finally reveal the jungle?
Tough to say.
That's red 4. That's where SRG resumes the draft.
Your team is picking.
Oh, I feel like that's them setting up for Farsa already. When you have the Ling ban, you have the Khalid ban, you picked up Hayabusa third.
And they'll see what the jungler is if it can cut through the lane.
Yeah.
Cut through the formation.
Yep. So right now, the question is who gets priority for that last pick? Is it going to be EXP or is it going to be jungle? Personally, for me, I think leaving EXP for that final pick is going to give a significant advantage. Whoever locks in the other, you will find a counter pick for it and at least utilize your flex pick better.
Yeah, more so because you know that this is just a Joy or a Nolan.
Exactly.
One or the other. If it's neither of those two,
it's Fredrin.
Paint a surprise. Would you Fredrin here?
I mean, I'm waiting for the last 2 picks, but it should be okay. Oh, fool.
Protect the jungler.
Okay. Shows foe. Ulfendar can go for Glue straight off the bat here. Oh, is that a good idea? I feel like if SRG is willing to say, hey, Cram, you're going to have to just eat dirt for a little bit, you know? The laning phase is going to be difficult, but later in the game, you're going to be more relevant, especially with something like Harith and even the Hayabusa, which can proc your passive very, very often.
I don't know why. Something about that. Why can I not stop thinking about the Fredrin? I don't know why.
For SRG?
Yeah. I mean, like, the Phovius needs a little bit more help fronting.
Was all of last year not enough for you?
Hey.
What was in your head, dude?
It's been 3 years now.
What was in Tsujin's in your head?
Last 2 picks.
Oh yeah, it is Farsa, see?
All right, nice. But they also go for the Tigreal, which is interesting because now team fighting, especially for Apex 47, this is one of his more consistent heroes, right? He doesn't usually miss those implosions.
I don't know. My head keeps going to utility, even though they do need the damage.
Oleander Joy.
But something about the BTK approach of, hey, let's pick up a utility jungler like a Fred or maybe even a Nakai, so that their pick-off style isn't, or setup, doesn't really have a lot to set up to into pick-off. You'll survive it, and then you set up the Bruno, the Low Yi. But yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be Nolan or Joy, you know.
Honestly, it's really, really tough, right? Any assassin coming into the Tigreal is already a problem. You don't have a guaranteed way of canceling out the Farsa by yourself, but they lock in the Fredrin at the very end.
Is that enough damage?
I'm not sure.
That's the problem, though.
They believe in Innocent, maybe.
I'm scared.
It's Low Yi, Bruno focused.
That's it.
All right. Ingan, Naisu, let's go.
Taking a page out of the BTK book we saw earlier, they lock in the Fredrin. We can't even call it MOBA Fred anymore, right? This is now a Fredrin being brought to the table. I know Renmar stood up. He felt really good about it. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu and Ingan to bring you this matchup. Ulfednar and SRG. How are we feeling, Ingan? How are we feeling about these lineups?
Honestly, I was really hoping for an assassin versus assassin matchup. Tianzi versus Sakai's well-known assassin users, micro-heavy users. But again, I have to agree with the panel. Is the damage from the Giants, from SRG, gonna be enough though to take on Ulfednar?
That's a question that we are going to find out as we jump into the Land of Dawn. It's SRG and Ulfednar in this best of one. Both teams still looking for that victory within the Swiss stage. We'll see if they're able to pull through. And this time around, too, quite a bit of contrast, you know, with the two lineups that we're looking at. And maybe this is going to be it because the home crowd is here. They're locked and loaded and ready to watch SRG hopefully bring a victory because we know that they need it. And you know, when we look at this and we saw the stats, so it was a good lengthy discussion from the panel, and I really appreciated it because they broke a lot of things down. And even with that interesting fun fact, you know, about
Rosa.
Just Rosa, the amount of, was it average damage?
Highest average damage per minute
in
for
30
the whole
games?
MC. 30 plus.
Wow.
30 plus.
Oh, that, but this is one of the signature heroes of Rosa. So I don't know, gets the Farsa, so definitely going to be doing the damage here, and I think that's why a lot of us, whoa, Tianzi, whoa! Taken! Goodbye, purple buff.
Okay, so Tianzi with a huge purple buff steal up against SRG. And right now, if you're Ulfednar, you really want to capitalize on this. Again, you have a Harrod going up against a Bruno. Usually we don't see this, but Kenzie goes in with a Wiggy Shadow Kill, gonna bring down Yumes! And a very aggressive Tianzi!
Hey, this is a Hayabusa that we're talking about, and you know what I mean? It almost feels bad because when you think about the actual matchup, let's just say, you know, a Hayabusa versus a Fredrin, like Fredrin himself, he's just going to be watching as the shadows are going in and out and shadow kill, and all he can do is really just kind of tank it up and hope that the team doesn't get whittled down too quickly. But already with an early kill like that, obviously Ulfednar, a little bit of momentum building up into this first turtle. They're going to be setting themselves up. I mean, think about all that's happened. You know, it is definitely going to delay SRG from getting to the point where they want to. You still have that orange buff being worked on. And look at this, Apex 47 gives that information over. So Ulfednar will be the ones to go ahead and start this up. But it looks like they're still going to rotate down here, possibly for that fight. That level obviously showing in this case Tianzi, you know.
2 levels.
Level 6 already.
2
but
levels.
Sakai's, he doesn't care. He'll start up the turtle anyway and hold things together. It looks like they're going to take the calm and calculated approach.
Okay. They want to go to force out Glorious Pathway onto the back line, onto Stormy, but look at the Infernal Pursuit coming in from Cram, wanting to Zora, but here comes Rosa though. Just trying to deal out the damage.
Whoa.
And Rosa's going to get the turtle away from SRG. Another implosion play will pursue there as they bring down Stormy. Now Yums and Sakai's has to walk away as Cram trying to soak up the damage and save.
Apex! What a play! He just saved him.
A sacrificial play for Cram. But again, there was no trade for SRG because Rosa with the feathered airstrike gets the turtle, and again TNZ takes down Sekai's.
You know what? Well, SRG gets a kill at least out of all that, but man, they lost so much. Ulfednar is locked in.
Oh, and they're not even done. They want to go for Yums once again. Origi Shadow Kill paired up with the feathered airstrike. Rosa and TNZ making quick work of Yums. And this isn't just any Yums here. This is a Cho that Yums is known to use. And now 0-2-0 start.
Oh man, like I'm a little bit flabbergasted at what's going on here. Ulfednar, I knew that they wanted to go ahead and get the momentum going with a lineup like they brought to this game, but not expecting this. And it all started, I feel like, just with that purple buff steal, man.
Yeah.
It all started there.
The Quad Shadow entry, Retribution coming in from TNZ, and again they want to go for that initiation as they force out Stormy's flicker out, so another huge resource expended by the mid laner of SRG. 3.4k gold lead for Ulfednar, 5-1. SRG wasn't expecting this.
Yeah, I don't think so here, Yingan, and part of that might be, maybe at this point, because they're falling quite a bit behind, in the grand scheme of things. This is a big gap to work against this early on, especially when you take in consideration you got a 3-level gap between the junglers.
The panel was mentioning a while ago, talking about the status of Ulfednar, if they're still a dark horse. Looking at how they're playing right now, I'm pretty sure they are now officially contenders. Going up against a team like SRG, dominating in the early stages of the game, 3.7k gold lead, as Alien starts things off, trying to pull the turtle to their side.
They're going to go ahead and start things up. Again, advantage for Ulfednar. Both gold laners still staying in their lane. It's going to be a 4v4.
Here comes the Glorious Pathway once again. They want to start things off. Trying to zone out Sekai's here as Rosa hasn't casted yet his ultimate. Now 4,000 HP for this turtle. Yums goes in with a flicker, but he's gonna miss. Tenzi goes in with a Wiki Shadow Kill. It's gonna be Retribution battle, but Sekai gets the turtle. Now the counter attack coming in from Silong Red Giant. They want to go for more. The target is Apex 47. Energy Eruption. Appraiser's Wrath might be enough to bring down, but Crab goes in with the Infernal Pursuit. The answer of the Giant. Yums, okay, he's gonna connect with the Way of the Dragon, but here comes Sunshine to bring him down. They're not even done. Crab goes in, takes down the Thorn Queen. Stormy will fall down in the hands of Sunshine, but Innocent answers right back with a volley shot. TNZ, Alien, trying to zone out SRG and stop the onslaught of SRG.
Now we have a game on our hands as SRG rallies alongside of the crowd here as they erupt. Man, what a turnaround. Great for them, but they still got work to do. Ulfednar, though, they got checked, and I'm surprised even in that exchange with the turtle that SRG was actually able to go ahead and secure it. They took their time, they approached it, and despite the level gap between the junglers, Sekai's, he made it work. He still has a gap to work against, still 3 levels, but hey, that's what SRG needed to happen, and now it looks like they're going to go ahead and take some of this momentum and try to cap out here on the top side. Zalman Force already going to be used, but you can see the threat here. Ulfednar's got to respect it.
Okay, so far, that SRG is not lacking damage. Innocent also has a Malefic gun right now, so in terms of range, in terms of positioning, Innocent can really fight back. And just looking at the gold lead that SRG caught up with, it was almost a 4k gold lead for Ulfednar. Now it's down to 1.2k. You can feel that SRG is in control of the map. They had a huge turret takedown in the middle lane, exposing the jungle of TNZ. And again, I have to commend Yums for the turnaround, because even though he's 3-0-3-0 with the flicker play, although the Way of the Dragon didn't connect, it made TNZ preoccupied, went for the Wiki Shadow Kill. That's why Sekai's had a chance to steal the second turtle away from Ulfednar.
Ulfednar definitely got to stay in check here. They're still technically, at somewhat of an advantage, I guess you could say, until eventually Sekai's is even in levels or gets things even out. But look at the damage Innocent's even doing to Apex.
With a Malefic gun, look at the... Apex Force goes in with an Implosion, but he's gonna miss. He's gonna be taken down by Innocent. Here comes the Zalman Force with the Glorious Pathway. But the damage from SRG might just be enough, despite the Revitalize. A double kill for Innocent. SRG You can hear the arena making noise. Because so far it looks like SRG is back to their championship form.
We're now starting up the Lord here. Talk about a supporting team. If Sakai struggles, hey, the rest of the team rallies up. And Innocent locked in definitely on the Bruno. We know Bruno wins games. Like, that's the stat right now so far throughout M6. And you can't let him get there because he's at the top of the gold standing. And so that's Lord secured. SRG taking that gold lead, diminishing it completely. And now they start to go ahead and march in with the momentum in their favor. Ulfednar, they started strong, man. You know, they had the right idea. They got momentum in their favor for the early game, but then boom, all of a sudden, they find themselves on the back foot. And Ulfednar has to adjust from this. They have to be able to play a little bit smarter on the approaches of the team fights.
And the scary thing is Stormy hasn't been using the diversion as much as we want him to. But despite all that, they have a 1.1k gold lead. Lord marching down bottom as Innocent will get a tier 2 turret up top. And here comes a clash. Sakai is right in the middle of everything. Will be taken down by the Feathered Airstrike coming in from Rosa. But SRG still standing strong. They know that they have the Lord. They can take out all outer turrets for SRG.
Good pick off there. Sakai's does go down. Still have to deal with this Lord, but I mean, look at this. There has to be an answer. Innocent just kind of sitting in the back, and he's doing enough damage himself. Quite intense amount of damage to deal with if you're Ulfednar. They got to play with the fact that they have, you know, some of the range advantage, but this is also going to get a little bit more difficult for Apex 47 to find the implosion he's looking for until he's tanky enough. Because, like we saw earlier, you know, he was trying to find Innocent, trying to find anyone, really, to get an implosion on. He does have Flicker, but then he took too many shots, and you saw how quickly he was worked on. So these buffs are going to be taken at this point. Ulfednar will have to just kind of fight for gold and XP. They're not out of the game. I mean, Sunshine's been doing pretty good. He's farmed up to where, you know, relatively a good point. He's got Starlium Scythe, Feather of Heaven, still working on his Holy Crystal, I believe, but he's not, you know, too crazy behind when it comes to Innocent. He's about 1,000 gold behind or so, and they got to catch up because some of those team fights, if they can think about it, if they get the implosion right later on towards the game, then they've got the tools to fight. But right now, Apex 47 in trouble again. Uh-oh.
Oh, Infernal Pursuit. Whoa. And Innocent delivering the final blow to bring down Apex 47. Rosa forced to use the Feathered Airstrike, but just look at the damage. It's almost non-existent. Crown just literally stood under the Feathered Airstrike unbothered.
Oh, man. I don't know. At this point, when you're a tank like Tigreal and you're getting shredded down that fast, that does not feel good. You're left just wondering, what am I going to do? How am I going to set things up for my team? And like I said, Ulfednar has to have a response, has to have an answer to that. And it might turn into the fact where Alien also has to step up, maybe in case of saving Apex 47 or even being able to start things up, because looking at the items, now that the next Lord is up, they've got a lot of work to do. You know, yes, the jungle is still in the advantage. You've got some minor gold advantage here for the mid lane, but ultimately, look at the gold difference, man. That is a massive lead right now for Innocent.
And now they're trying to deprive Ulfednar of their purple buff, but they're not going to overextend again. This is the issue that SRG had yesterday. According to Coach Arcadia, there was some sort of discipline problem. But right now, SRG, even though the purple buff of 10Z is really viable for them to get, they're not going to commit anything because there's a major objective up for grabs right now. It's the Lord, the second Lord, and they're wanting to secure this safely.
Okay, at this point, it's going to go for a reset or a soft one. They're going to start it up again. Ulfednar, what are they going to do?
Glorious pathway, the implosion is there, and Tansy steals away the Lord from SRG. SRG is now mad. They want to go for the kill. Alien pops his revitalize. The first man down is Apex 47. He opts for a beautiful kick, assisting them to the members of SRG to bring down Tansy and Alien. 5 members of SRG are still here, but Ulfednar, they got the Lord.
They got the Lord, but look at this, SRG should be able to clear these out pretty well. Again, Innocent, untouched, unbothered. Here with the team, Rosa drops down the Feathered Airstrike. They'll hold on to the base turrets for now. Lord still being worked on. Those waves. Oh! Hi, Rosa.
Gets blasted out of the map.
Wow.
That's why Bruno wins. Get that Bruno plus the Malefic gun. The range, the damage is there, and on top of that, Apex 47, even if he has the flicker, he can't get to Innocent right now. Sunshine used to force to use the Salmon Force, but cannot get close enough to Innocent. Kenzie goes in with a weak shadow kill, but gets stunned out there. He has a quad shadow to go out. Whoa, SRG just on a rampage right now.
We got to do something about Bruno, man. Bruno, like, teams, as they move forward through M6.
But there, there's a diversion play. Stormy gets away. And with that, they know that the implosion has been expended. So SRG, they can actually make a play, a huge play right now.
They'll make a play from it, but I don't know, man. Ulfednar, oh, here it is.
Okay, here comes the Energy Eruption. Salmon Force is there, plus the Revitalize coming in from Ulfednar, but SRG just dishing out the damage! Sunshine is gonna fall down! The next one is the Thorn Queen! Innocent working on Alien, gets the double! TNZ, Apex 47 just left there for themselves. SRG has the minions, and they can end this right now.
They're going to be pushing it in again, mid-turret, the focus right now for SRG. Look at the damage on Apex. Can't even face the front right now against the Bruno. They're looking to close it out.
One Siege Minion, Apex 47, last effort with an implosion, gonna catch 4 plus the Sacred Hammer. We get shadow kill coming in from Tenzi, but it's not gonna be enough as they're gonna get bursted down by the members of SRG. And just like that, SRG is back on track to their championship form.
This guy is not innocent, because right now, 9-0-4, what a game. What a just coming together as a team from SRG. It couldn't be untouched, just untouched, unbothered. And just great to see the adjustments that SRG had to make. Again, they were losing the early game. Ulfednar had it, and it slipped out of their hands. Really tough to see them for Ulfednar, and SRG needed that morale boost. What a performance here. We're going to be thrown over to the panel to break down this game and see what they have to say.
I know we're the English broadcast, but we are currently on the speakers right now here in Malaysia, and I wouldn't be doing my duty as a broadcaster if I don't do this. Malaysia, make some noise for SRG! After a very difficult day number 1, they get a 2-0 here today. Reactions? Look at Gideon. Look at Gideon just chilling happy.
I'm happy, and here's why. I'm happy because on a technical standpoint, the composition that they were trying to pull off is not easy at all. And it all depended on one man, and Innocent continues to show why he ain't guilty.
It's Innocent for you. I think, personally, I must take my hat. If I had a hat off, I would take my hat off to my personal GOAT, my Malaysian GOAT, Yums. From the early to the mid, wherein SRG were in trouble, he was keeping up the pressure. He was, kiting in and out to keep Ulfednar honest. And then towards the late, where SRG were in control, he was kicking dudes left and right.
Yeah, and it looks like the Malaysian squad learned something from the MOBA and BTK school of how to beat Turkey teams. Draft the Fredrin. Fredrin now, it looks like, is the bane of teams from Turkey. Twice BTK brought out a Fredrin. Ulfednar, down. S2G, down. And now SRG takes down Ulfednar, the lower. So with the Fredrin, crazy. I did not expect that. We actually put up our predictions, but more on that later as we hear now from, hey, it's Stormy on the stage.
And guys, there you have it. The Swiss stage is heating up as one more home ground heroes takes their first win. First of all, Stormy, congratulations. That was an intense game. I could see everybody here at the arena. They were shaking, they were screaming. I could even hear the staff shouting. But Stormy, how are you feeling? How's everything like?
We're happy that we won today, so very grateful today.
Okay, now Stormy, before we continue on talking about today, let's talk a bit about yesterday. I feel like the opening matches of the Swiss stage came as a shock to a lot of people when you guys lost against S2G. Maybe you can share with us what really happened. Was it the nervousness? You guys weren't ready, underprepared? What happened?
I think there's just some minor mistakes behind the game yesterday. So I think it's just our mistakes. So kita orang just try to fix it today, and alhamdulillah. Yeah.
So If you feel like the mistakes were fixed today, how did you guys manage to fix it? What discussion did you guys have last night? Did you guys stay up really late? What was going on with Selangor Red Giants last night?
After we lost yesterday, we straight up go to stream, and the coaches stay up until 4 a.m.
Wow,
So, yeah.
4 a.m. Okay, amazing. Now, as we all know, Ufadnar had met you guys in MSC 2024, and they are still yet to get a win against the Selangor Red Giants. Now, Stormy, with this, how did you guys react when you guys saw the matchup last night?
It's quite surprising because we fight them again 2 times already, right?
Yes.
So yeah, terkejut lah.
So you guys were shocked. Were you expecting this win, though?
50-50.
50-50. Okay, Stormy, earlier on just now when I talked to Zorn when Vamos won, I asked him if he felt nervous or pressured playing in Malaysia. And I also saw a content that you guys did with MPL MY or MLBB Esports in which you guys preferred international tournaments or playing outside of the country compared to playing in Malaysia. Why is that so? Do you feel like the pressure is higher when you're playing in your home country?
No, we don't feel nervous at all. I think it's just an opinion, so yeah.
I see. Okay, do you love the crowd in Malaysia?
Yeah, of course.
So, Stormy, last question. What do you have to say to the fans who came down for 2 days, supported Selangor Red Giants, and maybe you can ask them to continue supporting you guys?
To our fans, thanks so much for coming, especially to my mom and my family. It's because they weren't there yesterday, right? So they are here today. So thanks so much for coming.
The extra buff with mommy and the sister. Thank you very much, Stormy. Congratulations on that amazing win. And with that, let us show it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against Ufadnar.
Thank you, Stormy, and of course, thank you to Rose. 14 minutes and 37 seconds was the time of that game between SRG and Ufadnar. For the first 5 minutes, though, it looked dire for SRG as Ufadnar just danced on them. Purple buff steal in the very first buff rotation coming in from the Hayabusa.
Quite a steal, and also the level lead that was generated off of it was expected to be insane. Because at this point for a Hayabusa, in TNZ's position, you're expected to double, triple, and continue to compound the amount of interest you gain just from finding these kills. And he did a great job, but at the same time, I'm surprised at how this game actually panned out, because there's a lot of losing situations that get turned over by SRG.
Yeah, 3 levels was the max between Sekais and the TNZ, and I think 5,000 between both of them. So, something to note, folks, if you're playing a situation like this and say you were the Fredrin, don't worry, because tank junglers items are much, much cheaper than core jungle items, and that's the key here, economically speaking, how SRG were able to hold out. Another key that I would like to note is, I'm glad that we heard from Stormies, because I think he was so impactful, so significant to the turnaround, because one of the few things that's scarier than, say, a Tigreal through diversion is a Fredrin through a diversion. When he's got that fully charged kit and he has the energy eruption on, that's as good as a Tigreal.
Yeah, it's like, what do I do then suddenly to a Fredrin that rushed the Athena shield to help counter the biggest problems in the Farsa? And even though Sunshine would hit a power spike, it's as if they didn't have enough damage to deal with the defenses of SRG.
Not just an Athena shield, brother. Plus a Radiant armor! And the tough boots!
Yep. It's great itemization here, because keep in mind, it's going to be 2 magic damage, both of them very heavy in burst. One has a lot more consistent DPS compared to the other. Well, I mean, it's relative here. As long as they drop their ults, they've got some damage. But also, just keeping in mind that Hayabusa, the main problem is that, it just takes 1 item to take him down, and it forced him into a position where he had to rush the Malefic Roar rather than securing his BOD early, because he has to deal with his Fredrin no matter what.
Yeah, it's a fantastic itemization and understanding of the power spike there for SRG. Again, 5 minutes. That was how long Ufadnar had a chokehold onto this game. But at 5 minutes and 30 seconds, the turtle was taken down by Sekais. Afterwards, they got kills. Afterwards, they invaded the orange buff, and they continued their domination as Innocent in the gold lane would hit his power spike as well. It is, again, one of the trends that we saw with the Fredrin across all the BTK matches against Turkey teams. That Fredrin might struggle in the first few minutes, and around Turtle 2 or Turtle 3, they'll win, and then they'll invade.
Something to note, if you're trying to build this Fredrin, play it in your ranked games, do note it is not Thrill, it's Swift. So you gotta make the most of your enhanced basic attacks. This is something I learned when I was a newer Fredrin player is use a skill, trigger the passive. Use a skill, trigger the passive. That helps with Swift.
Yes, Swift makes it the motion a lot smoother to actually pull off compared to going for regular penetration or even just going for just raw health, right? Overall, the composition coming in from SRG's side, it's really, really hard to pull off, especially with the snowball lead that Tianzi was able to generate from himself. The only issue with that is that Tianzi must wait for his cooldowns to come back off, his Ogi Shadow Kill in particular, to really punish the side lanes. Although, I will say that Ulfendar's positioning in the way that they're attacking the map was kind of interesting, right? Because I think a lot of the paranoia came when they don't see Stormy. Oh, is there a diversion coming out and we're not expecting it? Should we look to clear these bushes first? And when they do, that's when SRG take advantage of that space.
Yeah, and that's why I feel like Ulfenar were playing the way that they did. They understood the ticking time bomb that was the SRG lineup, wherein if they gave SRG any room at all between minute 5 to minute 9, it's still a good amount of chance that SRG would be able to turn things around. But then Ulfidnar, they slipped. They lost that control. They lost that grip that they had, and it led to Innocent popping off. Unkillable was Innocent in this game. MVP.
He had a perfect game, and that's crazy to imagine when there's so many factors that could have messed him up. Alien could have ran at him. He could have been caught at least by the implosion coming in from Apex 47. Not to mention that half the time, Rosa should have been targeting him anyways with the Feathered Airstrike.
But they weren't, because most of the action was happening in mid, down to the bottom, so the lower quarter of the map. Where was Innocent this whole time? Elsewhere. And that's what allowed SRG to come back. So it's an understanding of their current situation being on the back foot, plus Innocent's just hyper farming. Now the question is, what was Sunshine doing? Now in hindsight, we never really looked, or the game never really looked at that laning matchup as much. So the fact that they were quiet means it benefited Innocent more than Sunshine.
It did. It really did. And I think, there was a point in the game where Ulfendar must group up together. They just don't have a choice here. And that was the big issue. Once you start grouping up and you're losing pressure, look at the attention being thrown just by Yums alone. Oh, hey, guess what? If you chase me, you get a free kill. But at the same time, they take mid-tier 1, and that compromises the position, especially for Hayabusa whenever he wants to take this purple buff.
Yeah, as we look at the MVP highlights here, I think also we could put it as simple as, well, Innocent, maybe just play the better lane than Sunshine, outlaning him. I wouldn't call it as dominating. It was his tower that was broken first. It was Ulfenar able to pierce the lane of the gold laner of SRG, but SRG, again, found the right timing to tell Innocent, start playing around us. Innocent, come here, join us in the fights, and that's why he was able to get the kills through the counter punishes that they dished out.
And that takes really high game IQ, really high game sense, chemistry and communications to trust in your team and say, yeah, you know what? I'm done with this lane. You guys need me. It's time to step on the clutch. It's time for us to be on the offense.
Everybody played a role in this game, right? Without one component, we probably wouldn't have seen the game kind of devolve into what it did. Even Stormy playing a pretty crucial role at converging, really punishing their opponents, overextending their leads beyond what was necessary, and then utilizing that resource to turn it into an equalizer against Ulfendar.
It got to the point where it was so difficult for any of the frontliners of Ulfidnar to find any space. And it went back to the whole Lo Yi effect. Lo Yi likes it when the roamers that she's up against are slow, when they're just crawling and trotting, and it's so easy for her to activate the duality effect to make sure that they maximize the damage. And now Ulfidnar, the team that called through the wild card, is now at peril of getting eliminated. They're 0-2, while now the Malaysians can rest easy. The representatives, all of them, Vamos and the SRG, they're all in the 1-1 bracket, so a little bit more tournament life.
Bad news for Turkey. Both of their teams lost today. Good news is they've avoided each other bracket-wise.
Yeah, that's what you were saying earlier, too.
Yeah, that's what we were setting up.
Yeah, it's great for the Malaysians. Other than if the draw ends up pretty bad and they end up facing off against each other, probably not going to be a good time. But generally, the way that the things have been going on in this Swiss, I'm pretty surprised the turnover rate of these comebacks, and not to mention these super difficult compositions to execute.
There are 8 teams in the 1-1 bracket at the end of the day. So what are the chances that 2 Malaysian teams are gonna face off against each other.
Crazy. In a matchup where we saw the Thorn Queen against the Mage Prodigy, Rosa versus Stormy, Ulfidnar versus SRG, a team that is slow to warm up in MSC, IESF, and even MPL MY Season 4 team. It is SRG that get the victory. Coming up next is another big one. Fnatic Onyx Philippines yesterday, the champions of the Philippines, were able to give a lot of difficulty to Team Liquid ID, the champions of Indonesia. But CFU Gaming have proven to be a worthy opponent, and they may continue another trend of shocking upsets. But against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, how feasible is that? Because we got to see FNOP dominate. We had to see CFU work for it.
If you know CFU and you watch these other major tournaments around our circuit, I'm talking about Snapdragon Pro Series here, you know that CFU is notorious for taking down Filipino champions a peg or two.
I mean, their playstyle is interesting, I would say, right? Nobody can really pinpoint. They say aggression, but what does it mean to be aggressive?
Yeah.
Like, what exactly is the trigger finger for them? It's tough to tell.
Yeah, they're a team that may come in here packing with a lot of surprises that FNOP has to be careful of. But of course, because of what they showed yesterday, CFU definitely has to be careful of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. It's going to be an interesting one between Cambodia versus Philippines in the next matchup. CFU against FNOP. We will be back after a short break here at the M6 Swiss Stage Day 2.
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Meiji.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuit. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
glory starts now.
The road to achieving your dreams is never easy. Sometimes you'll always just make it to a certain point and it stops there. You'll be stuck there for quite some time up until you find the next level to make it past that, on to the next, up until you finally achieve your dreams. That's the story of CFU and Fnatic Onyx Philippines in their regional leagues in Cambodia and the Philippines respectively. Now they meet on the world stage. Renmar Santa Cruz still here. My name is Renmar. Well, you can call me Renmar. Still with Leo, still with Gideon Q for this very interesting matchup that will happen between Cambodia and the Philippines, the respective champions, to potentially make it into the 2-0 bracket. Before any of that, where are my pandas?
Huh? What?
Gideon.
We ate all of it.
It's gone now.
Gone now, no more.
Fuel your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. I love you, Hello Panda, and I wish I had more of you because these guys just finished mine.
Yummy.
Thanks.
Oh, good. Look at.
You know, when it comes to friends, support is important, you know.
Yeah.
So if you want the M6 support chest, it'll be available for a limited time from November 22 to December 29 rather. Purchase the support chest for 50 diamonds to get a large amount of pass XP with a chance to obtain a basic M6 pass. Use the basic M6 pass to instantly activate the M6 pass as a whole, unlock additional pass rewards, and immediately get Claude Challenger Spark skin. Great way to level up your pass right now to get that rewards. And of course, if you want that in front of you, just think about this. Okay, the Claude figurine, actually, Leo made a great point about it. It's you not getting one, technically you're getting two, because you're getting Claude and Dexter. We've never had that before.
Yeah, historically, like volume-wise, this is the most you're getting in an action figure when it comes to the M series freebie upon completing that pass.
Not to mention for at least those who have been collecting each and every one of the models, the base for this one with the flames around it probably stands out a lot more compared to the pillar, a block of wood. I mean, come on. It's an evolution.
I guess you could say that's pretty fire. So if you missed out the pretty fire series that we had in the last one, SRG versus Ulfidnar, well, these were our predictions at the end of the draft. So Gideon with the Malaysian Pride, Bole, he was able to get that prediction right, while Leo and I thought that Ulfidnar, well, they did dominate the early game until eventually SRG turned things around. But
it was not baseless.
It wasn't. It wasn't. Interesting draft, so you can go back to it, but of course, hopefully you stick with us now. Wait.
I've been wrong all day.
You have?
Not a single correct prediction all throughout the 6 matches that have elapsed.
Wow, that usually doesn't happen. You're usually pretty accurate.
Let me double check. Yeah, go ahead, continue. Let me just count.
Okay, so it might be a curse. All I know is I'm 4 out of 5 now. Yeah, because of that. So let's talk about this one. Again, they have very similar stories in their regional leagues, but speed versus control is a good way to look at it. So the Fnatic Onyx Philippines Super Family showed immense chemistry in their gameplay, that they're able to push the tempo and control the game with speed. It was your cavalry they were going up against, and yeah, that speed was deadly.
The speed was extremely deadly, but I have to say that Fnatic Onyx PH, what's interesting about them is their mastery over tempo, understanding when to tempo break, understanding when to walk back and increase the tempo. That's what makes them so flexible and why they seem so dominant in a lot of those games, because their eye, not only for opportunity, but their Emperor's eye, for those who know the reference, it feels like they see every corner of the map.
And that's made possible because of their immaculate micro. Macro might seem like their main strength, but if you really look into it and you study what gets them to those positions, it's because of how they win lane per lane, one-on-one, skirmish to skirmish, and everything else just follows. That's the most simple and yet all-encompassing way I can describe what makes Fnatic Onyx tick.
Alternatively, for Cambodia First United, CFU Gaming, they had to work for their series up against NIP Flash. It was a big back and forth, lots of rubber banding, but they proved that they know how to handle aggression with strong counter initiation. A key play that happened is that, just imagine this in your head right now. You can close your eyes and listen to my voice. Just imagine a Joy teleporting back to base to defend, the Nolan split pushing. You're up against a chip, and then suddenly a chip portal pops up as you're defending. You see the Nolan who's split pushing go through it. You go through it yourself, and you take down the opposing gold laner. That was a crazy play that CFU pulled off. And the fact that they have a jungler who can think of something like that, I think Fnatic Onyx Philippines really need to respect the macro eye of things that CFU has.
I think a lot of it is going to boil down in a lot of them in a lot of these interactions through team fighting, and I think that's where we're really going to see maybe CFU, if they have a lead, they will be able to push at least FNOP all the way, maybe into a corner even. But I'm expecting that FNOP are not going to let go of the pressure. If they get even just a little bit of a lead, they want to hold on to that for as long as possible.
Yeah, one of the things in my head is, if I'm CFU, should CFU just draft a strong 5 versus 4 composition? Because they're probably going to be thinking like, you know what, we can let go of one of our side lanes. Someone from FNOP is always split pushing a side lane. The 4v1 team fighting that Fnatic Onyx Philippines goes for. While for CFU, they can honestly just look at the team fighting as you mentioned. Strong 5-man.
That's an actual question we can actually dig into. Like, it's a whole nother discussion, how to draft against Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah. And to draft against a team that's been labeled as a super family, well, maybe it's better to understand your opponent first, right? So Coach Why Not actually got to share some words with us to talk about Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They built their bond together and accepted their past challenges, and they moved on. Their chemistry transcended the game. That is an excellent way to put it. Their chemistry transcends the game. FNOP are just that tight.
I think it's a really good look into what makes a team S tier. And most of the time they say chemistry, right? But what does that really entail? Think of your best friends, right? Now think of having 4 other best friends all with the exact same goal. Then you start really understanding each and every one of their movements. And when you're moving towards that goal, the small intricacies suddenly become important. These guys are absolutely obsessed, not only with the game, but they're obsessed to achieve an M-Series win.
Obsessed to win as one. That is Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And Leo, remember, the times we'd be able to hear comms from FNOP, we thought it would always be so intricate of like, you do this, you do that.
Yeah.
No, it can be as simple as, yeah, I'm here. Let's go.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. How it's their micro that actually supports their macro. The fact that each of them know their job and each of them understand how the others will do their job, which allow for these map-wide plays that you could have sworn was talked about in detail, that they had intricate blueprints, folders upon folders of Coach Why Not and Coach Hayes' discussions, but no, it was actually all just, as cheesy as it sounds, the power of friendship. It's their bond, it's their communications that allow for that to happen.
Well, the power of friendship is powerful if you're familiar with esports history, man. I mean, if you know, you know. Well, I think I could be a little bit more tongue-in-cheek with this one. Real OGs would know just how strong the power of friendship is in a tournament setting. So now, let's put ourselves in the fins of CFU. How do we draft against Fnatic Onyx Philippines? Who do you target first? Let's look at the one way to look at it. Super Friends, maybe?
I would suggest against that.
Really? Personally, for me, I would have gone at least, okay, at a bare minimum, don't let him touch Loi.
That's one. Second, I would say we learn more after we talk about CFU.
Yeah, CFU, here they are on your screens as we put in ourselves in their fins to learn more about how they should draft, let's learn first more about the individual players.
With seeing OP, Z, Detective, and as well as Wadu, this has been a long time coming from CFU side. Obviously, we've highlighted OP before. He's done a lot for this team, bringing not only his experience, but also strong initiations. When he looks at the game, he understands. He looks pretty far ahead into the team fight. But the ones that I want to see perform this time around, number one, it's Wadu. Secondly, it's going to be Detective because they have an extremely important role. We've seen Fnatic Onyx just smash through with just these two roles.
Yeah, and for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, hopefully they don't get too baited into overfighting. CFU are great at that. That's what they did to win against NIP Flash. So now, let's see who they're up against.
All right, perfect timing. To be able to introduce and talk about how to beat Fnatic Onyx, you have to look at Fnatic Onyx and say, what makes this lineup work? Yes, Super Friend, smack dab in the middle, Monster Mage, the team captain. At least minimum. Take away the low Yi. But really, what makes him tick is the fact that, yeah, there's this whole 4-in-1 situation. There's always one of them doing something else on the map that affects the game entirely and leaves a late game inevitable win. Who is that exactly? It's usually King Kong or Kirk. So if you attack King Kong, you attack Kirk, you did what RRQ Hoshi did in Snapdragon Pro Series in the challenge, in the open finals.
Yeah.
You deny those 4-in-1s. You choke out Kirk, you choke out King Kong, and you make Fnatic Onyx respond when they're not ready.
All right, let's take a quick look at the M chat that we had with the Super Family. It's all of them. How are each of the players like? Keller says Brusco is pretty funny. Funny looking. That's a very Keller-esque answer. Kirk is easily irritated and shy, especially when girls approach him. He gets scared. I mean, just look back at the interviews of MPL Philippines. And King Kong tries to look Sigma, but he's a joker and a weirdo. Look at King Kong's response, Leo.
That's who he is.
Yeah.
Can't confirm.
Keller.
At the heart of things, he's just a kid who's living his dream from Taguig City. Like, T-Town represent.
T-Town represent, and of course King Kong says, Keller is weirder and I don't look Sigma. I am Sigma.
God, really the embodiment of their team. Truly a test and also a showing of a good relationship between the players. And that's going to help a lot, right? Because again, you've already mentioned that the communication is at the bare minimum, which means they have that third eye, that extra sense, that fifth sense, some may even say, when they're inside the game. So I think that CFU need to disrupt that. If they play a little chaotic, if they're able to kind of split them apart and don't, hey, if we're going to fight, let's skirmish. Don't go for the full team fight first and then build off of those leads.
You could call it the Sigma sense.
The Sigma sense.
I mean, it is what it is, right?
Yeah,
it's King Kong who showed it the most. Like his game IQ when, oh, look, it's a team fight. I'm split pushing. Psych, we win.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. I bet King Kong is just, you know, when he's recall spamming and taunting his opponents, he's asking them, what color is your Ducati?
I wish I had a Ducati. That'd be really great. Let's get back into the topic that we had earlier. How will you draft against a team like FNOP? All right, it's not the Super Friends route. Do you have something that you'd want to...
I would say attack Kirk.
Ooh.
Choke out the Fove, choke out the Edith. This is what Aurora did in that Game 7 run in the Grand Finals. Steal it away, deny it. Make him play like these old favorites like Terizla. See how far his hero pool goes. See if he has a side lane Cho. Which he does, but, you know, like, are they ready for that?
I think, at the very least, EXP is a pretty narrow pool in it of itself. That means you can actually bleed these leads into other particular areas. Loyi obviously being one of them, but I think if we want to limit King Kong, you gotta limit his mobility, right? As you mentioned, that 4-1, the 1 is usually King Kong actually collecting, sweeping gold underneath the rug for his team.
Yep, so there's that approach. What about the... No, it can't be the Keller angle. It's hard to directly tackle gold laners.
It's so hard.
It is.
You have to tackle the rest of the map, right?
Agreed. I think that's just because of the way that the meta is positioned as of right now. It's hard to not only quote-unquote dominate your lane. We don't see that happen very often. And even so, I think that Brusco does an extremely good job at showing presence at the right time. Oh, you're about to go for a full engage because Keller doesn't have his flicker. Brusco shows up. What are you going to do about it? Try me. Try me. Step one. Take one step further.
He doesn't even need to wait for that point. Sometimes if he sees an opportunity, he will make himself known. 58-second first blood yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Spent the flicker to get it, but hey, that was worth it for him.
Yeah, the fastest first blood in M6 was done by a roamer. and his name is Brusco.
Let that sink in.
So what if we go back to the most basic and fundamentals of all drafting, and let's look at the center of the map. We said no, it's the Super Friends. Kirk could be a good possibility. So let's tackle the other frontliner. Let's tackle Brusco. How do you tackle the current pool of roamers right now? Because it is still so varied.
It is very varied, but there's a lot of correlations with a lot of them, right? For an example, when you're thinking about high loss, you're thinking about moving forward, slowing down your opponents, right?
Yes.
Take that away, and now mobility becomes an issue. How do you deal with that? With lane pressure. Every single time you think about support, what exactly is their job and who does it affect? You get rid of the Cho, guess what? You get rid of a flex pick, and as well as making an assassin jungler's life a lot easier in that matchup. So with their bans, it's going to directly correlate to what exactly they want to provide in the game. Similarly to when we look back in the previous matchups, hey, they're banning out Alpha and Suyo coming in from Ulf. That just means that they have a plan in mind.
All right, so I had to revisit something here, the MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs. It seems like their approach, Aurora MLBB, to try and taking down Fnatic Onyx Philippines was to, number one, get rid of a flex. Weirdly enough, they actually tackled Super Friends and Kelra. But again, it was a slightly different time in the meta, so...
I mean, it was slightly different.
Slightly.
That and they put the Kirk, they put the Edith on Edward.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's
so
true.
they choked that away from Kirk.
So here for CFU, let's see if at least their first phase of banning will reflect that. They take away the Fanny of King Kong, and that's one Super Friends off option away. They take out the Ju Sin. Now I wonder if CFU might be crazy enough to, if it's open, bum rush the low Yi and get it in the first two picks on the red side.
Possibly, but they first need to think about things like Yi. Oh, interesting. They're purposely leaving it open. Huh. That means at least at a bare minimum, we might see Lo Yi. Good chance we see Yi. Good chance we see Hilda as well. And with that Joy Ban, all three are open to make sure that red side have an insane counter engage.
Yeah, and I think with Joy Ban also, that's Lo Yi Eve trade.
Oh yeah.
We might be seeing here in the mid lane. First pick though, FNOP, are they the exception to first picking Suyo? Because King Kong just does it so well, but now Brusco gets his Cho.
Yeah, because you can't take the Hilda, the Eve, and the Louis all at the same time. So something's got to give.
Something has got to give. Personally, for me, I think that it really depends on how afraid are you to deal with Super Friends' Lo Yi. And Lo Yi is really interesting, right? Because again, great in team fights, but the major issue is that you don't know when Lo Yi is going to show up behind you, side of you, flanking you from different angles here. So they're going to deny the Lo Yi, but still 100% pick ban rate in the Hilda as well. Two very big power picks for CFU.
All right, so they are loco enough to actually prioritize the Lo Yi in the first two picks red side. And you mentioned the Hilda, Leo, it does pop up here. For FNOP, do you quickly react and get your power pick? Do you get the Beatrix for Kelra now?
It's a good way to respond to people coming through a diversion.
Sand rises when I give the word. To vanquish the shadow.
Oh,
Khalid Suyo.
Oh, that's very interesting. Khalid Suyo into this particular matchup, both don't exactly do too well, especially when you're up against a Hilda, but both maintain enough pressure to keep up with the Hilda to make sure that you can at least monitor her as she walks away from the lane.
And now, of course, it becomes a Suyo Alpha trade in the jungle, and now both teams will be, well, for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, no gold in mid yet, while for CFU, no gold in either roam or XP. Although, wait, are they going to put this Hilda in the roam instead?
They can flex it.
They can, technically. They can if they want to, but I do want to see a Beatrix ban come out sooner rather than later. They get rid of the Granger, which is already pretty good. Granger's able to open up the map super easily with the Death Sonata at the bare minimum.
Oh, but the thing is now, if we're talking about the big-time gold laners, as we've talked about all throughout the day, Bruno, Granger,
Beatrix.
Beatrix is the last one off left. And see if you can pick it 4.
Your team is banning.
Ooh, Gatot ban coming in for the side of FNOP, huh? I guess Gatot is alright in terms of being an EXP laner to clear waves fast, but also having high impact in that game. At the very least, you can be like, oh, diversion, and then quickly throw yourself into the middle of the fight.
Yeah, it's also, I feel like, a Khalid thing. I think I got to talk with a few players, and if they know they have an XP Khalid, so sometimes the XP laner themselves would be the one to say, can we just take out Gatot?
They don't like it.
Yeah, they just don't like it. It's not all the time, but that might be one of the reasons. The other reason is slower backline focused gold laner maybe for Kelra.
Well, yes, but let me get into the micro of it. When you use the not the raging sands, or the sand, the tornadoes in the lane, once you hit level 2, he does the first spin, you taunt him, you clear the wave, concussive blast, you walk off, and then you have priority over the lane. That's the micro side of things.
That's why they decided to go for the Gatot removal. Tigreal gets taken away. So they're looking at the Hilda. They're forcing the Hilda into the EXP lane, and they are just removing some key roamers here that could give trouble to the Cho.
Gold laner still at large for both sides.
Oh, where could they go with this? You just pick up the Beatrix here, right? You pick up the Beatrix for yourself, force Phenop to play something that scales a little bit later. Harith, Natan, both can go into this composition very, very well. And then look to final pick maybe Chip, have double global presence.
Oh, thank you for reminding me that Chip is still hotly contested right now, honestly.
Fold the map twice. Fnatic still need to invest in a good mid laner, though. I don't think these three are going to work alone. Are we looking at what? A Valentina? An Eve?
As expected.
Steal away the Bea.
I think if you're Kelder, you honestly consider Nathan right now. Because if it's just a Valentina, that's not enough magic, dude.
Do you Veil?
Actually, Veil would be pretty interesting to see, but I personally think that Farsa goes really, really nicely because I don't think anything reaches the backline at this point other than if you diversion them there.
And this is one of the few times that the Aurora is actually open.
Yeah. That too. I mean, all of them, all of those picks do well as long as they scale, as long as they hold position over that mid lane, and most importantly, can you open up bushes safely without having to put yourself in danger? That's why, as much as I want to say Valentina is going to go great, because at least you deal with 2 melee heroes, you're still going to get one-shot by a lot of abilities.
All right, they do go magic damage, but it's the Harith over the Nathan, and it's the Sicilian. For Super Friends, they were the first team, if I'm not mistaken, in MPL Philippines Season 14 to show up with the Sicilian. And now it makes a comeback here. They rounded off with magic damage, but the sword hanging over FNOP's head, a potential last pick chip for CFU.
Oh, would Chip be enough here? Sicilion's damage is kind of scary, especially when it scales, but more so that Sanguine Claw, particularly dangerous to backliners, especially if it just clips you at the edge.
Yeah, and it misplaces or displaces the Hilda and the Chip. Like, you need someone who can cut right through to the back.
So maybe, it sounds like the Sicilian and Harith were picked because they were thinking of the Chip in mind. So does this mean CFU swerve?
Do they have the picks to swerve?
I think the only pick that could help swerve them is probably like a drop or even... Oh, there we go. Another pick-off style of hero. I mean, they're playing... Keep in mind, they're playing Beatrix.
Okay, Franco Beatrix, Franco Loyi, very Indonesia-coded. A shout-out to, if I'm not mistaken, it's Evos Legends back in MPL Philippines Season 13 who showed me this combo. But it's a Sicilian, and Sicilian's happy to go up against Franco. Ingan Naisu, could you please expound a bit more?
Thank you so much, panel, for that amazing analysis. I mean, looking at the lineups, I know this is going to be a banger. The Beatrix paired up with the Franco for CFU. We've seen it's a sort of similar style with Aurora a while ago with the Kaja and Beatrix, but this time we'll see CFU make it work up against a Titan, the champions of the Philippines, Fnatic Onyx. And so far, what can you say? We have another Sicilian here.
We do. Hey, you know what? This could work in their favor, like we saw earlier today with a very long game. But ultimately, too, I'd be a little bit worried if the pick-off potential comes through with that Franco-Beatrix combination.
Yeah. And as we enter the Land of Dawn for match number 7 of day number 2 for the Swiss stage.
Welcome to
You know, the thing is, with the Kaja a while ago from Aurora, it wasn't as active as we wanted it to be, especially if you have a Beatrix up against Harith right now. So right now, if you're OP, you really have to be proactive. Make those... Look for those pickoffs. Activate CFU Gaming right away. Give Sing the space that he needs. Because yesterday, when we saw CFU Gaming go up against NIP Flash, the moment that they gave Sing his power spike, the moment that they gave him a lot of space, he was able to pop off up against NIP Flash.
Definitely was. I mean, that's at this point with the Beatrix, in that matchup against the Harith, they're gonna have to make something work here. Brusco, mind you, yesterday I think he had the record. What was it, the fastest first blood at what, 54 seconds? And this time around, still early pressure. Wadu taking a couple shots, might have taken too many. Won't be able to escape that. First blood in the hands of King Kong. Might be looking for more. Oh, Detective runs into the wall with the Cyclone Eye. Already a double for King Kong.
And that's not what you want if you're going up against Fnatic Onyx Page. I mean, yesterday they went up against TLID for the fastest game this Swiss stage, 11 minutes and 11 seconds. And assuming that this game goes to the late game, again, they have Super Friends.
OP. Already burning the flicker, and you know, you make a good point here. And most people, you know, the worst person to give that early double kill to is obviously a jungler like the Suyo that really performs really well. Even down a couple health bars, they'll still go ahead and check Wadu. Wadu will be forced out, but this is now a position where Fnatic Onyx Philippines could go ahead and start this turtle up. Some of the advantage they've already built themselves.
And you're going to expect the XP laners to be as active as possible because, you know, Khalid really activated first 5 minutes. He wants to disrupt as much as possible the rotation of the opposing team, give as much information as he can. And that's the same goal of the Hilda because towards the mid to late game, these two heroes, especially the Hilda, almost becomes non-existent, especially if the turtle will be secured by Fnatic.
It's going to be secured. King Kong gets it. There's the Raging Sandstorm. Won't be able to find a connection, though. They're caught in place, and they actually just back off. Kirk as well didn't expend it that way, the Dragon, so easy cuttings for Fnatic Onyx. They'll go ahead and just get that turtle.
Okay. Now Fnatic is on a roll, controlling the pace. This is what Gideon has been mentioning. They know they're masters of tempo. They know how to break, they know how to utilize the tempo, and so far with the 2 kills King Kong has picked up early on, they know what to do.
Yeah.
Brusco, the Bruiser, clearly just zoning out CFU Gaming, again, getting a lot of information for Fnatic Onyx PH. And this is what you want if you're going up against the Luyi. Get as much ground so you can disrupt diversion like this. But okay, OP's gonna miss with his Iron Hook, but it's looking like Super Prince wants to go in.
Super Prince wants to go for Z. There's the Raging Sandstorm. They're gonna be able to pick up the kill this time around for Brusco. Good couple of shots from Super Prince. You know, that's the thing we expect when that Sicilian is there. So Z, even burning the Purify in that exchange. Meanwhile, up top, Kirk will just go ahead and kick Wadu away. He's had enough of that. Kelra he'll actually be able to sidestep that. OP and Zing here both. Malefic Gun now picked up. That's the first priority, but it looks like just gonna go ahead and continue farming up.
Yeah, so for CFU Gaming, again, if you're gonna have a Kaja, a suppress type of hero, a pick-off type of roamer, like the Kaja or the Franco, you have to be as proactive as possible. You don't want your Iron Hooks to miss. You don't want to use the Flicker for the Bloody Hunt combination just for the sake of that, just to get the pick-off early on at this stage. So OP really needs to step up for his team right now, but Super Friends with the Sanguine Claws really being a thorn in the neck of CFU Gaming.
Yeah, and even a part of that, I'm wondering if they'll actually be able to contest this turtle coming up. They're just going to secure these buffs here for Detective. Turtle spawns now. Oh, there's the hook. This might be a lockdown they're looking for. Bloody Hunt 2. Taking out Brusco. Good response from CFU.
Diversion?
Diversion going to be used. Get in position. King Kong round the corner, takes the shot, has the information, waiting on the rest of the team. Kirk joins as well. Looks for Wadu, goes in. Doesn't use the kick though, and that'll be the turtle for CFU. Able to find something. It does whittle down that gold lead a little bit that FNOP was building up, but they still have work to do.
And that's what we were saying. OP really needs to connect with the Iron Hook. Oh, kick!
There's the kick from Kirk. Right into the blades of King Kong. And there's a shot. Z has to be careful. He takes another bad impact. But that's why Kirk, he held on to that Way of the Dragon earlier on.
And Fnatic Onyx, again, speaking of tempo, what the panel has been mentioning, normally, if you're going to get a turtle taken away from you, you're just going to disengage, regroup, and think things through. But Fnatic Onyx, especially Kirk, wants to go in right away, commits the Flicker, Way of the Dragon combination to make sure that they get the trade, despite CFU Gaming getting a kill plus that turtle.
That's kind of what they have to play around here, Ingan, is really just the hook. And every time OP, you know, he doesn't land it. We've seen this before where Franco, you know, it's kind of, even if you miss the hooks, it's that one hook that can change the course of a game later on. But you also have to stop the game from just scaling out of favor. Diversion going to be used. They send in the whole team through. Looking to crash down. Brusco in trouble again as he's taken out by Z. Super Prince and Kelra still going to be okay, though. 4 members from CFU, focusing on the bottom side. They're gonna crash down. Kelra in trouble as a double for Z, and now Super Prince in trouble as they pick up another kill. And CFU now taking the momentum just around the corner. King Kong and Kirk waiting patiently, but they don't want anything to do with CFU right there.
They don't want to smoke. They don't want to overcommit up against CFU Gaming. That was a huge play, but Kirk
could be in trouble. Does get away, still has the safety of the turret. Brusco, but look at all the bodies here on the bottom side. And Brusco has to flicker out. The hook is actually going to land, and a good hook. Raging Sandstorm on the defense, and now Kelra joining the fight. Pops the Zaman Force just to cover. And Super Prince will help him out. Good thing Brusco stays alive. They trade the objective as the turtle, the last one of the game, goes to FNOP.
So CFU Gaming was able to secure a turret down bottom, but in exchange, they wanted to go for a kill onto Brusco. They did, however, expend his flicker, but the problem was Fnatic Onyx was ready for that, and they were 2 steps ahead because they wanted to go for the trade for the turtle instead, and they were successful in doing so. So right now, Fnatic still clinging on to that 2.2k gold lead. But the thing is, for CFU Gaming, they have a lot of entry points. They have the Iron Hook, they have the Flicker, Bloody Hunt, and apart from that, the diversion plays that Z at any given moment can give out.
It's funny because, you know, that's an early winter crown, man, for Opie. Has the rapid boots, he's got the speed, and he's got the freeze as well. Look at the play, though. Up here, the tier 2 was being worked on the whole time. And now they're going to go take this purple buff away. There's the pull, though. Brusco jumps on in. Kirk's already out. Kelra drops the Zaman Force. King Kong takes the shot on the backside. There's no turret to help them out. They're still taking the brunt of the damage, and they have to back off as FNOP loses too. Obi with a flicker back after the hook. And there's the shot from Zing. Finally lining it up and takes out King Kong.
CFU shocking Fnatic Onyx Philippines with a quick response, a quick diversion play onto their jungle, onto their middle lane, disrupting the plans of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And again, OP stepping up to the plate, connecting with the Iron Hooks, connecting with the Bloody Hunt. And again, going back at the item build, first item, Winter Crown. So you know he's willing to dive in, cast that Flicker, Bloody Hunt, then eventually cast that Winter Crown to evade a potential death. Now CFU Gaming, all eyes are on the mid lane. Brusco pops his conceal. As CFU Gaming just really trying to get the upper hand here, providing a lot of vision, but look at Kirk, okay? He's not gonna make a play there, but he does have a lot of information, especially coming in to this very first Lord.
Given the information that they need, this is the thing, Opie, you know, he's, I don't know, that Winter Crown really helping him out, landing the hooks that he needs to land. And now that the Lord is up, Fnatic actually gets checked into a position where they can't confidently just go ahead and start this up and take it. You know, they really have to respect the fact that CFU has been winning the past few minutes. Yeah, that tier 2 was down in the mid lane, but at what cost at the same time? There it is again. King Kong will avoid that hook. They're going to crash down looking for Wadu, but there's Kirk with the kick right on the mark, and then the Raging Sandstorm in the backside. They're cut off into 2. Brusco will heal back up, and Detective gets taken out. A great team fight from FNOP, and now the Lord on their sights for the taking.
Just like that, Fnatic once again back on top, back on full control. Will get an uncontested Lord for the taking. And this is what happens when the Iron Hook is already casted. King Kong was able to evade that. That's why CFU Gaming, they had no initiation during that time. They had no time to diversion out of the play. And Fnatic Onyx, they were just on the chase. Brusco, I mean, casting the Raging Sandstorm to make sure that CFU Gaming cannot retreat. And at the same time, Kirk with legit can do Flicker combination to make sure that they get the necessary kills that they need for CFU Gaming to not contest for this Lord anymore. And looking at the gold difference, 8.1k for Kelra, clearly having a good time with this Harith. But the problem is Kelra's not the main problem. It's going to be Super Prince. Later, it's Super Prince now. Yep. So CFU Gaming, they really have to go for the backline and make sure to contain Super Prince.
This is insane, too. King Kong, level 15, the Detectives, level 11. I mean, they're going to clear out this Lord just fine. But Kirk goes in with a kick again, the way the Dragon right on the mark. And Wadu taken out in an instance. And that's the overload of damage that this lineup from FNOP gives. They won't get to the base turrets just yet. Looks like CFU will be able to hold on to the shields unless they put the pressure in this mid lane, just trying to get the shields down. Not sure if they're able to. They do dodge that hook So that might be all they get. Still eyes up here on the top side from FNOP to get that tier 2 down.
Okay, so now it's in the hands of Z. OP, I mean, he's been connecting with the Iron Hooks, connecting with the Bloody Hunt, and this time they really need to have a beautiful diversion play. Might be to contest for the second Lord, might be to catch Fnatic Onyx PH off guard when they're going to get the purple buff, like this potential play.
All right, they're going to be seen. And, you know, Ian, I think that's what CFU has to do. You know, they've done relatively well throughout the mid to late game transition of this game, but I think now they've got to really rely on the diversion use. They've got to be able to go ahead and maybe pull a surprise on Fnatic Onyx Philippines through this, because you're seeing it. Just like we got a preview earlier, there's the stat count for Super Prince right now. So you got 207.
Yeah, and we just clarified a while ago during the at the backstage at the Talent Lounge that there's no cap when it comes to the stacks of the Sicilian. So if this game goes to a really long game, it's going to be beneficial actually for the side of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. But with a 4.5k gold lead, I don't think they'll even reach the late game with how Fnatic is playing right now, unless we go back to your point. Z performs a phenomenal diversion play, catch Super Prince off guard. Again, it's a suppress Bloody Hunt from OP. And if you manage to get Super Prince or even just Kelra, Fnatic Onyx can actually force Fnatic Onyx to back away and eventually get the Lord for themselves. And looking at the item builds, there's a Malefic Gun, Sea Helper for Sing. So in terms of damage, physical damage, they're not gonna lack that. They can actually make a potential burst play, especially if OP again catches someone with his Iron Hook.
It's gonna have to. This time around, they're gonna set up around this Lord. There's a concealed. Brusco gives him the information. Wadu again at the front of it all. The Lord's going to be taken, and CFU tries to take it. Detective will be able to secure the Lord, but who's going to win the fight? Wadu in trouble. He goes down. The trade already, the 1 for 2, but Kirk on the hunt, looking for it. Flickers in. There's the kick, but the diversion will save him. They get back to base with a crown there, and now FNOP has to clear out the Lord. Good usage, though, to stay alive for CFU. But FNOP, how are they going to play around this? They have 4 members ready to go ahead and push in.
Detective got left behind with that diversion play. He became the sacrificial lamb for CFU Gaming. That's why CFU, they weren't able to utilize the Lord that Fnatic Onyx easily bursted down, and now they have to watch out for the range that Super Prince has been showing with the Sanguine Claws, with the Bat's Impact, especially at this point in the game. Already has 200 plus stacks with the Bat's Impact, and it's going to be crucial for CFU Gaming to get the necessary pickoffs that they need. OP once again needs to find the proper target. Super Prince, Kelra, King Kong, or King Kong whenever there's a neutral objective like the Lord for the taking. And at this point, Fnatic Onyx Philippines 5k, they're just really waiting for that Lord once again before they end this game. But there's the diversion play. Are they going to commit though?
Diversion again, right into Brusco's arms, locked down too, but they're going to fight anyway. Kirk gone out of the picture as well. Super Prince firing off from the backside, pops the Bat's Feast, and the Bat Impacts are too much to handle. Super Prince and King Kong will get the wipeout. The 2 of them will march down the mid lane, and it's way too long for the rest of these death timers to come up. They march in with the minions. The mid turret's gonna go down. They should have enough clear to go ahead and close out the game, as King Kong and Super Prince will cap out this best of 1 against CFU Gaming.
The Super Family once again reigns supreme. Despite the unexpected diversion play, despite the pickoff onto Brusco, you cannot count out the mechanics, the Sicilian of Super Prince, one of the most unsung heroes in this M series. What a huge win for Fnatic, going up 2-0 in the standings, Naisu. I mean, did you expect CFU though to be this aggressive, to go head-to-head with Fnatic Onyx? Because this was quite a close match, and I'm just really excited what the panel has to say for this phenomenal performance, this phenomenal game. Panel, take it away.
Again, the first Sicilian in MPL Philippines Season 4 team to leave a lasting mark, and he brings it to the world stage. Hell of a performance by the Prince of Darkness.
Monster Mage.
The Monster Mage.
Really good stuff based on what we've seen. However, I will say at least CFU, despite having a difficult comp, again, most people would have expected, oh yeah, it's unplayable, right? Every hook that you land, if it's not a priority target, it ain't worth it. You bloody hunt anybody, it's gonna get canceled out, no problem. OP straight away, didn't even go greed out for a fleeing time, went straight into the Winter Crown to make things happen.
Yeah, you could tell from the CFU side there was a lot of respect from what they did in game, their rotations and their itemization. That you cannot take away from them, Leo.
It's as proactive as you can get against a team that drafted a lineup that they were very comfortable with, but just the same is experimental enough that you'll have to temper your expectations. So see if you were juggling a lot going into this match.
We'll break down the game a little bit more later on, but of course, let's hear first from a member of Fnatic Onyx Philippines with Rose.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines getting very, very comfortable in the Swiss stage 2-0, just one step away from the knockout stage. And with me over here, we have Brusco. First of all, Brusco, how are you feeling? How are you doing?
Mabuti kasi nagawa namin yung ginagawa namin sa scrim.
Okay, he said he feels good because they managed to pull off what they usually do in scrims. Okay, now as we all know, right now Fnatic Onyx Philippines 2-0, and you guys are a force to deal with. Technically, you guys are going full force. Now, I have a question. What is the biggest contribution to your success this year?
Siguro yung number one na contribution niyo, si Coach. Kasi siya yung tumulong sa akin talaga nung nasa baba pa ako. Parang sinabi niya sa akin, kaya man, may tiwala kami sa'yo.
Oh, okay. So he feels as if the biggest contribution to his performance this year is actually his coach. Because when he was at his technically lowest, his coach was always motivating him and telling him that, you know what, you got this, we trust you, just keep moving forward, we got you. So I like that a lot. Okay, Brusco, since you guys are the champion of MPL Philippines, and we all know that the Philippines are the defending champions of M Series, and not just that, but also 4 times in a row, do you feel extra pressured by your fellow Filipinos?
Siguro po hindi po kami na-pressure Parang excited pa kami na kami magde-defend ng championship.
Wow, okay. This is nice. He said that actually, him as a Filipino, he doesn't feel pressured playing on the world stage because it gives him the extra drive to actually perform better and hopefully defend the world championship for the Filipino team. Okay, last question, personal question to ha. Okay, now we both know that the last match of the day, you will have your ex-coach, Coach Ren in Team Spirit, and your ex-team, RRQ. Who do you want to get a 2-0 so that you can potentially meet them tomorrow?
RRQ.
RRQ, why RRQ?
Mga kaibigan ko mga nandun
All your friends, so like friendly rivalry also. Do you have anything to say to them?
Sana magkatapat tayo bukas.
Okay, he said, I hope to meet you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much, Brusco. An amazing performance from Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And with that, let us go back to the panel to break down what happened in this incredible game against CFU Gaming.
The Bruiser staying humble and already telling the world, yeah, no, we are motivated to defend the World Championship for the Philippines. Congratulations again to Fnatic Onyx PH. And yeah, going back to what we were talking about earlier, CFU did test Fnatic Onyx PH at key times. But Leo, I think you and I both gotta admit here, that felt like classic Fnatic Onyx PH in the sense of, oh no, they lost the fight. But what is the opponent actually getting in the map?
Yep, that's the secondary nature of Fnatic Onyx greatness, their macro sense. The fact that even on a micro level, the fact that they're so adept at team fighting, they know even the limits of what their opponents are capable of getting, and they're able to, again, through the leadership of the Monster Mage, through Super Friend, say, yeah, no, I see where this is going, it's fine, keep going, keep going. And maybe there were 1 or 2 moments where even the likes of the Beast, King Kong, would look for more than he could have gotten. Yeah. Got punished on the backswing of that too. Understood that that wasn't as hard of a punish as possible. So this is just Fnatic Onyx playing into their style. Again, respect to CFU Gaming, but there wasn't much that they were doing to really test what Fnatic Onyx was capable of.
I think at the very least, it just goes to show that they have the mechanics at least to challenge, and honestly some really good ideas to make something that feels impossible very possible in this game, right? OP, for an example, taking that Winter Crown, such an integral part to their composition because they need to play around that bloody hunt, but at the same time, look at how greedy the lineup we see from Fnop's side. Super Friends must maintain maximum distance at all times. Why? Because he has a flicker and not a Purify. So if he gets hit by a hook, it's pretty much game over for him, right? But then we look across the board. Where is all this money coming in from King Kong? And like you guys mentioned, the macro sense comes into play. We lose 3 on the bot side of the map, but we get 2 tier 1 turrets, as well as your top side jungle on top of your purple buff at the same time. And then we look to collapse later down the line, maybe even sacrifice another kill, but as long as we trade equally, there is a gold surplus.
Now that we're talking about King Kong, check out his boots of choice, the cooldown boots. This is going to come in handy when you're looking at the highlights. I don't know if you'll catch a few of these moments, but you'll see that he's so good at dodging key ults, so good at dodging Spears of Alpha, so good at dodging hooks from the Franco, because he uses, if I'm not mistaken, the Surge. Tap Surge right when he sees the hook coming in, clicking it as a tap, coming back into the fight with a hold something else. Definitely because of his extra cooldown and his just out-of-this-world game sense.
Yeah, I think that's something that a lot of our really tenured viewers would like us to point out as a panel. Yes, we saw those moments wherein the hook of the Franco would land, but the interesting interaction with that Suyo Blade Surge dagger toss. The moment that dagger is tossed, nothing is going to stop the Suyo from actually teleporting to it. So the times where you saw the hook latch onto the Suyo, but the Suyo still got to dash away, that's because the dagger was already thrown out. Great little micro learning from us here, because we don't see Franco often, especially up against a Suyo, so it's great that we got to witness it here.
Must have been something they've been practicing in scrims.
Maybe, that could be something that they've been practicing, but also one more thing in his choice of boots. He could have gone tough boots if he wanted to, but opted not to and went for CDR, and that's just to compensate for the recent nerfs towards Suyo's side, increasing his cooldown. This makes him feel a lot better coming into the mid-game and more similar to where he was before.
Yeah, it makes him a little bit more high risk, high reward, but not with 2 very great Suyo performances under his belt. I think it's a little bit more rewarding for King Kong to actually end up with that hero, so that might be something that teams that will be facing off against FNOP in the best of 3s in the 2-0 side of the bracket will look into taking out away from him. Excuse me, Super Friends, what the heck is that damage?
Yup, I was going to point that out as well. Super Friends, he's dealing too much. It's ridiculous what he's getting away with here. And at the same time, you would have imagined that CFU's looking to compromise his position, especially when you have Wadu on a Hilda of all things, but even then, yeah, you gotta give credit where credit is due. Space being created by Kirk, information being relayed by both Kelra as well as Kirk, allowing Super Friends and King Kong to make some efficient decisions on the map.
Not to mention Brusco. Brusco, in effect, kinda pushes them away into a place where Super Friends can say, yep, that's where I'm landing my ults, that's where I'm landing my claws and my feasts.
Yeah.
And my, what's the other one?
Bad impact.
The impacts. There you go. So if Brusco and Kirk are giving this kind of information, Super Friends is landing the damage there. If not, they suffer from Kelra.
World, this is Prince Miguel Ramirez, someone who has been often overlooked at home, now finally making a big impact on a championship-winning team. Still, for some reason, overlooked. But now here he is on the world stage saying, look at me, I am a monster mage. 4-1-12 on that Sicilian.
It's a stellar performance. Truly a dangerous force in that mid lane, and he somehow consistently provides these types of performances, right? Let's quickly look at the highlights here real quick, because again, you'll just notice that he is just doing absolutely everything right. Chunking out Z before he can even play the game, and that allows them to actually open up more opportunities. Look at his positioning here. Runs past 2 people and sets it up to ensure that he gets maximum damage while still avoiding alpha. Like, these moments keep going on and on and on. Nothing seems to get past him.
And I think we're also reminded as to why Super Friends, or excuse me, the Sicilian is a pick that's often reserved, saved best for last, but it's gone so well. Remember, earlier today, we saw another iconic mage Sicilian performance in Coffin.
That's right.
From Twisted Minds.
And you'll see the same thing. Once the Sicilian knows, or the player on Sicilian finds where the opponents are, it just follows. That's the nature of the hero. The Bat's impact, after it hits, you get it on cooldown, it hits again, it's better damage, it's more pain. And looking at the lineup from CFU, we mentioned this, how the Hilda, the Alpha, and the Franco are going to suffer because of their range.
Yep. the poke, the crowd control that the Sicilian can dish from afar will make heroes like that struggle. And even more so if the Sicilian controlling it is really difficult to catch out. Again, congratulations to Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And hey, I just heard something. We have our first ever big oopsie moment for the M6 series, M6 Swiss stage. What is that oopsie moment?
Which oopsie moment
oh,
is it?
No.
Wait, let's look carefully. Where exactly does this happen?
Where is it? Where is it? Okay, detective gets the Lord. Where's he? Where's the oopsie? Which was the oopsie? Oh no, it's the kick, it's the kick, it's the kick.
Yeah. The build up and gone. It's so funny to see. You can see how much trust the teammates have in each other, and then the detective was like, I don't trust this portal at all.
Never mind.
Yeah. I mean, it's like a double-edged oopsie moment. Detective trying to get there, just Prince blocked him. Yeah, and of course, Kirk tried to kick the Beatrix out of the circle.
But the range wasn't big. No, I'm pretty sure the kick range was big enough, but the diversion,
timing, yes, the collapse.
The game logic already stated, yeah, we're getting this Bay out of here. And for a second, Sing was just standing there. Right? Like, I didn't expect him to be alive.
Yeah, like, what's gonna happen?
Ran back.
I mean, cut back to Cho just going, what the heck, to the air?
Yeah.
Literally to nothingness.
Like the animation, you see the Cho just punching air, and I'm pretty sure if we go to the Bay, you'd see the Bay going, oh yeah, we're already in the base. So yeah, cute little moment there. But I heard some woos from the crowd. I feel like, you know, I think a crowd favorite has entered. It's the last match after all, so that means members of the kingdom are entering. As RRQ Hoshi, though they failed to capture the throne yet again in Indonesia, will now go up against the Dragons of the North. Team Spirit has held on to the EECA region for how many years now? 3 solid years?
Technically, you can say 3.
Technically, you can say 3 because of the spirit of the knights within these dragons back when they were Deus Vult. Banger coming up?
Oh yeah, big banger here. Kingdom versus Team Spirit, RRQ against Dragons. It's going to be a good one because both have been looking real good and real clean.
We broke PC use yesterday thanks to the efforts of the Kingdom and their opponents. Now, Team Spirit fans, RRQ Hoshi fans, you guys are going to duke it out. So please, tell your friends, share the broadcast, and join us for the final match of the day in the Swiss stage as we come back from a very short break.
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ明治
Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Kingdoms rise, kingdoms fall, and they rise yet again. Yet it seems like in the north, the rule of dragons is eternal. RRQ Hoshi, the kingdom, long may they reign, hasn't reigned for quite some time. But it looks like on the world stage, they're ready to make a big return. But the dragons have been hungry, hungrier than ever as the world seeks to be greater than ever. This match is going to be so epic. It's RQ Hoshi versus Team Spirit, folks. Welcome back to the panel. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz, joined here by Leo and Gideon Q. Yeah, well, we want to see it banger for sure, banger coming up your way. And if you want to really smack dab banging awesome plays, Kidia. It's the gaming and esports district that unites gamers, communities, and fans across all genres and walks of life. RQ Hoshi and Team Spirit, if you're an esports fan, these are organizations that transcend multiple esports titles. So I think that adds a lot to the lore of this match.
One might say if you're a Team Spirit fan or you're an RRQ fan, member of the kingdom, it's a lifestyle. It's not just something you do when they're playing, it's something that you're actually living out. And these kinds of teams, the way that they play, I can say in a best of one, are some of the most value for your money, for your time, best of ones.
I think everybody has been waiting for this particular matchup here, and that's why it's always at the very end of the day that we're seeing these big bangers actually happening. And honestly, between these two teams, it's really tough to say who's going to come out on top. Both having really good showings in both of their own individual matchups, but at the same time, when you pair them together against each other, really, I can't really say who's going to come up on top.
Yeah, I mean, the Spirit Empire has been established in the EECA. They've ruled there for quite some time, but there's something about the Spirit of RRQ now heading into this M6 World Championship that just speaks of, wow, they might actually finally go in a deep international tournament run, maybe even compete for Grand Finals.
And I think this is coming off the back of their top 4 finish at M5.
Yeah.
They went really deep, and I think if they do that again here, or close to it, they can prove that what happened in Manila is not a fluke. They can do it again in Kuala Lumpur and prove to the world that the Empire of Spirit is real and is here.
I think the exciting part about this matchup is that even if we go lane by lane, who exactly wins this, right? I think that, you know, obviously we're going to be looking towards EXP sides of the match, obviously with Kid Bomba being a big standout for the team, but at the same time, I think supports from either side also pair a very good argument to being the X factors.
Yeah, I feel like the EXP lane is a really great spot. That isn't a prediction, please. The EXP lane is a good way to look at it. With Kid Bomba's impact and how he has really been, how do I say this, respected, touted as one of the best EXP laners of this current generation by not just his opponents, by his opponents, rather. Different players, different coaches as well. While on the other side, you have Dyron, who I feel like now, with the run that he had in MPL IT, is so hungry to finally get out of that old image of him. And so far, I feel like he's had a good showing in international tournaments. I mean, they were doing really well as well before. Unfortunately, they got eliminated in SPS.
A huge comparison would be in the gold lane between Skylar and the young Hiko. Is that not the best comparison? Is that not the best juxtaposition between these two large entities from their respective regions, right? Because Skylar is now King Skylar, and he is the pinnacle of RRQ's strategy. Like, you activate Skylar, all is well. On the other hand, Team Spirit, I don't think it's such a safe strategy to put all your eggs in one basket, especially the Hiko basket. They need to rely on one shot, they need to rely on Sunset Lover, and spread out that pressure. So you see the difference here, you see the juxtaposition of all in on Skylar, not so much on Hiko.
I mean, I really think that having multiple win conditions this time around is going to be a very important aspect of this game, because not everybody can play for a singular basket, and we've seen that RRQ, they play multiple playstyles over the past couple of years, and obviously Skylar being a large majority of them when the next generation RRQ did decide to show up. Again, his marksman is known and is extremely notable for hard carrying games, but in a meta like this, it's a big ask for him.
Yeah, and especially one thing you have to consider. On the side of RQ, you have Skylar with a bunch of young guns. In Team Spirit, Hiko is the young gun, as well as one shot, but Sawa, Sunset Lover, Kid Bomba, that's 3 veterans on one side carrying or helping guide 2 young bloods. On one side, it's just Skylar, seriously, as the king, telling his young teammates to trust him. That's such a difficult ask.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Let's know more about this matchup. It's RRQ Hoshi versus Team Spirit.
If you are doubting our nomination at the Game Awards, this is Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports.
Oh, we got RRQ Hoshi. There you go. He was so close. That's a scary team too, though. Oh man, Team Spirit. But it's okay.
Para sa amin, mas magiging kami, maingat sa best of 1. Kasi sobrang crucial ng bawat team kasi 3 talo lang laglag ka na sa M6.
We just play like try to make less mistake and try to be more careful in game.
Any team can do cheese strats against any other team.
Malaysia, once early it was SRG, now it's Vamos.
Best of 1 is like 50-50. I think anyone can win.
Of teams stepping up.
You may see some crazy picks in draft, so it's really unpredictable, and then it will bring a lot of fun.
They were so prepared for this stage.
You should go out from the first round and you cannot disrespect any opponent that you face. If you do, then you might catch yourself losing a game. Then all of a sudden you're 0-1. Then you play versus a good team. They prepared something against you. All of a sudden you're 0-2. Everybody's mental is down. You get out 0-3. Everybody's embarrassed.
Di Swiss format ini bagus karena ya 3 kali main langsung lolos playoff kan. Jadi pasti udah nggak ada yang kayak coba-coba gitu sih. Apalagi BO1.
A quick game for Team Spirit as they just suffocated.
Ya itu tadi Team Spirit, mereka gameplaynya unik lah. Mereka adaptif, di in-game-nya adaptifnya cepat mereka.
For me, got friend like how to play micro and the hero battery like and the hero power and your skill. I consider us, Team Spirit, to be the dark horse. It's not only that, we have actually got the power to prove that we can keep up.
We'll be able to capture a cup. But RRQ stay in form as they win.
If you want to win, just win 1 game. Who knows? Let's see. I'm up for a surprise.
If you want to win, just win one game. If you want to win that one game, just be better. Better than great. Greater than ever. Wait, that was last year. RRQ Hoshi and Team Spirit. I like the link between these two, and a very important one is the coach. Coach Vren, of course, was with RQ Hoshi earlier this year, yeah, if I'm not mistaken. And, well, I feel like that gives Team Spirit this... Is it crazy to say it gives them a weird edge? That now, even though a lot of the members that Coach Vren coached isn't there, the one that is expected to guide this young generation is someone that Coach Vren coached. He coached Skylar.
It's an interesting take here because it could go both ways, right? Because Coach Vren, not only is he considered to be a world-class coach as well as an analyst,
world champion coach.
I will not deny his accolades, but at the same time, he's coming up with some interesting ideas during his peak, during that championship run. So that just might be what we see here today.
And I think we're gonna see something that was shared to us by Coach Vren. He's actually not a draft-driven coach, contrary to popular belief of us painting Coach Vren as a master, unique drafter. He focuses on the gameplay, and he's actually getting quite stressed at a BO1. Preparation only gets you so far. That is so true. We've actually heard from a lot of interviews from the teams, especially who are now in the O1 and even O2 bracket, that it's so hard to prepare for a bunch of BO1s against different teams.
But luckily, I'd say Coach Vren already mentioned the solution to the problem at hand. He is a gameplay coach. So whatever happened yesterday, he can pinpoint, all right, boys, you can do this better. You can do this cleaner, especially up against a big opponent the next day, where we are today, RRQ Hoshi. I think the fact that he is more of a gameplay coach should benefit Team Spirit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Wouldn't you say, Gideon, that sort of grounds then, like, instead of thinking of oh my goodness, drafting, like it's so difficult, you think about the gameplay. We'll get back to you later. Speaking of gameplay, here's a team that played really damn well yesterday. It's RRQ Hoshi from Indonesia.
I've seen the Kingdom in full force before. I've seen them rise and as well as fall. It's Skylar, Edog, Rin, Sutsujin, as well as Dairin. This team has not hit its plateau just yet, and that's the scary part about them. There are more areas that they can improve in, and they've shown that they can play multiple different styles depending on the scenario. The question is the mental prepared for this best of one? Because if they get too caught in the sauce against a team like Spirit, things can get chaotic very quickly.
I'm glad you mentioned that. You can't overheat, but I gotta admit, as nice as would say, RRQ Hoshi yesterday were pretty man-tapped. They were cool with how they were playing. Let's look at their opponents, the Dragons of the North. Team Spirit, Leo, I know you are a big fan of this team.
A huge fan. I've seen them through their Deus Volt days. I've seen them through their pre-Team Spirit days. And the fact that Sawo and Sunset Lover are still here, they've taken Kid Bomba under their wing, One Shot and Hiko, the young guns. I think their playstyle is evolving right before our eyes. With Deus Volt, they were very Divide Gaming. In their last season in MCC Continental, they changed their style. It's still very explosive, still very Kid Bomba-led, but I'd say just like RRQ, we talked about this, it's not just about the Skylar show. It's not just about the Kid Bomba show. It's not just about these veterans. I think there's a breadth of growth for Team Spirit, even in these best of ones.
And on the other side, of course, to help grow a young squad, you gotta have a great coach with you, or a great leader. So we asked the coach of RRQ Hoshi, how is Skylar like as a team leader? Kezcute says that the role fits him and he took up the responsibility too, because he's one of the few who built the roster. Oh, that's cool. He helped build the roster. So maybe Skylar had a hand in picking Rins, Idok, and Dairin?
Truly, like a king, literally picking out his favorite sons to be able to say, hey, this is the next generation of RRQ.
I like how Coach Kezcute put it as, I recommended Susajin, blah, 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 the roster worked, and we got to M6. I like how he just breezes over their entire run. Blah, 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 we're in M6 now.
Blah, blah, blah covers a breadth of processes. Of course, we had to go 7 games against Liquid.
Yeah, and then even Skylar says there at the end, I choose them because we have the same humor.
Isn't that the same thing with Fnatic Onyx PH, though?
Hey, personalities driving together makes a strong team. The more people that you have who think along the same lines as you, whether it be humor, whether it be in gameplay, it shows up on the game stage.
And that's what makes RRQ's templated approach their macro excellence in a metagame that people would dub the brawl meta. That's what makes them great. That's what makes them a threat here against Team Spirit.
I'm going to also make an argument that the coaches play a huge role. Kescute, in this particular scenario, not only does he have to draft, but he also has to make sure that everybody is at their top, that top performance to make sure that the macro can be executed. We've seen teams, they've got the right ideas, but they just can't push it all the way to the end.
Veteran MOBA wisdom from Kescute, and then the World Championship gameplay coaching of Coach Vren. Even in the draft, it should be a chess match.
Right now, as we are in the chess match, RQ Hoshi, the Kingdom is on the red side. That's the Dragons of the North take the first pick. Fun fact about Sawo, the roamer of Team Spirit. He is second in total assists in M-Series history, 411. Next only to Oh My Venus with 561. Hiko is also the youngest player in M6, scored the highest GPM among gold laners in day one with 988. Team Spirit, I feel like their picks here, especially in the front line, have to provide a lot of zoning and a lot of spacing for Hiko and One Shot to shine.
Well, talking about zoning and spacing, the Zushin is wide open for the first pick coming in from Team Spirit.
And they go ahead and pick it up. By the way, Team Spirit's Hiko is 14-0 with the Harith.
Serious?
In the Continental Championship. That is the tournament in EECA. So will Harith be opened by RRQ, or will they surprisingly maybe pick it up in the first two?
He's 16 years and 6 months old while having a perfect record on Harith. He is a young prospect for this team, and he's going up against a veteran who's been playing this game for a very long time.
Skylar grew before our eyes. I remember when Skylar was still a rookie, and now he's the right. Now he's here. He's the leader of RRQ in game, and facing off against him is Hiko.
A young, hot-blooded gold laner. I bet Skylar's looking at Hiko and saying, you kind of remind me of myself.
I like a younger Skylar.
Like a younger Skylar, maybe. Let's see. Will they pick the Harith here? The undefeated pick in the MCC for Hiko.
Oh, this could be interesting because again, I feel like whoever wants to go for these power picks initially is going to get punished. So you go for the super safe ones. You're making sure that you have that combination down, but a bold claim, and Skylar's gonna say, hey, it's Wan time. One of his signature picks, but even so, he's made a name for himself time and time again, even when you think, nah, Wan shouldn't be good here.
All right, as we head into the second phase, no mid laner yet for Rins and RRQ Hoshi. I think if RRQ Hoshi want to help supplement this 1-1, they definitely need Burst.
I'm thinking about disengage at the same time. Burst and disengage, a couple of things come to mind, and especially when it comes down to the mid lane, I'm thinking Aurora. I'm also thinking about Vexana as well, both of which would do all right, because Yve is already gone, and that probably would have been the priority pick had it been let through the bans.
Ooh, respecting the Angela possibility still in the mid lane for RRQ Hoshi from Team Spirit. Interesting.
Yeah, between Liquid and RRQ, like that Angela X is such a big threat. So Coach Vren just covering his bases here.
Yeah, I get it. Makes sense. So now, even though RQ Hoshi need burst, Team Spirit are still looking to respect. I'm thinking, are they going to respect an XP laner pick for Dyron now? Because I feel like they still definitely need a strong tanky front. Edith isn't a popular pick in Indonesia, so maybe they might default into more of the tank-heavy ones, sort of like the Terizla.
I mean, I suppose, but I think, you know, right now Kescute is doing a good job at trying to pinch down on the gold lane, which is probably going to be the biggest problem, because if we're looking at Vren's side, right, as long as you're able to kind of deny farm from your enemy jungler, it's not going to have as much impact in comparison to eventually the scaling marksman that comes later down the line. Not to mention, there's not much burst besides the alpha at this point of time. I mean, Zushin is there, but again, she's not the quote-unquote burst hero you depend on.
Oh, that's true. Ooh, low Yi.
Smart.
So yeah, really hard focus on the mid lane here for Team Spirit. So it feels like Team Spirit are telling RQ Hoshi, let's fight. We want this to be an honest approach to the game. No one going in for any crazy macro plays. We'll see you in the objectives. We'll see you in the river.
Yep, they're letting through the Vex, letting through the Aurora. Farsa has become a more in-demand hero these days. So if you're looking at Team Spirit's draft, besides the high loss, the Farsa would be fine facing off against an Alpha or Jushin.
We keep doing this. We say Farsa first, but then we need to remember that Sicilion is still an option as well. If you're looking for a scaling type of mid laner, that probably should have been the way to go. But now they're thinking about disengage. Now they have CC to complement on top of the fact that they've got a decent amount of lockdown, whether it be the Blade Surge, whether it be the G-Kundo into the Way of the Dragon.
So now Team Spirit are probably thinking about whether they'll keep this high loss in the room or is it going to go into the EXP. Wait, you mentioned CC. I know you were saying crowd control, but what about CC for Kid Bomba?
It's not going to be good enough here, especially when you're blind picking it into potentially Cho or X at this point, right?
That's true, yeah. You still don't see the matchup.
Exactly. I mean, you're going to have to go blind no matter what.
Yeah. All right, let's see what they'll give Kid Bomba or Sao. We're still looking at the flex and the gold laner as well. Harith for Hiko still open.
Khalid's open.
Oh, Khalid, yeah. See what it is? Oh, it's the Akai XP.
Side lane Akai!
They've shown this. I was actually thinking about it because the 1-1's on the other side, and it's one of the age-old responses to a 1-1. You pick a Kai at some point, and here comes the Granger. But I like this glue by RQ.
Yeah, great response here. I mean, they were expecting to have an EXP winning matchup, and I think that, Kescute has done a very good job here. Vren, very good idea with the Granger, because now Granger Zushin plus the high loss, an extremely deadly combo, and you have disengage on top of it.
But there's a clear go for Dyren's glue. Like, he knows where to go. He knows where to find targets. 2 solid targets. Let's see if he wins the lane hard enough to do that.
My question for the Dragons, will you be able to take down Skylar before he flies? Ingan, Naisu, let's go.
Thank you so much, panel. And I think the answer to Renmar's question, we'll find out right now between Team Spirit versus RRQ. And looking at the draft, Naisu, what can you say? First time picked Akai for the side of Team Spirit. Seems like Coach Bren has something in the bag.
Yeah, and it's right now, maybe it's a lot of the Hello Panda we've been doing all day, but hey, I love to see it, bringing it to this matchup. It's going to be crucial for them.
So right now, as we can see, RRQ Hoshi. The performance of this team yesterday was really phenomenal. Again, Edok, unstoppable, unbelievable show plays. And this time, he's rocking the same hero at the roamer. But we can see right now, Team Spirit, they're not backing down. They want to get control of the mid, and they can do so because they have high pokes, the high loss, and the Aurora.
I think with that too, the fact that you have, RQ with a they can pick off pretty well. They can get tempo set up pretty well, and this is all what we've seen so far up to this point from them. The whole Kings of the Brawl server, can they keep the tempo going? Can they set the momentum right away? That's what they go for. Even with a little early action, just for the Lith Wanderer own, keeping things in check. But I think it's up to Team Spirit to be able to go ahead and match that. And so far, they've done a pretty good job. I mean, just the preview we got yesterday.
Yeah, and I think for RRQ Hoshi, they really have to even things out. But look at the Sunset Lover already with the pokes.
Wow, there's already a lot of damage coming out from Edok. He's actually going to not be able to pick up the kill. But here comes the rest. Asawa will fall. First blood in the hands of RRQ Hoshi.
And this is what we want from RRQ Hoshi, an early start, early aggression. They have to utilize the fact that they have Sutsujin with the Suyo in terms of taking neutral objectives. Again, paired up with the Sever is going to be easy, but looking at the emblems, anything unusual you see right now?
Nothing too crazy. Again, this I'm waiting to see, especially for Sunset Lover, to be able to pop off on this Jushin pick that you would naturally think it's picked up, it's prioritized a lot of times, but also how this works with the fact that you also have a hero in the Akai that we don't see too often, but it tend to be an answer. They're going to initiate a fight again. They get the flicker out though from Edok, so that's fine and good for Team Spirit. They're going to be able to start up this turtle. RQ Hoshi will get in position. They're waiting to get that orange buff locked in. Might be able to buy enough time. Dyren holding up the front. There's the lockdown with the Frigid Glacier, and Kid Bomba jumps on in with a heavy spin just to zone out Sutsujin as the turtle is secured. And now Dyren's going to back off as well. Good play for the objective from Team Spirit.
So far, so good. Coach Bren was actually saying that in terms of best of one, preparing for drafts will only get you so far, but it looks like they prepared very well. Kid Bomba, again, with the Akai pick, last pick, clearly knows his job, which is to soak up the damage, try to zone out Sutsujin as much as possible, because you can't go head-to-head with the Suyo early on. when it comes to neutral objectives, especially since the Sever and Retribution combination is there. But Hiko, on the other hand, looking at the emblem set, he does go with the impure ratio. We can expect a lot of sustain coming in from this Granger. So he can go head-to-head with Skylar in terms of the laning phase, even if it's a 1-1.
What do you think about that matchup? I know we haven't seen the Granger too much. You know, it popped up a couple times yesterday. But hold on. I don't think they can actually commit to this. Going back to it, what do you think of the matchup against the 1-1, at least for this Granger?
I think so far with the emblem set of Hiko, I think it's going to be easy for him, especially if the continuous rotation of the mid duo will go towards that gold lane.
Yeah.
Skylar is really going to have a hard time, really needs to maximize his veterancy, his experience up against a rookie Hiko. And so far, you'd expect Skylar to really lead or to really dominate the gold lane despite whatever heroes has been used because of Skylar's experience. But so far, Team Spirit, it seems like they're not backing down. They have the guidance of the 3 veterans in the form of Sunset Lover, Kid Bomba, and Sabo as well, who is in fact, as mentioned by Renmar, the 2nd highest in total assists in M Series history. Imagine that.
It's crazy to think because that statistic where, you know, Oh My Venus had what, like plus 100 on top of that stat. But definitely still working towards it. That veterancy comes into play for both teams really for this. But, you know, still, you got to imagine Hiko being the youngest player.
16.
16 against a player. The caliber of Skylar is definitely a true test for him. And so right now, as both teams get in position, second turtle for the taking. Couple shots with the Destinata here. But still, they got to approach this carefully. They're going to jump in. Dyron zones out the heavy spin, the Frigid Glacier to separate them for the fight. Susujin will be able to get the turtle, and now the flare brings them back as Dyron falls. Not sure if they still want to fight this. They're going to back off. RQ gets the objective at the cost of a life of Dyron.
Okay, I think Thieves are right. That was a trade they were willing to take. They couldn't get any much closer to Araki Hoshi. Again, the threat of Edok, Jeet Kune Do, as well as the counter initiations that the Rinse can provide with the Frigid Glacier. They don't want to overextend as much as possible. So right now, they're just getting the things that they can against an aggressive lineup with RRQ Hoshi right now. So far, not so much lead established by RRQ Hoshi. Looking at the kill scoreboard, still 1-1. Man, Edok really needs to pop off like how he did yesterday up against KBG if they really want to get a step closer to the knockouts.
I think either way, you know, whether it's Edok or not, they can kind of just take their time, really, with the lineup that RQ Hoshi has, especially with the fact that you have a 1-1 in your side and, you know, you want to be able to build up. Because later on, obviously, we've seen the Granger, especially late game, where the Granger in the gold lane eventually gets to. Able to set pace, able to go ahead and use that Destinata to its advantage, and then the Rhapsody. But I'm also wondering, you know, because you have to play against this Beacon and you have Sunset Lover on the Jushin pick here, RQ Hoshi has to kind of choose those fights at the right angle. Yeah, they can rely on a Frigid Glacier and they can rely on a kick to help them out, but there's a lot they have to do in consideration with this. Edok himself takes a couple shots. Go ahead and regen up. I'm not sure if they actually want to commit to this. The rest of the team rotating down. He does flicker defensively. They call it off, but he's dragged back by the Lantern, and that's what we're talking about with the Jushin.
Huge, quick response from Team Spirit. They did cast a glorious pathway, but it was well worth it. They were able to take down Edok. So this is like telling RRQ Hoshi, hey Edok, we've watched how you played yesterday. You're not going to do the same unbelievable Jeet Kune Do kicks, unbelievable Way of the Dragon kicks you've been showing yesterday. And now Team Spirit, they're on the verge of securing another turtle away from RRQ Hoshi.
To start things up again, Edok going to join this fight. Doesn't care what happened earlier. Finds the Way of the Dragon, but he takes too much damage as one shot picks up a kill. Fight's going to break out of the mid lane. The crossbow of Tang already popped off. The Frigid Glacier will be to lock down one shot. Still looking for the follow through as Susujin gets the turtle and they look for more. Kid Bomba and Sawo trying to run to the safety of the turtle. Hiko jumps in with a Rhapsody and will find a Dyron. And the shot though in response from Susujin. It's a brawl in the mid lane. The drag comes through, and now the flicker from Rins. Skylar's still alive, and it looks like they're going to disengage with Susujin tanking up the Rhapsody shots.
Literally a brawl server. They spent a huge amount of time just in the middle lane. Even if there was a neutral objective, Susujin eyes on the goal, focus on taking down that turret, and you can already see the problem with Skylar with the 1-1. They can soak up the damage of the crossbow of Tang. They have the high lows with the glorious pathway paired up with the revitalize, but Susujin though,
Good Soul Sever again. They got to be able to respect that damage, but ultimately no one going to go down, and that's the thing. They do get the tier 1 turret, so RQ Hoshi has taken that path of let's just get these objectives. Yeah, they'll go ahead and fight out. They'll brawl it out wherever they want, but they'll also just focus on what's important. They got to be able to lock those down before that Lord comes up in less than a minute.
Yeah, for Team Spirit, they really have to utilize the early capabilities of their lineup. We've seen so far that the crossbow of Tang, even if it connected the Kid Bombar to Sao, the damage is almost non-existent. So at this point, Team Spirit needs to be proactive, needs to dictate the pace, needs to stop RRQ Hoshi from getting the space that they need for Skylar to hyper carry in the end. And it's all gonna boil down to setups coming in from Kid Bombar, even Sunset Lover with Lantern Flare. So far, Naisu, what can you expect RRQ Hoshi to extend this lead?
To extend the lead, they can continue to go forward. Dyron going to get locked down under this turret. Does flicker out, able to survive split too. Look at all the members up here, all for Dyron. And now he's going to wait for the rest of the team as they were focused down in the mid. They drop down the Glorious Pathway. Edok defensively gets out. Look at that push there too. There's the kick. Way the Dragon on the mark. That's Edok going down though in the exchange, and they're gonna get collapsed down. Double for Hiko, but Sao finally taken down with the Lantern Flare. Brings a triple to the youngest member in M6. And now Skylar trying to pop off, looking for the crossbow of Tang as he gets the airtime. Picks up a kill himself, and RQ Hoshi will still hold down the mid lane.
Another extended clash for both of these teams, equal trades. No, Team Spirit actually got 3, but the problem is RRQ Hoshi with Dyron's time bought for their team. Skylar was actually able to push down a bottom lane turret. So it's still the clash, even though Team Spirit got 3 kills. RRQ Hoshi got the better of that trade. And now, in fact, they can actually start things off with the Lord. Again, Edok goes in.
Takes too much damage! As Hiko picks up a kill, Destinana finding the mark on Rins. Rhapsody to follow, pops the passive. Sutajin will be able to secure the Lord though, and Kid Bomba on the run. Sunset Lover trying to chase down Sutajin, and Hiko is just popping off at this point as he picks up another.
Action is just non-stop. Both teams looking for trades, but again, RRQ Hoshi for the price of Edok, for the price of Sutajin, they get the first Lord. They have a lot to work with right now, even with a 500 gold lead. Sunset, look at Skylar right now!
Talk about the confidence there, the veterancy showing. Skylar saw a kill, he goes and grabs it. The Lord is going to be worked on, but again, their focus is these turrets. They take the tier 1 out, now the tier 2 on the top side. RQ Hoshi will play into that first Lord take.
Wow, just going back at what Skylar said before, that he wanted to guide 4 new members of RRQ Hoshi, first time M Series. He wants them to guide the victory, and clearly so far, he's doing that. They're on the driver's seat, 1.9k, although there are extended clashes that sometimes go in the favor of Team Spirit, but most of the time go in the favor of RRQ Hoshi. You can clearly see the veterancy of Skylar, the shot calls that this team is doing. 1.8k gold lead. Already no outer turrets in the bottom lane and the top lane. And if you're Team Spirit at this point, what can you do to stop the dominance that Skylar has been showing?
Well, they can utilize Hiko here as we get a little preview of the stacks he's got. And this is one of the things that can play a part in Team Spirit obviously staying in the game. It's nothing too crazy, you know, it's just a 2,000 gold deficit that Team Spirit has to work against. And if they can utilize Hiko's power spike, but this could be troublesome. Again, the kick gonna find the mark, in trouble. Winter Crown gonna be used already. One shot trying to stay alive, but Skylar pops in the air again, gets the airtime into the Frigid Glacier. They find one shot, and now RQ will set their sights on the mid tier 2.
A lot of ultimates committed from the side of RRQ Hoshi, but the best part is they were able to take down one shot, and literally Edok was one shot away from dying, but safely evades a potential death. So RRQ Hoshi, this time, even though they're committing a lot to those 5-man clashes, they're making sure the Team Spirit doesn't have opportunities to go for trades. And in 40 seconds, RRQ Hoshi again can extend their lead by taking down a Lord. And this time, they have huge control over the map. Almost just really keeping Team Spirit at bay there by their base. And now, the counterattacks that RRQ Hoshi just keeps showing again. Rins, you have to commend the Aurora with the beautiful Frigid Glacier, with the beautiful Frosty Breeze. really setting themselves up perfectly, even with the Glorious Pathway, even with Kid Bomba's Akai. They're starting to have doubts if they would go in because of the counter initiation of the potential of RRQ Hoshi.
This is tough too. Skylar just picking up the Wind of Nature. Suzujin also Malefic Roar. Big item picks up at this point. 13 minutes of the game. The Lord already started up, and look how fast it's going. I'm not sure if Team Spirit can actually get here in time. They fire off a couple shots, and the Lord already secured by RRQ. They can just back off, and it looks like they'll do just that as they get ready to go ahead and knock on the base of Team Spirit. And with this kind of lead now in their favor, Kid Bomba jumps in. Might have made a mistake here, still gonna be able to survive, but oh no, Suzujin will pick up the kill from the off angle.
I was about to say that was the first neutral objective that doesn't have a post-neutral objective fight. But still, Team Spirit commits the flicker of, commits Kid Bomba's heavy spin to try and go for a trade once again, but RRQ Hoshi was always prepared for that. And again, we have to commit. Rin's always prepared for those kinds of dives coming in from Team Spirit. Whether it's a Frigid Glacier, whether it's a Frosty Breeze, he doesn't care. He's going to cast whatever he needs to bring down the Empire, and Ida goes in!
Ida jumps in again with the Way of the Dragon. They fight into the Frigid Glacier too. He does fall, and now the base turret's going to be worked on. Mid and bottom already down, the top to follow. RRQ with a lead, and the Lord still in tune. They hold on to the top turret. Oh, but the shot from Hiko will be able to find Rins. And that might have been enough to keep Team Spirit obviously into the game. And they hold on to one base turret.
Okay, so in terms of damage, you can already count on Hiko. He does have the Sky Piercer with 70 stacks. So clearly what Death Sonata shot was all he needs to take down Rins. Luckily, prior to that Death Sonata shot, the passive of the Aurora was already expended. So Team Spirit still clinging on to the final inhibitor turret up top. They can make engages. Again, they have the Glorious Pathway. They have Sunset Lover with the Shin. One good take like that could do things.
Kid Bomba jumps in again. Dyron the target. They're going to fire off, and again, another kill for Hiko. Another stack added. And now they look for more. RQ on the defense. They're running. Even with two base turrets down, Team Spirit looking to make plays based off the heavy spin, based off the utility they have here with the lineup.
And this is the thing. This is actually their personality. This is actually their playstyle. According to them, they perform well under pressure. Looking at the current runs in the MCC, they're always used to crawling back to the top from the lower bracket. So in terms of pressure, Team Spirit so far is unbothered. Even Hiko has a slight gold lead up against Skylar with 13.2k gold lead. But at this point, does it even really matter? Because it's all going to boil down again into the macro gameplay that RRQ Hoshi can instill against Team Spirit.
This has been the story, especially with the Alpha, man. You know, it really falls behind in terms of farming. Oh, hold on, mid lane again. Kid Bomba going to jump in, finds Rins, and Rins is gone. As Team Spirit finds the pickoff right in time. We're 10 seconds away from this Lord. And without Rins, I don't know, RQ Hoshi might have to second guess the fight, but they just want to duke it out. You're going to force Salo. He popped the Revitalize. Tyron jumps in, still has the Immortality, and one shot goes in too. But still, as they go ahead and size each other up, they'll back off. Skylar still keeping them at bay. No one going for the Lord just yet. Again, a jump in from Susujin. They really want to limit test this, and he could jump in and start a fight. But it looks like they back off to reset.
RRQ Hoshi limit testing, just trying to buy enough time for Rins to respond. And they can actually do this because, again, they were able to take down two inhibitor turrets, one in the middle, one in the bottom lane. So Team Spirit, they really need to capitalize on the moment that they're given right now. The window continues to open for the squad. They need a huge major pickup. That's like what they did against the Rins. And right now they're trying to start things off, trying to bait out RRQ Hoshi by starting the Lord.
Death Sonata here. Really troublesome to deal with RQ in the front side. They're going to be able to push Team Spirit off of this Lord, though. They look like they wanted to start it up. But you got to keep in mind, too, they've got the two base turrets down. So Team Spirit, how they approach it, who's going to be able to start the fight?
It looks like it's going to be a stalemate so far. RRQ Hoshi can indeed play the macro game here. A huge chunk of minions onto the bottom lane. They're going to wait a reaction from Team Spirit, but Team Spirit, they actually know this. They're actually trying to burst down the Lord.
There's the flicker in, forcing Hiko on the back. They were to use the Frigid Glacier, but one shot gets the Lord. looking for the fight to continue on as RQ will run into the jungle. They find the airtime. Sunset's gone. Heat goes gone. They lost all their damage as RQ Hoshi runs into the mid. They'll clear out the Lord and look for more as Skylar is unstoppable. And you can see it as they march into the base. The Kingdom, the Kings of the Brawl server will win this brawl tonight.
And a step closer for Skylar and his squad to qualify for the knockout. An amazing, intense performance from RRQ Hoshi. They lost the Lord, but they won the fight in the end by taking down 4, leaving Kid Bomba to fend for himself. What an amazing game, a huge performance, and a very huge win for RRQ Hoshi. That's why, panel, I need you to explain what happened during this game.
We got you, Ingan. The Kingdom takes the win, and they go up 2-0 in the brackets over the Northern Dragons. And we got it. Banger indeed.
You do not brawl against the brawl meta. That's exactly what happened, and from the early, mid to late, RRQ Hoshi had something in their pockets that would make Team Spirit fold. And at the end, when it mattered most, even after Team Spirit scored their very first Lord, the final brawl commenced.
I mean, when we were looking throughout this match, I'm looking at Edok. Can he get that kick? And he tried so many different times, and the one kick that mattered won them the game finally.
And the most difficult part there also for Team Spirit is that they were getting hella kills. They matched RRQ in kills. Hiko was 9-1-4, but they just couldn't convert to objectives. Before that, first objective is go to the stage with Rose for an interview.
The Kingdom taking another win in the bag during the Swiss stages. And right now, I am with Sutsujin. First of all, Sutsujin, welcome back to Malaysia. It's been a while since I've seen you. How are you?
Well, it feels great.
It feels great. Welcome back. Okay. Now, as we all know, before Sutsujin entered RRQ Hoshi, he played in MPL Malaysia, and I always interviewed this guy. So how different is it playing for the world stage this time around, World Championship in Malaysia?
I think there's no different. It's the same.
Do you still love the crowd here?
Yeah, it's the same crowd.
Still crazy crowd?
Yeah, still crazy.
We love the Malaysian crowd. Okay, now, Sutsujin, we all know that you're one of the junglers who actually use Fredrin, utility. But today you pick Suyo, while the rest, like Sakai's and Mobazane, pick Fredrin.
Yeah.
Can you maybe share with us what is the condition that you look for before picking, before making sure that utility jungle is viable for your draft?
I think Fredrin is usually picked with heroes like Bruno that need tanks in the front line, so like that.
I see. So it's more towards if the MM or the other sides, the other lanes can give sufficient damage, then Fredrin is a good pick. Otherwise, you will need more damage. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Okay, now you guys are at 2-0. Very, very comfortable in the Swiss round, right? Sutsujin, who do you want to meet tomorrow? Between BTK, Twisted Minds, and Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Because I've talked to Fnatic Onyx Philippines and a lot of them want to meet RRQ tomorrow.
I think I want to meet BTK.
BTK, why BTK?
I want to taste the Fredrin.
You want to taste the Fredrin of Mobazane?
Yes.
You want to see who's better at Fredrin? Okay, so hopefully whoever's doing the draw later on, the hands will favor you. Now, Sutsujin, we can see that a lot of the fans of Kingdom actually came down. What do you want to say to the fans of RRQ?
Buat Kingdom yang di sini maupun yang online, terima kasih yang udah support. Jangan lupa support kita lagi di match-match berikutnya.
All right, he said thank you very much to all of the Kingdom fans who came down to support. And of course, don't forget to support RRQ in their upcoming matches. Thank you very much, Sutsujin. Congratulations on your win. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Susajin. Of course, once again, congratulations to RRQ Hoshi. Very fight-heavy game like that. We need to break it down. Jangon, Lupa, when you have the 1-1 on the other side, make sure you have sufficient damage to make sure that the 1-1 won't be able to fly. That was my main concern for the draft here for Team Spirit.
And the only real source of damage was Hiko. And once Skylar saw, and I guess the rest of RRQ set it up so that Hiko would only be shooting a certain tangent, just one straight line, because that's the nature of the Granger, it was so much easier for Skylar to get away with it. What was his final? Never died. Skylar never died.
Never died. I think it's an interesting concept here, and I think, a lot of the theory is going to be boiling down to, oh yeah, a lot of the damage is coming out from Hiko. If somebody can body block it for me, my second issue is whether or not I can actually close the gap and also maintain the perfect amount of distance to deal with Sunset Lover, which was the second big problem that RRQ had to deal with. Their tanks suffered for a long time until finally both Edok and as well as Skylar said, we've had enough of this. You keep picking up on our tanks, we're going to start picking on you.
Yeah, for RRQ Hoshi, they mentioned they wanted to face off against BTK. This lineup that they show, I call it PTK, protect Skylar. And that's exactly what they did. They protected their big brother, man. That last glue pick, it looked like it was them saying we really need something annoying to buy time for the 1-1.
You can also call it protect the king.
Protect the king.
He is King Skylar now.
Yeah, that's true.
Looking at what Team Spirit did, in comparison to the PTK, protect the Skylar, protect the king, Team Spirit also has I guess the fact that the Granger, now it's safe. I think we understand Granger more now, given Hiko's performance. This is eye-opening to me because compare that to a Wanwer, compare that to a Beatrix, compare that to who's the other one? The Bruno. Is it just me or is Granger the most honest of the three? Of the three Bs?
Yes, extremely honest. He does one thing and one thing really good. I outrange you. Once I'm out of energy, you just wait. Just stay right there. Don't move.
Yeah, and even though it was max stacks for Hiko, he was chucking down the front line. Weirdly enough, it felt like the front line of Team Spirit, if they weren't falling faster, they were getting split up more, that RRQ still got to keep a very tight formation all throughout. And that was one of the biggest problems. Again, this Jushin pick that paired up with the high loss, it did their jobs, but the problem is they were lacking another source of good burst to pair with the Granger.
Which is totally counterintuitive to what we were setting up earlier. Remember, RRQ, they're very Skylar-centric, but when you watch the match, it's not just Skylar. Suchujin was doing well. Diren was doing well. Edok got the final kick. Compared to Team Spirit, who went all in on Hiko. For a while, it was working out. For a while, it was Hiko Mania, baby! But once that breaks down, once RRQ is in your personal space, Hiko just folded.
Well, I mean, I have to slightly disagree there. Yes, in terms of gameplay, yes, it's very Hiko-centric because he's the main source of damage, but everybody else is designed to do one of two things. Either peel, make sure those front lines are out of the way, and then you can start dealing with the backline damage dealers because honestly, you have to wait on cooldown and Granger scales to infinity. So really, who's on the losing end? And I would say that RRQ took a lot of punishment. Look at the damage taken by Diren alone as well as Edok. The front lines had to eat dirt and got curb stomped in the earlier stages of the game, but then it starts changing around, especially when Team Spirit start to overextend. Worst yet, when they fall into choke points, allowing Rins to get very effective ults.
Which works well for RRQ's development going from MPLID to M6 here in the Swiss, because you watch them in MPL Season 14, late game, they're not at home. That's not their comfort. Here, they had to come back into the late game. You talk about these smaller avenues of fighting. You saw how the Akai made it so hard for Skylar to fly. Something tells me it's the Akai and how they read into Kid Bomba's movements that allowed Skylar to go deathless.
King Skylar 5-0-3. And one thing that I was telling Gideon behind the scenes was that Team Spirit, they can trade, but it's hard for them to win team fight. Like, get that big win and say, yeah, they won this, they can push out, they can go forward. And RRQ read into that very well. If you went back, if you would go back and look at the damage distribution, the interesting thing about that is that, yeah, it's close to 100k for the Granger, and say, hey, what do you mean they don't have enough damage? That's a lot. The next one is like at 44,000 from the Jushin. The Aurora alone dealt almost 60 to 70k on the side of RRQ. So that's what we mean, that RRQ just had a little bit more damage as we look at the MVP highlights for Skylar.
And this is why, like Skylar, again, he had it really interesting build. Initially going for the Trinity, and then afterwards optimizing his build later down the line to start picking things up, like obviously Malefic Gun, but then even Windtalker. And then afterwards ditching the boots entirely, just to make sure that he has a variety depending on the scenario that he has to face. Yes, you want to be able to take out Sunset Lover, but at 90% of the time you're dealing with Kid Bomba and as well as Sawo on top of one shot.
And it really goes to show here the effect of the glue to disrupt, and well, one shot here just trying to outplay that 1-1. But at this point, Skylar was just like, nah, I'm gonna dance all over you. And even right before he went up with the crossbow of Tang, got 2 cheeky TPs in.
Yeah, because even the 1-1 underneath the Crimson Flares doesn't care. She can actually, I think that works, right? You can cleanse the stack so you would not get chokeslammed.
Yeah, I feel like though after what we saw there, even if it is the Kingdom moving forward into the 2-0 bracket, feels like Team Spirit, it's not going to be them saying, oh no, I'm stuck here with a bunch of 1-1s. The other 1-1s are stuck with Team Spirit. That was a hell of a showing by the Northern Dragons.
Which now full circle, remember about a couple matches back we said, where do we find Ulfednar? Where do we find Team Spirit? Are they dark horses? Are they true contenders? Do we have a jury? Does the jury have a decision now?
I think they are true contenders. I think that the way that they played that game was very optimal considering the draft that they were given. I think, unfortunately, it boiled down to a single kick from Edok, and that's what makes RRQ stand above the rest. I think overall, the macro sense is what gave a lot of time, despite the overwhelming snowball coming in from TS, because every time they won the fight, what was the convergence? A singular turret, maybe even a buff steal, compared to, oh, we take out 3 of your guys, I take 2 turrets, I take 2 of your buffs, I deny everything else.
I think that main difference between RRQ Hoshi and Team Spirit, for me, puts Team Spirit in dark horse territory. I think there's a little bit more that they can polish and work out, that they can refine in their macro, that makes a huge difference.
Exactly, because the Team Spirit that we saw here today definitely showed that they can dance with the best of them when it comes to team fighting. They just couldn't get that big win, but the wins that they got failed to take into account the presence of the minions in the map. That's why they couldn't get that significant win to get objectives, while RRQ Hoshi showed that they are kings of the brawl meta, but they also know how to take care of the minions as well. Let's look back at what has been an amazing day so far in the Swiss stage, the second day of it, by looking at the top 5 plays on your screens right now. This is from S2G versus BTK. This is Shark.
Oh boy, it's gonna be the 3-man knockup, isn't it? Coming in from his magic thump at the very edge of it. It's so good.
It's a coast to coast. Look at that, from that bush all the way into the 3 members of S2G. Use the flicker there, and I think this was the main turning point. BTK just takes control. Up next, we have here a play from Twisted Minds. Yeah, look at this. See the control coming in and the answer all throughout. Oh no, it was a turnaround. That's what made it so important.
Yeah, Benny was really nasty on this, but then we cut back over to Aurora MLBB up against NIP Flash here. Again, great initiation. It looks super good. And then you see, just keep your eyes on Vanix, how he gets into the back line. Bam! Double stun.
Oh, hell of a play there by that Moskov to entry. And of course, Hades swooping in, getting that turtle, and then going straight to the back line. After that, of course, we witnessed Ulfednar versus Selangor Red Giants, and it was the beginning of the breakdown. Or at this point, it was the Hail Mary play by Ulfednar, countered very well by SRG.
Yeah, they spent too much to be able to steal that Lord. And then eventually, Selangor Giants put themselves where they needed to be with the help of Stormy's diversion. I'm hoping that the last play is also a diversion play.
Oh, no, it's not.
It was from this one.
It was from our very last series of the day. Honestly, the way that they broke the battle lines was already impressive enough because you can just watch, right? You can see the initial lockdown, and then they realize, oh no, we've just lost Sunset Lover. We're losing all of our battle spells at the same time, and Skylar runs around the composition to chase the back line.
Number 5 is a prime example of why, again, you do not brawl against the brawl meta.
Wow, what a day number 2 for our Swiss stages. And that's the end, if I'm not mistaken, of our string of best of ones in a long day. We still have best of ones in the 1-1 bracket.
Have a few.
Yeah, but in the 2-0 and in the 0-2, that's where we're going to be seeing best of 3s making a comeback.
And we confirm by the end of tomorrow, we would have said goodbye to a couple of teams, and we would have said congratulations to a couple more, because they would have then confirmed their slot in the knockouts.
And I think that's it for us. I mean, we still have the draw coming up, but real quick, any last things that you gentlemen want to say before we head on over to the Swiss stage draw?
Honestly, the Swiss stage draw has been extremely exciting. And first, I gotta make sure I pull that off real quick, make sure that the kingdom's close to the heart. I think that generally the competitiveness level of this Swiss stage is really elevated here for M6. And for those of you who are, tuning in, learning about MLBB esports, this is the peak. This is as good as it's going to get, if not better, from this point onwards.
Today's matches were both a reality check and a shock to the system, because we saw our good amount of upsets, but just the same, we saw how some teams, despite looking a certain way early to mid, found their way to coming back in the late. So with that said, I think tomorrow will be more of a day wherein we can say, oh yeah, this team really does belong in this bracket, because we start seeing best of 3s.
On the road to being greater than ever defeats. Very tough in best of 1s, but maybe those in the 0-2 bracket could potentially get a little bit of more joy, down the line, and make sure everything that'll be okay and just be greater than ever. Renmar, Leo, and Gideon here. Let's go on over to the draw.
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ Meiji
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
As day 2 is about to close this time round, it's going to be me, Gideon Q, as well as Naisu here to make sure that we are watching and making sure that nothing goes wrong here at the group draw for day number 2. Honestly, it's been a very exciting day.
It has. It's been really great, I would say. I think, yes, especially after yesterday. Yesterday was a day of upsets. Today, I don't know. Would we say that it was all upsets, or it was some expectations and then we had some surprising wins? I don't know. How do you feel? I know Malaysia did pretty well today.
I mean, it was a little bit of a coin flip, I'll be perfectly honest with you. With the matches that we've had here today, so many things were unexpected, but more importantly, we need to see what's the next step of the draw. Because keep in mind, we've got 3 segments to fill out. The 2 O's, the 1 and 1s, and unfortunately, the O and 2s. In each of these cases, we're going to be drawing out the teams to make sure that at the very least, hopefully, they're going to have a good matchup. But of course, we're not going to be the ones doing it. Thank goodness.
We don't want the heat, man. We don't want the heat. So we are going to be welcoming a KOL to join us to do the draw for himself. We're going to welcome up Boston Gaming. Come and join us. Good sir. Thank you. Would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself to our audience before the draw?
Всем привет, это Boston! It was in Russian, and in English it means, hey everyone, it's Boston!
Boston, great to have you with us. What did you think of today? Did you get to catch most of the games, or?
Yeah, I have catched most of the games. Several wins were unexpected.
Yeah.
That's a pity that Team Spirit didn't make it. They did well, but RQ were better.
Yeah, you know, I think there's still a lot of improvements that we've seen from Team Spirit, and it was just unfortunate. They really brawled it out, but they weren't able to get the win this time around. So still, they have their chances, of course, but we are going to be proceeding with the draw. So Boston, you get to go ahead and do this. I'll take the mic for you, and we will be starting here on the 2-0 squad. There are 4 teams there, so you'll go ahead and draw from there, all 4 teams, until we have that 2-0 bracket filled out.
Now, Boston, as you pick these 2-0 teams, who are you hoping to pick out first at the very least, or maybe pair them up together?
Maybe BTK and Onyx. maybe.
BTK and this guy wants the big matches first. All right, let's see this very first one. Let's crack it open and find out who is going to be the first one listed in our first best of 3. Twisted Minds. Ooh, that's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a tough one. All right. No worries here. We'll handle this. You can go paste it up on the wall. Now, Boston, as you mentioned, you wanted to see Fnatic and as well as BTK. I'm curious to see, as we're going to draw our very next ball, who do you want Twisted Minds to face off?
Well, he's actually gonna do the bottom one. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Not to face Twisted Minds. Yeah. Some of the balls are cold, some hot. Yeah. I want the hot one.
Goes with the hot ball.
Yeah. And
yeah. That explains it.
I mean, that explains exactly why Bloodthirsty Kings going to be in our next reel. Please paste it up on the wall. This is going to be interesting, right? Because now our next 2 competitors are going to either first one's going to face off against Twisted Minds, and the next into BTK. You might just get your wish. It's a 50-50. Good luck on the roll.
Take a deep breath.
Maybe Fnatic Onyx. All teams are very strong. Really.
He says all teams are very strong, but he's pulling up some really good matchups.
These 2 are really strong for opponents.
Is this one cold or hot, by the way?
This cool.
It's cool. Okay.
Yeah. It's
RRQ Hoshi is going to be up against Twisted Minds in our 2-0 bracket. This is good. Honestly, this is going to be a fun one. We know what our very final team is going to be. And Boston, I don't know if you're just like some kind of magi mystic going on here, but you called it right from the start. Please, just for formality, crack it open and show the camera.
There it is.
Onyx for BTK.
Ooh.
Yeah, Onyx for BTK.
He called it, man. He called it from the beginning.
He called it based off of the temperature of the balls. I don't know. Yeah, we're probably going to have to double check this later down the line. Oh, let's lock that in there. Now, keep in mind, this might not be the match order. We will show the schedule at the very end of it, but that just means you're going to have to pick up the 1-1 matchups, and we've got plenty of teams for you to choose from. What are you hoping for at the very least?
At very least, I'm hoping Team Spirit.
Of course.
Versus any team. I think they will beat any team. So, I will want to pick Team Spirit first. Maybe here.
Let's get it off.
Yeah, let's see if we can get Team Spirit out of the way early, right?
Odds, I have low odds because lots of team. Maybe. No.
Hey.
I tried.
Our very first team is going to be Team Vamos. As we put him on the wall, this could go a bunch of different ways here, especially for the 1-on-1 bracket.
The 1-on-1 bracket is spicy, man. You know, there's a lot of, I would say, all the teams that are in the 1-for-1, they're all very close in, I would say, power level. So let's see who's going to be the next team.
It seems I can feel only hot or cold or cool. The hottest, this one. This one, the hottest.
Could that mean, all right, crack it open, show it. Let's see. I had no contact with the ball whatsoever. And oh my goodness.
This is the hottest one.
Crazy. That's actually so good. I'm so thankful. Thank you, boss. Thank you. You have no idea. I'm so thankful you pulled that.
I was going to say, I feel like I could hear the crowd too outside.
Let's go.
Okay. Instead of the hottest, are we looking for the coldest this one? What are your thoughts coming into this next poll? You've got 2 Malaysian teams out of the way, and Team Spirit has not shown themselves.
This is the coolest. I don't know what's team inside. Let's check.
Oh, this is a good one. Okay. It's going to be S2G.
S2G, obviously a team that started the upsets on day 1 against the team that Boston Gaming just drew. So great to see the 3rd team now for the last one on that left side of the bracket.
So the last one is the coldest one, I feel.
The coldest one.
The coldest one.
All right.
Yeah. There it is.
The man is pulling out bangers here. Team Liquid ID is going into the bracket again. Oh man, there's so many ways that this could turn out. Naisu, for you in particular, I gotta ask, what are you hoping for in terms of matchups before I give it over to Boston to start rolling for the next one?
I don't know, man. At this point, I've been so surprised with how things have fallen. I think I agree with what Boston mentioned. Any of the teams over here, but I would say I would love to see Team Spirit actually go against Vamos.
Do you agree that? Do you think that they can take on Vamos?
Yeah, now I want to choose team. I want to find Team Spirit.
All right.
Yeah.
Sense
Are they
it.
cold or hot, Boston?
It's cool.
Okay.
It's cool. And it's somewhere like here. Oh man, no. This one. This one. And no.
Ooh, doesn't find Team Spirit, but does find CFU. Again, this is actually going to be an exciting best of one matchup between Vamos and CFU because two hyper aggressive teams. They love to play around the early game. It's going to be quite a showing.
Now he's wondering. He's second guessing. He's like, maybe I should have grabbed that other one because right now it's
first ball with this.
it's SRG. Who's the opponent going to be for SRG?
Let's find out. And it's Falcon.
Interesting. SRG will be facing up against Falcons. Ooh, this is gonna be. I don't know how to feel about that one because again, Falcons have shown what they're capable of, a very wide tool set as well. But now we have to choose the opponents for S2G. Good luck, Boston.
Maybe Team Spirit will be the last.
Maybe.
Crack it open. There it is.
Yeah.
All right.
NIP Flash. Oh my goodness, here. He's nailing it. I don't know whether he's doing this on purpose or whether or not he is just calling everything absolutely perfectly. You know exactly the last one. You picked every other team. Give it up for Team Spirit.
Oh, TLID and Team Spirit. I don't know, but can we ask him?
In Russian.
Absolutely.
Зверя нет сильнее дракона. Spirit – гордость региона. It's for Russian. For Team Spirit.
I agree with whatever you say. That's all I
in English, there's no stronger beast than dragon.
It's going to be the dragon.
He has got a point. But now we move on to the very next box here. So we did the 1-1s. We did the 2-0s. It is time for the 0-2s. Good luck, please. You can begin your draw.
Okay, let's start with this. And we got...
Okay.
Mayhem Evolved. This is, again, this is an extremely important matchup, especially... These are crucial because these are elimination matches here. Now let's go for the next pairing. Let's see who potentially could line this up. We still have 3 more teams.
It seems hottest one.
This is the hottest one?
This could mean...
I have a feeling.
It could go both ways.
I'm correct.
Aurora. Yeah.
I mean, it's Aurora MLBB coming in. Now, there are only 2 teams left. What do you feel in Boston? Who do you want? Again, you are deciding the fate of these teams.
Who you want to pair with Aurora?
Oh, with Aurora? I want to hear your answer, Gideon. You know what? I've been answering all the questions about the Malaysian teams now. How about this one?
Yeah, honestly, I'll take any. I'll take any because as long as Malaysian team ain't in that bracket, I think I'm okay. Aurora's going to be a tough matchup.
I have made my choice.
He has made his choice. Crack it open. No, it's going to be Maycom Evolved versus KBG. Ooh, actually, this one might be really interesting. I think that both of these teams, they're pretty evenly matched. But now for the final one, it only means that the Ulfandar experience continues.
Oh, that's going to be a matchup, man. Aurora, Ulfandar. In a way, you know, familiar foes, I would say, in terms of playstyle and regions.
It truly is. Boston, I got to get some of your opinions on these upcoming matchups here. Let's start all the way from the top. From each of these brackets, pick out some of your favorite teams or favorite matchups.
I think top bracket is really tough for these two teams because RRQ and Fnatic are really strong.
They are really, really strong. I mean, I would say it's a really tough choice as well. But let's talk about at least the 1-in-1 brackets. At least there are no stakes this time. You know, no pressure whatsoever. What is the matchup that you're looking for other than Team Spirit? Because I know they're going to have a tough time against TLID.
For sure, I'm looking for SRG because I like this team, except of Team Spirit. And I think match Team Spirit with Liquid will be very interesting also.
Boston knows how to say the right thing.
I was going to say he does, but I got to ask you too, Boston, how about the most crucial matches? Because these teams down here at the 0-2, they face elimination. Because as we know, if a team goes 0-3, they are out. How do you feel about these matchups, especially with the first one? Do you side with a team here, KBG or Mayhem Evolve, and then of course Aurora and Ulfennar?
Here I'm rooting for KBG and of course for Ulfennar. Because I think Ulfennar could make it. It will be a hard match for them, but I think they will manage to win.
Well, I'm gonna say, you know, I hope the opposite happens. Of course, I want to root for both teams, but I'm hoping that Aurora is able to go ahead and rise through the ranks like we've seen teams like that before. But also, I think overall, Gideon, when we look at this in Boston Gaming, we have a great day ahead of us. So far, every single draw has been on point. All the matches have been on point. And like Gideon mentioned earlier, we do want to just go ahead and let you guys know that these matches are all correct. But the scheduling for them for tomorrow, we have to wait for those, and you guys will go ahead and see those online once they're all posted.
We're going to have to wait just a little bit for that schedule to come out. But Boston, this gives us a little bit of time because, again, I remember seeing you at EWC as well, seeing, you know, the progression with a lot of these teams. You know so much about Team Spirit. I'm interested to know, you've been following this team for a while. Why or how did they get to this level, right? Because we've seen Ulfennar, we've also seen S2G on that rise. It feels like Team Spirit is on that same trajectory.
I've asked myself this question time after time, and I understand that everything is in Sour hands. Sour is a very skillful roamer, and he has a very good strategy. Not only in game, but in real life. I think that's because of Sour.
All because of Sour. Thank you so much, Boston. You have decided the fate of our very next round here. Thank you so much for coming down to do this draw. Now, here is the very final schedule set in stone for tomorrow's matchups. We have Mayhem Evolve up against KBG. We have S2G up against NIP Flash. SRG versus Falcon Esports. Twisted Minds versus RRQ Hoshi. 2 hours in between each and every one of these matches. Now, keep in mind that as we are seeing these matches, there is elimination matches as well, and this will be our day 4 schedule.
Yeah, ahead of us for day 4, this is what we've got in store. Aurora and Ulfennar, Vamos and CFU, TLID to follow against Team Spirit, of course. And then lastly, to round things out, it's BTK and Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Mind you, I know you guys have been seeing a lot of best of ones the past couple days, but there are some best of 3s that'll be happening for day 3 and day 4 of the rest of our Swiss stages.
It's going to be a crazy day. It's going to be a very crazy day for day 3 and as well as day 4 before we even make it into our very next stage to see more teams actually qualify and as well as teams who are going to get eliminated. Boston, I'm going to get your opinions on this because who are you thinking? Make a prediction who's going to be making out of the knockout stage. I know you're going to say Team Spirit, so of course, we're just going to assume straight off the bat Team Spirit makes it. But are there any other teams that are looking or hoping will actually qualify for knockouts?
You mean qualify for this bracket? For this? And this. Of course, RRQ Fnatic Onyx. It's no doubt.
No doubt?
Yeah, I think that's.
I believe.
For me, it's no doubt that RRQ and Fnatic Onyx will make it. Of course, Team Spirit somewhere here, and they will go to the finals. And I think KBG. Yeah. And maybe
one more. If you could pick one more for us.
Team X Flash. Yeah.
All right. NIP Flash That is
Flash. And NIP Flash, yeah.
Yep, NIP Flash. That is Boston's idea here for what's going to move forward. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Is there any last message you want to go ahead and throw out before we close out?
I
You
think
say it in
Russian?
Russian. Yeah, go ahead.
Всем спасибо за просмотр, удачи и пока-пока. Thanks everyone. Bye.
Thank you so much for joining us, Boston Gaming. Again, that's me, Naisu, and Gideon. We are going to be wrapping it up here for today. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow for more action for the Swiss stage.
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned.